You have just learned who you truly are, and the world has shifted beneath you. The power you feel is a dangerous kind of hope, terrifying and beautiful all at once. That suffocating gentleness you sense is the air changing, the balance tipping forever. Now, the moment you step into begins here. Feng Xue'er's profound aura was soft and gentle, not in the least aggressive and oppressive, but everyone present felt a kind of gentle, yet completely irresistible feeling of suffocation. Xianxia was the closest to Feng Xue'er and felt it the most clearly. He looked at Feng Xue'er, his heart flooded with deep shock and disbelief, and also an indescribably illusory feeling. Previously, when Xianxia arrived, the tyrant aura from his body caused Xianxia to feel an extreme sensation of shock. However, although Feng Xue'er's aura didn't contain the slightest degree of Xianxia's tyrannical overbearingness, the feeling it brought Xianxia was far more boundless and ethereal than what Xianxia had. It was like the difference between a tranquil ocean and a monstrous tidal wave. Xianxia's sudden frightening change in strength was both shocking and unbelievable to Xianxia, but it didn't go as far as to cause him to turn pale with astonishment. He was certain that if he had enough time, he would also be able to reach that kind of realm. But Feng Xue'er's aura, the feeling it brought Xianxia, was actually an enormous power that simply shouldn't belong to this world. It was realm that he was simply incapable of touching or pursuing with his current level. She had saved him and taught him the world ode of the phoenix, the Xue'er that was as beautiful as an angel and as flawless as a fairy. The Xue'er that was fond of pure snow and had the most simple and beautiful smiling countenance. The Xue'er that had the most ethereal fairy voice, calling him Big Brother Yun and making pinky promises. The Xue'er that had snuggled against him intimately and danced for him within the snow. She was actually situated someplace he couldn't even look up to. A mythical, dreamlike realm. He was certain these feelings weren't misperceptions, because his line of sight was directly facing the 4 great sacred ground seats. With unparalleled clarity, he saw the incomparably violent change in expression on all the faces of those from the 4 sacred grounds. A change in expression that was many times greater than when they had seen the 18-year-old overlord Xianxia. He was also finally starting to understand why Princess Snow's standing in the Divine Phoenix sect was so revered and extraordinary. On the seats, she was actually sitting on equal footing with Feng Hengkang. Even the princes had to sit in the secondary seats. He also understood why Feng Hengkang's protectiveness towards Feng Xue'er had reached such a peak. Master, her strength, what level is it at? From Feng Xue'er's body, Xianxia felt the same indescribable oppressive sensation. With his current profound realm, after Feng Xue'er released her profound aura, he was actually still incapable of detecting her level. Seeing Spiritual Master Gu Kang's expression of shock, Xianxia couldn't resist but ask. Spiritual Master Gu Kang restrained his expression and took a deep breath before his mental state was able to calm down. He said, "She is the Divine Phoenix Empire's Princess Snow I told you about on the way here, Feng Xue'er. She is only 16 years old this year, and her profound strength is actually half-step from the Sovereign Profound." Xianxia's entire body froze for an instant, incapable of speaking for quite a while. The current him was already not the Xianxia of old, who was unclear about the concept of levels. He was incomparably clear that a 16-year-old half-step into the Sovereign Profound was an extremely frightening concept. "It looks like that rumor is true," Spiritual Master Gu Kang said with an extremely low voice, thinking aloud about something Xianxia didn't understand. "It looks like that rumor is true." At nearly the same time, Ling Kun's gaze slanted towards Yi Xinghen while saying the exact same statement. "Of course it's true." Yi Xinghen was so moved and excited that his entire body trembled. His gaze released an unprecedented glow. "This news was told to me by that person. How could it be false? Moreover, that person will immediately help me obtain this most perfect woman, this most perfect incubator. If I can obtain her and the 9 profound, exquisite body, Elder Ling has spoken of simultaneously, I would cast away all other women without the slightest hesitation." Yi Xinghen appeared so excited that he looked to be bordering on madness. When he spoke of that person, a crimson silhouette instantaneously swept through his gaze. "Ah, this Ling Kun's vision is never incorrect. I believe that not long from now, young Hall Master can become Profound Sky's #1 expert, a monarch that no one will be able to stand side by side with. I congratulate young Hall Master in advance," Ling Kun said as he smiled with squinting eyes. Other than Gu Kang, who was a monarch, the 3 people from the sacred grounds that made frequent contact with monarchs, and those from the Divine Phoenix sect that were aware of Feng Xue'er's secret. There was not a single person in the stadium that was capable of detecting the level of Feng Xue'er's profound energy. Yet it was sufficient for them to feel how terrifying it was. It was just like a heavenly plane. In comparison to the Xianxia that stood across from her, his aura was simply so small and weak it was as if it didn't exist at all. Princess Snow was renowned throughout the world because she was Divine Phoenix sect's only princess, but even more so because of her profound sky's #1 beauty, peerless complexion. No one would have thought her profound strength was actually frightening to this extent. And even though they were personally witnessing and feeling it, they still froze for a very long time, unable to snap back into reality, and were even more incapable of believing everything. And at this time, the phoenix flame on Feng Xue'er's body suddenly died out, and the wisps of golden light between her eyebrows also faded away. Xianxia stared at her blankly. He really wanted to gaze at her eyes. He wanted to know whether her view of him was still that tender, trusting, and intimate, or if it was filled with anger, disappointment, and grief. At this time, Feng Xue'er suddenly turned around gracefully and asked Feng Hengkang, "Royal Father, Xue'er has a question. May I request Royal Father to provide an explanation?" Feng Hengkang blanked for a moment, then nodded slowly. "Xue'er, speak." Feng Xue'er nodded, then said lightly, "Royal Father once mentioned the rules of the 7-nation ranking tournament to Xue'er. If Xue'er hasn't remembered incorrectly, in the ranking tournament, one nation should only send out a maximum of 10 people. Our Divine Phoenix Nation's 10 participants, 14th brother and senior brother Feibai and the others, were already defeated under Xianxia's hand, which also signifies that our Divine Phoenix Nation has already lost to Blue Wind Empire. In that case, why don't you declare Blue Wind Nation as the victor right away? Also, why did Royal Father still want Xue'er to come here?" The entire stadium became completely quiet. Everyone was well aware of Feng Hengkang's goal. This was already unrelated to the ranking tournament. He wanted Feng Xue'er to enter the stadium because even though they had suffered a crushing defeat in terms of bloodline, after their defeat in the ranking tournament, they would be able to retrieve the dignity of the Divine Phoenix Empire's strength, prestige, and bloodline through Feng Xue'er revealing her astonishing strength. Otherwise, after today, the entire profound sky continent would know that Divine Phoenix sect's Phoenix bloodline was defeated by a Phoenix bloodline which had come into being elsewhere. At that time, not only the 6 nations, even the citizens of Divine Phoenix Empire would gradually have more and more questions. And Feng Xue'er did just that. She had revealed her profound aura for a short span of a few breaths' time, and even the people from the sacred grounds were thoroughly shocked, let alone those from the 7 nations. Thus, although Feng Xue'er appeared to have asked a very foolish question, this question was unexpectedly difficult to answer, because fundamentally, Divine Phoenix sect was just not resigned to their loss, and they wanted to make use of Princess Snow to fish up some face. So much that they didn't hesitate to use, or should it be said that they had no other choice, but to reveal their trump card they had protected and kept hidden for many years, to the world. Feng Hengkang didn't speak for a while. Feng Ximing stood up hurriedly and voiced, "Xue'er, the reason is actually very simple. What you need to do right now is raise your hand lightly and knock Xianxia down. As for the reason, Royal Father will tell you later." Even though the ranking tournament has already ended, and the result is that we did indeed lose to Xianxia, we must prove to everyone that we lost merely because we didn't send out our strongest expert. Regardless of whether it is strength or bloodline, our Divine Phoenix sect is insurmountable. Feng Xue'er shook her head slowly, then said lightly, "If it's like this, Xue'er is willing to concede directly." Feng Xue'er's words caused Xianxia to feel moved and caused the faces of everyone in the Divine Phoenix sect to fill with surprise. Feng Feiyan said immediately, "Xue'er, this matter isn't as simple as you think it is. This matter concerns the honor and dignity of our entire Divine Phoenix Empire." Feng Xue'er replied with a light voice. In Xue'er's world, Xue'er is completely unable to understand why this kind of matter concerns the honor and dignity of the Divine Phoenix Nation in any way. Is it that honor must mean victory in victory and defeat, and dignity must mean strength in strength and weakness? Xianxia clearly defeated 14th brother in a fair 1 versus 1 fight. 14th brother was defeated, yet the 9 senior brothers whom we had originally agreed not to send out joined hands on stage. Furthermore, once they came up, their attacks were sufficient to be deadly. Xianxia also clearly defeated senior brother Feibai and the others. Why wouldn't you be willing to announce his victory? Rather, you want me? Someone who obviously shouldn't participate in the ranking tournament, to go on stage. The Phoenix bloodline on his body obviously doesn't come from our bloodline. Yet why must you deny it so persistently? No one would have thought the ordinarily sweet-tempered Feng Xue'er would actually speak these words suddenly. It was like she was questioning, like she was puzzled. Yet it was also like an inquisition. Feng Xue'er opened his mouth and said with some difficulty, "Xue'er, royal brother knows you have a very kind-hearted temperament and might think that we are being a bit excessive. But some things really aren't as simple as you think. Moreover, we can't completely ascertain his bloodline doesn't come from our divine Phoenix sect. There's still a sliver of chance that it is." "No, royal brother is incorrect." Feng Xue'er shook her head lightly. "Xue'er can prove that his bloodline indeed does not come from our sect." The entire stadium suddenly became a field of bewilderment. Feng Xue'er turned around, extended her hand, her palm facing Xianxia's forehead. A wisp of flame flickered along her palm, and in the area between Xianxia's eyebrows a spot of golden light glimmered, then rapidly formed a golden flame shape. "Xianxia, go Golden Phoenix imprint." Feng Hengkang and company startled, and looked at the golden-colored phoenix mark between Xianxia's eyebrows with faces full of shock. On Xue'er's body is phoenix blood and power directly bestowed by the phoenix god, so Xue'er can instantly distinguish whether the phoenix bloodline in his body came from the lineage of the phoenix god. Feng Xue'er said slowly, "The phoenix god also said before that the golden-colored phoenix imprint will only appear on the body of the person who carries the purest phoenix blood. His phoenix imprint is golden, which proves the phoenix bloodline within his body was bestowed upon him the most directly, and not a bloodline passed on from previous generations." Feng Xue'er was transfixed to the golden imprint on Xianxia's forehead and stared fixedly for quite a while. "Xue'er, this." Feng Xue'er faced divine phoenix sect seats, her voice like a leisurely cloud. "Xue'er knows Xue'er disobeyed your wishes and must have made you all disappointed and angry. However, there are many things that Xue'er truly doesn't understand. Our divine phoenix nation was defeated, and another person possessing the phoenix inheritance has appeared from within the profound sky. Royal father, royal brother, is this not something worth being happy about? Why would you deny all this regardless of everything? You clearly want to protect divine phoenix nation's honor and dignity, yet why are you trying so hard to destroy them?" Feng Hengkang's mouth opened, unable to utter even half a word for a while. This was because, in her entire life, this was the first time Feng Xue'er had spoken so much at one time, with those kinds of words. As the father who believed he understood her the best, he was directly frozen stupid in this instant. Xue'er is fond of everything she has, and is proud that she was born and raised in divine Phoenix Nation. Since a very young age, Xue'er has known that the divine Phoenix Nation is the largest empire in the profound sky continent, and is also the most powerful nation in terms of strength. However, why does Xue'er feel that her homeland is so tiny all of a sudden, really so tiny? The seven-nation ranking tournament has already existed for many years, and Divine Phoenix Nation has won every single year in the past. This time, our Divine Phoenix Nation was defeated by Blue Wind Nation, and Blue Wind Nation used its own strength to defeat Divine Phoenix. Although Divine Phoenix lost, it doesn't mean that Divine Phoenix has become weak. Rather, it means that someone from the 6 nations that can defeat the Divine Phoenix has finally appeared. Not only is this a breakthrough for Blue Wind Nation, it is also a breakthrough for the profound practicing world of our entire 7 nations. Could it be that this isn't something all profound practitioners should be happy about? Being forthcoming and declaring our defeat while proclaiming the victor to everyone, isn't this something a large nation must do, the most ordinary of conduct? Senior brother Feibai and the others attacked Xianxia as 9, and from the get-go they attacked with sufficient lethality. When Xianxia defeated them, he clearly could have easily killed them all, yet he didn't do so. However, not one person from our Divine Phoenix expressed any gratitude. Rather, we've continued to make things difficult for him. In terms of bearing and moral character, Divine Phoenix has thoroughly lost to Blue Wind. Even in terms of dignity, we've thrown it all away ourselves. The mouths of the people from the Divine Phoenix sect gaped wide. Not a single person could speak. Xianxia stared at Feng Xue'er blankly, also speechless for a long time. Our Divine Phoenix sect's strength comes from the Phoenix God's inheritance. Without the Phoenix God's bestowal, there wouldn't be today's Divine Phoenix sect. Every one of us Divine Phoenix disciples should harbor the most devout gratitude. Xianxia's bloodline is also from the Phoenix, and he is even the direct inheritor from the Phoenix God's spirit. But why is it that you all think of denying it by fair means or foul, and only think of using the cruelest methods to erase it rather than seeing him as someone connected, as a clansman through bloodline, mutually assisting each other and developing the Phoenix spirit's bloodline and power together? From this kind of selfishness, Xu'er cannot see any honor or dignity. It only makes Xu'er feel foreign and afraid. Royal father, great elder, royal brother, perhaps it's Xu'er who is too childish and cannot understand your world. Because in Xu'er's world, it is indeed you guys that are wrong. Divine Phoenix Nation is the leader of the 7 nations. From Xu'er's understanding, a leader is supposed to be respected by people, not merely feared. Xu'er also does not understand the honor and dignity that you guys speak about. From Xu'er's understanding, honor and dignity is not strength that is admired by people, but instead is having the magnanimity to accept all things in the world, being loved by all, and possessing the kindness and forgiveness to forgive all that erred. Therefore, if Royal Father wants Xu'er to defeat Xianxia, Feng Xue'er looked at Xianxia and gently said, Xu'er surrenders. Everyone in Divine Phoenix sect was stunned as they looked at one another. If these words came from any other disciple, including Feng Xue'er, it would have been treated as outrageous, and even Feng Henkang would explode on the spot. However, these words came from Princess Snow. No one dared show the slightest signs of anger or even rebut her. However, even if her words were questioning Divine Phoenix sect, it was still her way of protecting Divine Phoenix sect's dignity that had been utterly destroyed by Xianxia today. Her previous moments of releasing her profound strength was just showing the world the ultimate strength of a youth at the pinnacle of Divine Phoenix sect's young generation. Her questioning was similarly made with the position of a Divine Phoenix princess, trying to maintain the fairness and bearing of a leading nation, trying to reduce the laughter and insults from the profound sky toward Divine Phoenix sect after this ranking tournament. The whole arena was silent. Then bits of applause rang, which spread quickly like wildfire, and soon after every corner of the arena was clapping and cheering. The applause was deafening. The passion of the applause exceeded whatever had happened before. Among the applause included nearly everyone from Divine Phoenix sect. Although they were citizens of Divine Phoenix Nation and Princess Snow's actions defied the wishes of the Emperor, she used her soft voice to question the actions of Divine Phoenix Empire, and in front of everyone, surrendered against Blue Wind's Xianxia. However, no one felt anger or shame. Instead, they were thoroughly impressed and even prideful. Everyone present got to know the legendary Princess Snow today. They were not lucky enough to see her real looks, but managed to witness her unrivaled talent and her pure and innocent heart. It's impossible to not be impressed. Gu Kang sighed. In the entire profound sky, she is the only one to possess a divine body, yet she also has a heart that is as clear as ice crystals. I'm not sure whether she's fortunate or unfortunate. The loud cheers did not subside for quite some time, and the sound waves seemed to have nearly passed into the firmament. Xianxia and Feng Xue'er looked at each other for some time, and eventually, Xianxia spoke. Xu'er, I'm sorry I lied to you so many times. You should be very disappointed with me. Gently, Feng Xue'er shook her head. How could I blame Big Brother Yun? Actually, there was one thing that I lied to Big Brother Yun about, too. You lied to me? Xianxia was startled. Amen. Feng Xue'er gently tapped her head. Actually, I realized quite early that Big Brother Yun was not from Divine Phoenix sect, which also meant that Big Brother Yun's name was fake. For a while, Xianxia's eyes showed his inner turmoil. When was it? When I taught Big Brother Yun the fundamental formula. Feng Xue'er replied. At that time, when you were cultivating the fundamental formula, a golden phoenix imprint appeared in the middle of your eyebrows. I knew it since then. The golden phoenix imprint only appears on one that possesses the purest phoenix blood. Furthermore, even my royal father doesn't know this, but for the golden phoenix imprint to appear, pure phoenix blood is only one of the requirements. The other requirement is that one has to be awarded with phoenix origin energy and a phoenix soul. Xianxia. Therefore, at that time, I already knew that Big Brother Yun was not someone from Divine Phoenix sect, but a successor of another phoenix god. Furthermore, you possess the phoenix soul and energy that a phoenix god's spirit can only give once in its life, just like what I possess. Perhaps the attraction between the phoenix soul and energy was one of the reasons why I was willing to trust and approach Big Brother Yun. Then, why were you willing to allow me to stay and treat my injuries, and even continue teaching me the world ode of the phoenix? Xianxia was extremely confused. He felt very guilty about lying to Feng Xue'er, but he never expected that she had already known all of this, yet still didn't expose him. Because I know that Big Brother Yun was not intentionally hiding it and lying to me. I also felt that you were really treating me very nicely. If you were able to be the sole successor of a phoenix god, it must mean that Big Brother Yun is not a bad person. Therefore, since you wanted to learn the world ode of the phoenix, I was naturally willing and happy to teach you. Big Brother Yun is a phoenix bloodline inheritor, so the world ode of the phoenix is naturally something you should know. Since Big Brother Yun lied to me and I also hid things from you between us, we can consider it even right. The phoenix jade glass shook gently, and although Yun-Chi could not see her smile, he felt that she was smiling gently. Just as the cheers in the arena started to subside, Feng Xue'er used her pure eyes to stare right at Yun-Chi's, then gently but firmly said, "I will forever remember how nicely Big Brother Yun treated me. I will also forever remember Big Bro Yun's promise, and even more so, the words that you said to me. I, Feng Xue'er, will never ever do something that will harm Big Brother Yun." As the cheers completely subsided, Feng Xue'er turned around, and under the gaze of Yun-Chi and everyone else, returned to Feng Henkang's side. "Royal Father, I'm sorry. Xue'er has disappointed you." Feng Xue'er stood beside Feng Henkang and said gently. Feng Henkang shook his head and let out a deep sigh. His expression was not one bit of blame, but instead a face of heartache. "How would you? Many things happened today, and it is indeed Royal Father's fault. It should be Royal Father who has let Xue'er down instead. Xue'er's words has allowed Royal Father to wake up." Feng Henkang scanned around before looking at Yun-Chi, who was on stage. His chest rose gently as he frowned before declaring, "Yun-Chi, in this ranking tournament's final match, our Divine Phoenix Empire has lost to your Blue Wind, and we are convinced of the result. The matter concerning the Phoenix bloodline was also a mistake on our part. We, as Emperor of Divine Phoenix Empire, promise you that from today onward, we will not pick on you because of this. Since we are of the same Phoenix bloodline, if you are willing to join our Divine Phoenix sect, we would also be extremely welcoming. Now, let me declare that the victor of the 39th Seven-Nation ranking tournament is Blue Wind Nation. Based on the agreement, this year's first-ranking Blue Wind Nation and third-ranking Black Fiend Nation can choose 3 people to accompany our Divine Phoenix sect to explore the primordial profound arc." Applause. The entire arena instantly cheered. The cheers not only came from Blue Wind Nation, but also the other of the 6 nations. Because of the incident with the primordial profound arc, this year's ranking tournament had been reduced to an unprecedented 1 day. Furthermore, the ups and downs, turning points, shock, and results were also all unprecedented. The weakest Blue Wind defeated the strongest Divine Phoenix, and it was with 1 person defeating 10 opponents. The appearance of another Phoenix inheritor. The legend of an Earth Profound fighting against an Emperor Profound. The appearance of an 18-year-old Overlord. A 16-year-old half-step to the Sovereign Profound. All things concerning this year's ranking tournament would no doubt shake the world and be recorded into history books. Especially the name Yun-Chi, which was destined to become the leading role of Profound Sky Continent's future. After today, his name would spread throughout the world. After Feng Henkang personally announced the results, this year's ranking tournament had officially ended. Xia Yuanba quickly rushed forward and pulled Yun-Chi beside spiritual master Gu Kang, then spoke gibberish in an excited manner. Among the spectators, all the profound practitioners from the other nations also left under the guide of the Phoenix disciples. Ling Jai's chest still rose and fell intensely as he couldn't calm down. He clenched his hands together as his face turned red and excited said, "My decision is undoubtedly too woo-woo-wise. My big bro not coming with me would definitely be the biggest regret of his life." "Amen, I definitely agree with that." Hua Minghai nodded. Just as he was about to exit the arena, he suddenly turned around and looked at another direction, onto Yi Xinghin. At that moment, an intense hatred flashed across his eyes. "Revenge for my parents, hatred for the demise of my clan, even if my bones were to shatter one day, eventually, I will make your Sun Moon Divine Hall pay with blood." Hua Minghai gritted his teeth as he recited it in his heart, having made a blood oath in his soul. Before this, his wife Ru Xiaoya had contracted the cold poison of Sun Moon Divine Hall. All his attention had been on giving his all to help Ru Xiaoya lengthen her life. Now that Ru Xiaoya's poison had been cured, and her body was recovering quickly. Today, after seeing those from Sun Moon Divine Hall, his hatred, which had been constantly suppressed, exploded just like a volcano that had been dormant for a long time. Yi Xinghan was stretching his body lazily as he stood up when he suddenly felt that abnormal icy cold feeling come from behind. He immediately turned around as his icy gaze scanned behind him but did not find anything. He collected his gaze as he squinted and looked towards the seats of Divine Phoenix sect. As his gaze met another person's shortly, both their faces revealed a meaningful smile. Blue Wind Nation Monarch Palace. At the moment, Kang Wan's face was flushed. With an absent-minded look in his eyes, his hands shivered violently to the point where the entire table was faintly trembling too. Just in a short quarter of an hour before, he had received sound transmitted and written profound messages from more than 50,000 kilometers away. From Grand Usura Nation, Divine Incense Nation, Black Fiend Nation, Sunflower Dew Nation, and Navy Tide Nation, one after another. And these sound transmissions, which required enormous amounts of resources to accomplish, were actually personally transmitted by the 5 nations' respective rulers. Within the sound transmissions, the 5 nations' emperors used enthusiastic and fervent tones, almost even a bootlicking tone to greet him. They then expressed that they would strongly long to personally head to Blue Wind Nation to visit the Blue Wind imperial family, carefully inquiring if he had the time to in the near future. All 5 nations were so. Yet in the past, not to even mention visiting, even if the Blue Wind Nation invited these 5 nations' emperors with extreme hospitality, they would simply feel disdain to even bother, at most sending an official without much status to deal with it. During the rare occasions that the 6 nations' emperors meet, the other 5 nations would even feel disdain to care about Blue Wind Nation's emperor. But now, the emperors of the 5 nations were competing to outdo one another in personally contacting him, even afraid of being too late, unsparingly using 50,000-kilometer sound transmissions. Until Navy Tide Nation informed him that Blue Wind Nation's Xianxia had won the unprecedented first place in the 7-nation ranking tournament. Not second place, but first place, defeating the Divine Phoenix Empire to obtain first place. For the first time in history, Blue Wind Nation's name would above Divine Phoenix Empire's. Kang Wan sat blankly for a long time, distinctly feeling that he was dreaming. The near bootlicking reactions of the emperors of the 5 nations were proof of this dreamlike fact. But he still did not dare to believe, because it was simply too dreamlike and too unreal, even more imaginary than sheer fantasy. Xianxia was indeed extremely strong, but he was only able to severely injure Ling Tianyi. However, this was Divine Phoenix Empire, Divine Phoenix Sect. Even more so, he was clearer than anyone else that Xianxia had participated alone. But the message he had received in the morning clearly stated that the 7-nation ranking tournament had been shortened, making all the fights group battles. If the news which arrived had stated that Xianxia represented the Blue Wind Nation to obtain the second place, he would still be able to believe, but beating the Divine Phoenix Empire to obtain the first place, it would only cause him to think that he was still dreaming. The sounds of hurried footsteps could be heard. Very quickly, his personal eunuch practically rushed in rolling and crawling while striding over the doorstep. He fell flat on his face violently, yet when he stood up, he immediately fell over on the spot, hoarsely howling. "Your Majesty, a heavenly blessing, a heavenly blessing. A message has been transmitted from Divine Phoenix Empire. This 7-nation ranking tournament, our Blue Wind Nation's Prince Consort has single-handedly defeated the number 1 of Divine Phoenix Sect's younger generation, then defeated the combined strength of 9 mid-stage thrones, wresting away first place. This piece of news, your servant has already gone through tens of times of verification. It is absolutely true, absolutely true." Kang Wan stood up, his complexion flushed blood red as his lips trembled. He was excited to the point where he could not even utter a single word. In the beginning, when Xianxia represented the Blue Wind imperial family to obtain the first place in the Blue Wind ranking tournament, he was extremely excited. But the 7-nation ranking tournament and the Blue Wind ranking tournament were like black and white. One was heaven and the other was earth. The accomplishment of winning the Blue Wind ranking tournament helped the Blue Wind imperial family reclaim their dignity in Blue Wind Nation. Yet if the news received today was true, then it was simply placing the Blue Wind Nation at the very peak of the entire profound sky continent. It was Blue Wind Nation's unreachable fantasy of 1,000 years. Xiao Lai, who was sitting to the side, was much calmer than Kang Wan. He opened his mouth to ask, "Did Xianxia suffer any difficulties due to his phoenix bloodline over there?" the eunuch immediately answered excitedly. In the arena, Prince Consort indeed had a huge confrontation with Divine Phoenix sect due to the Phoenix bloodline. However, Divine Phoenix imperial family's Princess Snow personally proved that Prince Consort's bloodline actually did not originate from Divine Phoenix sect, but another Phoenix legacy. The Divine Phoenix Emperor had also promised that henceforth they would not target him for his bloodline. That's why it's a heavenly blessing. Good, good. Kang Wan slowly nodded his head. He was excited to the point of tearing. He strode over to Xiao Lai, excited to the point where he completely dropped his kingly bearing. Senior Xiao, you have truly nurtured the pride of heavens. My blue wind nation having Yun Qi is definitely a blessing. Immediately announce this to the entire nation at the fastest speed. In addition, deliver another order. From today, there will be a nationwide amnesty. All citizens will be exempted from taxes for 3 years. Quickly issue a decree to Palace Chief Qin. Let him immediately start to plan for the construction of even more profound palace branches. Prepare for next month's gifts to the 5 nations to be cancelled. Immediately prepare a feast. I will enjoy a good drink today. Ha 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 ha. Junior Yun Qi greets Senior Gu Kang and thanks Senior Gu Kang for speaking up for this junior. Yun Qi saluted ceremonially as a junior would towards Spiritual Master Gu Kang. Spiritual Master Gu Kang had absolutely no aura and looked like just an ordinary, good-natured, white-haired old man. If a profound practitioner were to brush past him, he would not be able to imagine that in front of him was a monarch from the legends, peak of the entire profound sky continent. He not only had absolutely no profound energy aura, his bearing had absolutely neither arrogance nor pressure, but an aura which seemed easy to subdue. Spiritual Master Gu Kang closely sized up Yun Qi, smiled slightly, and nodded. Very good. Not only is your innate talent and strength astonishing, your bearing and spirit are comparable to your contemporaries. Who knew that in this generation, 2 astonishing freaks would emerge from the previously small and weak blue wind nation? I thank Spiritual Master Gu Kang for the praise. Yun Qi smiled. After listening to Spiritual Master Gu Kang praise Yun Qi, Xia Yuanba was simply more excited than if he himself was praised. He said hurriedly, "My brother-in-law really is incredible. In the future he will become the most impressive person in the world." Ha ha! Spiritual Master Gu Kang laughed gently. Yun Qi had shocked him, and he could clearly see his relationship with Xia Yuanba. A person's nature should originally be hard to change, yet when Xia Yuanba was in front of Yun Qi, he was totally different from the Xia Yuanba that he knew. He was simply like 2 different people. Yun Qi, do you have any interest in tomorrow's primordial profound arc? Gu Kang asked. Yun Qi nodded his head. Truth to be told, this junior really wants to go up to take a look, even though the journey may be dangerous. Spiritual Master Gu Kang nodded his head slowly. He naturally understood what kind of dangers Yun Qi was speaking about. Although Feng Henkang had promised in front of everyone that Yun Qi would no longer be targeted for the issue about his Phoenix bloodline, no one would probably believe that Divine Phoenix sect would really just put down the entire matter. Spiritual Master Gu Kang took the initiative to say, "Since it's like this, why don't you stay in the same courtyard as us tonight?" Xia Yuanba's eyes shined and said hurriedly, Yes. Divine Phoenix sect had arranged a courtyard for us beforehand. Brother-in-law should stay in the same courtyard as us. I have lots of things to tell brother-in-law." Yun Qi didn't hesitate and immediately noted. He too had many questions to ask Xia Yuanba. In fact, he didn't have to worry about dealing with Divine Phoenix sect's hidden attacks during the night if he stayed in the same courtyard as Spiritual Master Gu Kang. Then this junior will accept your invitation. That's great. Xia Yuanba was happy that he started dancing. Then let's return now, brother-in-law. I have just too many questions to ask you, like how did you escape from the Heavenly Sword Villa? How's Big Sis? How did you become so strong? And... Just when Yun Qi wanted to answer, within his line of sight, he caught Ling Jai's figure in the crowd, along with the person he was talking to. Senior, Junior will be taking his leave first. Yun Qi turned his body immediately and quickly walked over. Little Jai, Yun Qi shouted after walking closer. Ling Jai turned over with a whoosh. His eyes flashed as he rushed over ecstatically, his eyes sparkling. Boss, wah. You are simply too cool today, explosively cool. Say, boss, why are you here? I should be asking you this question. Why did you come running here? Yun Qi retorted. He, Ling Jai scratched his forehead. Actually, 2 days after boss left the Imperial Palace, the Blue Wind Emperor announced your participation in the 7-nation ranking tournament, representing the Blue Wind Nation. The moment I received the news, I decided to come. I really did not come in vain. Boss, do you know? You're not just a legend in the Blue Wind Nation now, but a legend in the entire profound sky continent. For him, Ling Jai did not hesitate to travel 50,000 kilometers here alone. In the arena, he braved the dangers of being targeted by Divine Phoenix Sect to shout and support Yun Qi with all his might, and even question Divine Phoenix Sect. These had all moved Yun Qi's heart. He reached out to pat Ling Jai on his shoulder, then looked at Hua Minghai with an odd expression on his face. What he was curious about was not why he was disguised so unremarkably, but why were these two hanging out with each other? Hua Minghai propped his chin in his hand and earnestly said, Boss Yun, the reason I admired you before was because you were able to catch me and even saved my wife, but now, I, Xianxia Hua, practically worship you like. You guys have to be careful. Yun Qi directly cut off Hua Minghai and said cautiously, You two kept on shouting for me earlier. There's a chance that Divine Phoenix Sect might target you. Just in case, if Divine Phoenix Sect causes trouble for you guys, remember to immediately send me a sound transmission immediately. Why would I be scared of a mere Divine Phoenix Sect? Hua Minghai's face was full of disdain. In his eyes, the Divine Phoenix Sect was only fit to eat the dust off his butt. Ling Jai patted his chest and said without a care, Boss, you can relax. My maternal grandfather is an official elder of mighty Heavenly Sword region. I just need to reveal my identity and they would not dare to do anything. What? Your grandfather is from the mighty Heavenly Sword region and even an elder. Hua Minghai stared wide-eyed, then revealed an expression of indignation. You're such a rash youngster, as weak as dregs, yet you have such an incredible backing. This world is not fair at all. Your grandfather? Yun Qi revealed a face of astonishment. Ling Jai nodded and said, Back in the day, mother chose father over grandfather, causing grandfather to be furious. A few days back, father and mother brought big brother and I to mighty Heavenly Sword region to meet grandfather. Mother and grandfather finally resolved their differences. Grandfather even seemed to like me a lot, and even said that he would personally teach me the complete Heaven's Might Absolute Sword, The look in Yun Qi's eyes suddenly seemed complicated. He nodded, then faintly smiled towards Ling Jai. Since it's like this, I am a bit relieved. I have to prepare for the ascension to the profound arc tomorrow. I won't accompany you guys any longer. Little Jai, you can stay in Divine Phoenix City for a few more days. After exploring the primordial profound arc, I will head back to Blue Wind Nation with you. Okay, Ling Jai answered excitedly. If it's possible, help me take care of little Jai during these few days. Yun Qi told Hua Minghai. No problem, taking care of this weak and delicate little brother will be effortless. Hua Minghai vowed solemnly. The moment he said that, Ling Jai retorted with disdain. Yun Qi laughed and turned to head towards spiritual master Gu Kang's side, leaving with Xia Yuanba towards their guest courtyard in Divine Phoenix City. Hua Minghai turned around, all expression on his face instantly vanishing, becoming heavy. Looks like he seems to have some kind of conflicting view about mighty Heavenly Sword region. Wrong. It should be enmity. In fact, it was the kind of enmity in which revenge has to be taken. Thinking back to when Yun Qi's gaze had changed instantly when Ling Jai mentioned the mighty Heavenly Sword region, Hua Minghai muttered to himself for a long time. To Divine Phoenix Sect, the four great sacred grounds were naturally their supreme guests. Thus, the residences prepared for them were luxurious to the extreme, causing Yun Qi, Blue Wind Nation's prince consort, who had lived in a palace for a few months, to be secretly speechless. After settling down, Xia Yuanba casually found a reason to force spiritual master Gu Kang away. Before, under the eyes of everyone, Xia Yuanba was unable to fully express all of his excitement. Now that there were finally no outsiders, he once again lost control of his emotions. Brother-in-law, in these 2 years, I had always thought that you were dead. I was lifeless in the past 2 years. Every time I thought of how I had caused brother-in-law to die, I wished I could kill myself. But brother-in-law had exchanged his life for mine. If I died, I would have let brother-in-law down even more. That's why I lived to the fullest. Just this morning, I met father. He told me that you were still alive. I didn't dare to believe. I didn't think that. Xia Yuanba spoke while choking on his emotions, his tiger-like eyes full of prestige, filled with hot tears. Yun Qi could imagine how Xia Yuanba had passed those 2 years. He sighed inwardly and said, You've met Uncle Xia already? Amen. Xia Yuanba hurriedly nodded. When Master and I arrived at Divine Phoenix City, the first place we visited was not Phoenix City, but Black Moon Merchant Guild. There were a few of Master's old friends at Black Moon Merchant Guild, and I also wanted to take a look. In the end, I actually met Father at the first level of the Black Moon Merchant Guild. He was the one who told me that brother-in-law had not died back in the Heavenly Sword Villa, but came out alive after 8 months, and it seems like... you got married to Princess Kang Yue. Hugh, if I had known, I wouldn't have gone to Absolute Monarch Sanctuary. If I didn't, I wouldn't have had to wait until today to find out that brother-in-law was still alive. When spiritual Master Gu Kang had arrived, he had told those from Divine Phoenix sect that his disciple had encountered an old friend, and thus did not come. At that time, he naturally did not imagine that the disciple that spiritual Master Gu Kang spoke about was Xia Yuanba, and the person that he had met was Xia Yuanba's father, who was also his father-in-law, Xia Hongyi. Fate was sometimes really the most fascinating thing in this world. Surely enough, Xia Hongyi was aware of the matter of his marriage to Kang Yue 5 months ago. This somewhat meant that. Xia Yuanba had mentioned something which Yun Qi had deeply paid attention to. Spiritual Master Gu Kang went to Black Moon Merchant Guild to visit an old friend. And to be able to be called an old friend by spiritual Master Gu Kang basically meant that he was close to him and was a character of the same level. The Black Moon Merchant Guild's background was indeed incomparably scary. I also heard that Uncle Xia was in Black Moon Merchant Guild when I first arrived in Divine Phoenix City. Only, I felt too ashamed to meet Uncle Xia, so I didn't pay him a visit after tomorrow's journey to the primordial profound arc. Let's take a trip to Black Moon Merchant Guild together. Yun Qi said. Great, Xia Yuanba nodded forcefully. My father has been very concerned for you over these past few years. Even after reaching the Divine Phoenix City, he has always been inquiring for your information from Black Moon Merchant Guild. My conversation with Father today had been about you. Father said that after your miraculous departure from Heavenly Sword Villa, your strength had grown explosively. You destroyed Fen Jucheng's marriage procession, saved the half-dead Blue Wind Emperor, and then destroyed the entire burning Heaven clan single-handedly. After that, you even defeated Heavenly Sword Villa's Grand Villa Master Ling Tianyi, becoming Blue Wind's #1, spurring the entire Blue Wind Imperial family's dignity and status to reach the peak in history where none would dare disobey. While speaking, Xia Yuanba's eyes shined. Adoration filled his face, but he didn't notice at all that with his current strength, destroying a burning Heaven clan would simply be like playing around. However, from Xia Yuanba's description, Yun Qi knew that Xia Hongyi had indeed been paying attention to his every movement these past few years. After all, he was his daughter's husband. Since he was young, apart from his grandfather and little aunt within his elders, Xia Hongyi was the one who cared about him the most, never once looking down on him because of his handicapped profound veins, even more so, never reneging the marriage to his daughter. Brother-in-law, how exactly did you escape from the seal under the Heavenly Sword Villa? Father said that it was because the demon who was sealed had died, which was why the seal was released. But that demon had been alive after being sealed for more than 100 years. When we saw him that day, he still looked so scary, not at all like a person who was going to die. Father said that it was because the demon felt that brother-in-law was not a threat. Thus, he did not kill brother-in-law but left you to accompany him. Then brother-in-law trained diligently and in the end found out how to kill him. Was it like that? Just when Xia Yuanba finished speaking, he noticed that Yun Qi suddenly looked sad. He immediately stopped talking, then said carefully, brother-in-law, did I say something wrong? Yun Qi shook his head, forcing out a laugh. Let me tell you about this matter after I've completed a task in a few years' time. Xia Yuanba nodded distractedly. Looking at Yun Qi's expression, he instinctively knew that the matter was not as it seemed, so he stopped asking. Yuanba, what happened to your profound strength? In just 2 years, how did it increase so explosively? Yun Qi fixed his attention on Xia Yuanba and asked. Although Jasmine had already told him a long time ago that Xia Yuanba possessed the tyrannical emperor's divine veins, he still naturally wanted to hear the reason from Xia Yuanba directly. Xia Yuanba scratched his head and said embarrassedly, actually, I too don't really understand the cause. 2 years ago, when I thought that brother-in-law had died, I especially blamed myself. After I cried for a long time, I was determined to stop being a piece of trash. Or else this life of mine, which was exchanged for with brother-in-laws, would only continue to be a burden for others. Thus, I wanted to train alone. I heard that people from Divine Phoenix Empire were incredible, so as I trained, I headed towards Divine Phoenix Empire. How did you reach Divine Phoenix Empire alone? Xianxia asked in astonishment. From Blue Wind to Divine Phoenix, not only was the journey long, it was also filled with countless dangers and wild beasts. Xianxia was only in the elementary profound realm then. To reach the Divine Phoenix City alive alone, in theory, that was basically impossible. Xianxia said, on the road there, I encountered many vicious profound beasts and even bandit groups. Occasionally, I wouldn't be able to find food in the wilderness and would almost faint from hunger. When I encountered profound beasts, they would tear at me. But for some reason, every time when I was at my last breath, just when I thought that I was about to die, my body would explode with an unfamiliar kind of strength. I would beat down the profound beast and whatnot, then faint. When I woke up, I would feel that my profound strength had risen by a large amount. Xianxia. After I realized that, when I reached Divine Phoenix City, I would risk my life to challenge famous sects. Every time I was beaten half to death. A good number of times I was obviously really going to die, yet I would recover quickly along with my profound strength rising by a lot. Xianxia scratched his head. I also don't really know what's going on. At that time, I felt that I had turned into some kind of freak later. I was again beaten half to death and thrown into the ruins outside of the city, unconscious for a seemingly long time. When I opened my eyes, an old man, precisely my current master, was standing beside me. He told me that I had profound veins called the tyrannical emperor's divine veins and wanted to accept me as his disciple. Then he brought me back to absolute monarch's sanctuary. After that, I had been cultivating with all my might. You already know what happened after. Tyrannical emperor's divine veins. Absolute monarch sanctuary also knew about the tyrannical emperor's divine veins, Xianxia said in astoundment. That's right, brother-in-law, you know about the tyrannical emperor's divine veins too. Xianxia opened his eyes wide. Master said that in profound Sky Continent's history, the tyrannical emperor's divine veins only appeared on 2 people. I'm the third, only the 4 great sacred grounds know about it, and said that I must never talk about this matter. So it turns out that brother-in-law actually knows about it too. Xianxia was silent for a moment, then asked, did your master tell you what the highest realm you can reach in the future is? Master did not talk about that. However, he did mention that this is just the preliminary awakenment of my tyrannical emperor's divine veins. When it has fully awakened, it could be invincible. There's even a possibility of breaking through this world's boundaries. Although Master wouldn't lie, it seems quite unbelievable. Xianxia said with a bashful expression. Tyrannical emperor's divine veins, invincible, breaking through this world's boundaries. Xianxia's eyebrows jumped violently. Xianxia's 9 profound exquisite body and heart of snow-glazed glass. Xianxia's tyrannical emperor's divine veins. This pair of siblings' physique and talent. What on earth was going on? An outrageous thought flashed in Xianxia's mind. Xianxia and Xianxia, they seemed as if they did not belong to this world. That's right, brother-in-law, how's big sis? Why did she not come with brother-in-law this time? Your sister is great. She's already Frozen Cloud Asgard's young mistress, and the top ranking of the Frozen Cloud 7 fairies. I initially thought that she would come with me, but in the end, the Frozen Cloud Asgard's grand mistress did not allow it. Oh, when you and Princess Feng Xue'er got married, did big sis get angry, hee? Maybe a little. Xianxia pressed his nose. Xianxia did not know that in the 2 years that he and Xianxia had been apart, Xianxia had not smiled even once. Even joining the absolute monarch sanctuary that he did not even dare to dream about, did not even bring him a trace of happiness. Apart from trying to become stronger with all his might, he was just like a zombie. What existed in his body and soul was only resentment towards himself and an insane thirst for strength. And in a single evening, he let out all the laughter that he had been keeping for 2 whole years. The 2 of them talked until night fell. Then, they walked out of the courtyard together, preparing to stroll in Phoenix City. Not long after heading out, they noticed a figure which was impossible to miss under a phoenix tree filled with blooming phoenix flowers. If a man's body was sufficiently attractive, he would be described as elegant, incomparably handsome, or even as charming as jade. Yet this man's body could be described as beautiful, and even alluring. He was standing beneath the phoenix tree. His fingers, even more tender than a female's, were pinching phoenix flames as beautiful as fire. His snow-like white shirt was spotted with petals of phoenix flowers. He was simply enchanting. These few chapters are transitions. Transitions, transitions. The important word was repeated thrice. That person seems to be the Supreme Ocean Palace's sea, See, Senior Jai. Xianxia forcefully swallowed a mouthful of saliva, tugged at Yun Qi, and prepared to make a detour, but he saw that after pausing for a little while, Yun Qi unexpectedly walked over on his own accord. Ah, brother-in-law. Xianxia didn't hold on tightly enough. He stared blankly as Yun Qi walked towards Jai Qianru, who, in his eyes, was even scarier than ferocious primordial beasts. The smell in this Phoenix City is really hateful. This dry and rough burning feeling is my flawless skin's biggest enemy. The only one that is fit to be called beautiful is this enchanting phoenix flower. A pity, no matter how beautiful, a flower must wilt, just like my appearance, which is even more beautiful than this phoenix flower. I will grow old one day, this is the rule of the world, and it will forever be so cruel. Don't you agree, little Chech? Two petals floated gently from his fingers, as the figure beneath the phoenix tree turned, revealing a beautiful, alluring face and rippling eyes that looked at Yun Qi. Such a face with such an expression was no doubt a massive killer weapon, yet Yun Qi was not the least affected by it. He moved forward with an unwavering expression. Junior Yun Qi greets Senior Jai. I thank Senior for speaking up for this junior. Senior Jai? Jai Qianru's snow-white sleeve floated as he whipped his long hair with incomparable charm. I hate people calling me Senior the most. Look at this one's youthful good looks. I'm also older than you by just 600 years. How am I your senior? If you call me Senior again, this one will get angry already, you know. Then, how should this junior address you? Jai Qianru narrowed his coquettish eyes and said beamingly, You can call me Qianru, or you can call me Little Qianqian, Little Ruru, Little Gigi is fine too, you know. Even though Yun Qi tried his best to maintain his calm, his throat was already twitching. He was silent a long time, staring as he did not know how to reply. You don't need to thank me. This one spoke up for you only because this one feels that you are still not too bad, you know. Jai Qianru gazed from top to bottom, slowly sweeping across Yun Qi's entire body, his gaze as flirtatious as water, immediately causing Yun Qi to get goosebumps. He initially wanted to speak longer with Jai Qianru, but he had totally changed his mind now, wishing that he could just run off. Yun Qi quickly said, In any case, this junior cannot thank Senior Jai enough for taking a stand in that matter. Forgive Junior for asking, in these few years has Senior Jai, due to a kind of special toad poison. Junior is familiar with medicine, therefore, I can vaguely see some clues. I'm not sure if I'm right. Oh. Jai Qianru squinted and stared into Yun Qi's eyes, then said in a velvety voice, 200 years ago, I accidentally encountered an ugly toad. This one hates these kinds of ugly things the most, thus, I casually destroyed it. I didn't expect that I would accidentally get into contact with its vicious venom. Jai Qianru extended his fingers and looked at an indistinct black line on his fingertips. That's why not only should you not look at ugly things, you should not even touch them. Yun Qi said, The venom which Senior Jai has mentioned is a kind of soul-coiling toad's poison. It attaches itself onto the mind and lives off blood. Thus, regular methods are absolutely unable to force it out. Of course, based on Senior Jai's powerful, profound strength, this kind of toad poison will not have any severe consequences. But it isn't just a small frustration, too. Junior has some qualifications in detoxification. This detoxification pellet may be of some help to Senior Jai. Yun Qi said, while taking out a pellet which he had prepared beforehand by injecting the purifying power of the sky poison pearl into the pellet. He initially wanted to put it into Qianjiru's hand, but after looking at his palm and thinking for a while, he chose to toss it over. Jai Qianru waved his fingers and gripped it between his fingers. This junior shall take his leave. Yun Qi cupped his hands, then left as if he was fleeing. The pellet in his hand was as green as jade. Just by holding it, the entire body would feel a bone-piercing aura of freshness. Jai Qianru glanced at Yun Qi's back view with slanted eyes, sniffed at the pellet, then opened his lips lightly and placed it in his mouth. Together with Xianxia, he strolled around Phoenix City. Yun Qi listened to him talk about things like absolute monarch sanctuary. Upon returning to the courtyard, darkness had completely enveloped their surroundings. Spiritual Master Gu Kang's room was completely dark. He appeared to be resting. Yun Qi returned to his room. Upon closing the door, his eyebrows twitched, and he felt a vague feeling that something was wrong. Somebody had been in the room. Back in Azure Cloud Continent, he was hunted day and night. He had long developed an incomparably abnormal anti-hunting ability. He could tell with a glance if anywhere he had been was touched after he left. In the end, he didn't even need to spot the difference, but his instincts could detect any disturbances his naked eyes could not. Xianxia became vigilant. This was Phoenix City's guest area. Outsiders could not simply enter. Even a Phoenix disciple would not be able to. Only himself, Xia Yuanba, and spiritual master Gu Kang stayed here. He had left together with Xia Yuanba, and spiritual master Gu Kang had no reason to walk through this area. Just who exactly had come in? Xianxia's eyebrows sank. His gaze swept across every nook and cranny of the room thoroughly, but he did not discover any traces which aroused his attention. After contemplating for a while, he walked to the bedside. Just when he wanted to lie down, his gaze suddenly fell onto the pillow. He reached out and rapidly moved the pillow away. Beneath the pillow was shockingly a bundle of green jade strips. This, Xianxia was 100% sure that the jade strips were not there before, because after picking the rooms with Xia Yuanba, he had cautiously inspected the bed on purpose. Xianxia scrunched his eyebrows, directly reaching to grab the jade strips, then carefully opened them. Following the opening of the first piece of jade strip, 3 incomparably distinct words shined into Xianxia's eyes. Extreme Mirage Lightning. Extreme Mirage Lightning, Xianxia cried out softly. This was actually Extreme Mirage Lightning, Hua Minghai's family heirloom, which had the reputation of Profound Sky's #1 profound movement skill. The person who had been here was Hua Minghai. How did he know which room to find me in? And why did he put these jade strips with the Extreme Mirage Lightning imprinted here? Hua Minghai's profound strength was only at the later stages of the Sky Profound realm. But with this Extreme Mirage Lightning, he became Profound Sky Continent's mightily renowned Ghost Mirage Bandit Saint. He could even safely go through Divine Phoenix Sect, and even several overlords acting together could not touch the corners of his shirt. It could even be said that Extreme Mirage Lightning made Xianxia's mouth water. However, when he had saved Ru Xiaoya and expressed his interest to Hua Minghai, he was rejected. It was because the skill was his Hua family's sacred skill. It could never be passed on to outsiders. Hua Minghai even said that apart from that request, he would give in to any other request. But now, these jade strips which the Extreme Mirage Lightning was imprinted on had appeared in this place. It seems like this person named Hua Minghai wants you to owe him a huge favor, Jasmine said unenthusiastically. Xianxia had witnessed the power of Extreme Mirage Lightning with his own 2 eyes, and it was just before him now. Yet, after flipping over the first jade strip, Xianxia did not continue to look through it any further. After saving Ru Xiaoya, Hua Minghai was ashamed, yet determined in rejecting Xianxia's request to practice Extreme Mirage Lightning. Only several days had passed, and he took the initiative to hand it over. Not only did he not deliver it in person, it was sent without a message. What Jasmine had said was not wrong. If he really learned Extreme Mirage Lightning just like that, then he would owe Hua Minghai a huge favor. And Hua Minghai's intention of taking the initiative to send Extreme Mirage Lightning over was exactly to make Xianxia owe him a favor. It seems like after seeing my performance in the 7-nation ranking tournament, he wants to borrow my strength to help him accomplish some kind of objective. Xianxia muttered to himself. Then why did he not give it to you personally? Jasmine said. Xianxia said unhurriedly. Firstly, my current strength is not sufficient. What he has his eyes on is my potential. He believes that I will have sufficient strength in the future. Secondly, he feels that I will definitely refuse if he speaks to me in person. Thus, he chose this method, to directly send a huge bait without even requesting anything. If I can't resist the bait and cultivate Extreme Mirage Lightning, then I would owe him this huge favor. When the time comes, I would not be able to reject him. Another way of looking at it is that if I use this Extreme Mirage Lightning, others would think that I am from the Hua family. If that's the case, you seem to know his motive already. More or less, Xianxia said. Hua Minghai's family was destroyed by Sun Moon Divine Hall. Based on Hua Minghai's abilities, for him to keep his life is not an issue, but taking revenge is impossible. Thus, he wants to borrow my strength after I become strong enough. However, everyone fears Sun Moon Divine Hall. They are a paramount sacred ground. Not only that, I have no enmity with them. Hua Minghai would not be so naive as to think that just an Extreme Mirage Lightning would make me take action. What does he want to achieve? Or should I say, where does his certainty come from? Then do you want to cultivate it? This Extreme Mirage Lightning would not affect your fighting abilities much, but in regards to travel or escape, it would be extremely strong. In this continent, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the strongest profound movement skill. Xianxia contemplated for a while, but closed the jade strips in the end, and stored it in the Sky Poison Pearl. Although it is very enticing, before the next time I meet Hua Minghai, I had better not cultivate it. Let's not care about this issue yet. I have to ascend that mysterious primordial profound arc early tomorrow morning, but I keep feeling that this journey will come with a lot of risk. The primordial profound arc is the best place for the divine phoenix sect to attack me. If you retreat the moment you feel risk, then don't ever think about having any breakthroughs. You wouldn't be as strong as you are now either, Jasmine said coldly. The primordial profound arc is the only thing in the continent which perks my interest. You have to bring me up. Based on my spirit strength, I could possibly be aware of its secrets in an instant. Got it. Xianxia crooked his lips. To increase the possibility of surviving, I need to revitalize by sleeping. Divine Phoenix Sect. Sect Master. Feng Feiyan drifted through the night and landed behind Feng Hengkong. Feng Hengkong turned around, his face calm with an indistinct darkness. He faced Feng Feiyan. Using an extremely low voice, he said, "Tomorrow's ascension to the primordial profound arc is the best chance to kill Xianxia. Do you understand our intentions?" Feng Feiyan's eyebrows twitched, then nodded slowly. "I even thought that Sect Master was going to spare Xianxia. This Xianxia definitely cannot be spared, especially when his future will bring who knows what kind of dangers. Sect Master, you can relax. I will arrange for people to take action during tomorrow's ascension to the primordial profound arc based on the primordial profound arc's special laws of space. There will be no traces left after killing Xianxia, or I can do it myself." "Amen." Feng Hengkong nodded. "Sect Master, will Xue'er be ascending the primordial profound arc tomorrow too?" Feng Feiyan asked. "That's right. The primordial profound arc appears once every 300 years. To miss this opportunity would mean waiting another 300 years. I will definitely bring Xue'er for this experience. Xue'er herself has some interest in the primordial profound arc too. Although the primordial profound arc is mysterious and strange, it still is not too dangerous. Besides, all the elders would be present too," Feng Hengkong added. Feng Feiyan nodded. "Hope that there will be rewards for the journey to the profound arc tomorrow. If Sect Master has nothing else, I will be taking my leave." As Feng Feiyan's voice fell, his silhouette slowly disappeared into the night as well. Today was the first day after the end of the 7-nation ranking tournament. The day had barely dawned, but Divine Phoenix City was already a field of clamorous noise. Countless profound practitioners raised their heads and looked upwards, watching the colossal black silhouette above the firmament. Today was the last day the primordial profound arc would stop at Divine Phoenix City, and was also the only day the arc would open. Xianxia meditated for an entire night. In the morning, when he walked out of his room at the scheduled time, Gu Kang and Xia Yuanba were already waiting. When they heard Xianxia walk out, they turned around at the same time. Xia Yuanba quickly walked over. "Brother-in-law, I was just about to go and call for you. The primordial profound arc will open in around 15 minutes. The people from Divine Phoenix Sect have already gone up." "It's about time. Let's go up," Spiritual Master Gu Kang said slowly. He swung the horsetail whisk in his hand, and instantly, 5-foot-wide profound energy cyclones simultaneously appeared underneath Xianxia and Xia Yuanba's feet. Before Xianxia could speak, the cyclone already began to revolve, carrying Xianxia's body as it flew up rapidly in a straight line. By the time he had reacted to it, his body was already 300 meters into the air. What kind of concept was 60,000 meters? The altitude of an ordinary cloud was only around 1,000 or 2,000 meters. Xianxia's body rose upwards in a straight line, quickly passing through layer after layer of clouds as the wind beside his ears whistled like rumbling thunder. Xianxia wanted to speak, but the moment he opened his mouth, berserk streams of air violently poured into his mouth, making him unable to do anything but obediently close his mouth. Although both the Sky Profound Realm and Emperor Profound Realm were capable of utilizing the profound floating technique, an altitude of 60,000 meters was something they absolutely could not reach. In order to reach this altitude, one must at least be at overlord-level profound strength. And to an incomparably powerful monarch, it was actually nothing much. It wouldn't be in the least problematic to bring several thousand people up, let alone bringing Xianxia and Xia Yuanba. Finally, after passing through countless layers of clouds, the sound of the wind beside his ears began to die down. Xianxia raised his head. The distance between him and the incomparably enormous primordial profound arc was less than 300 meters. As far as the eye could see, the profound arc was so enormous one simply couldn't even see its borders. Its color also wasn't the dull gray color which could be seen from below, but clearly a kind of deep red color. At this time, only a short span of 100 breaths time had elapsed, traveling 60,000 meters in 100 breaths. This was much faster than Yun Qi's speed on land. The place spiritual master Gu Kang had brought them was one of the sides of the primordial profound arc when the three arrived. Only 20 to 30 people had stopped at this place. Among these people, Jai Qianru and Ling Kun were present, as well as the three people from Black Fiend Nation. Included among these people were a tyrant, a half-step to tyrant, and a young profound practitioner. The three from Black Fiend Nation were all peak figures amongst their generation. But the people around them were all from Divine Phoenix Sect and the Sacred Grounds, so their expressions were especially reserved. They didn't even dare to breathe heavily. Apart from these people, everyone else was from Divine Phoenix Sect. Yun Qi saw Feng Henkang, Feng Feiyan, Feng Ziming, and beside Feng Henkang still stood the Phoenix Jade glass-covered Feng Xue'er. Those who had the qualifications to come explore the primordial profound arc were naturally existences with extremely high standings and power in Divine Phoenix Sect. Of these 20-odd people, other than the auraless Feng Xue'er, every single person released a Tyrant Realm aura. Several tens of tyrant powerhouses floated in the air together. The oppressive feeling that arose as a result was incomparably frightful. Even the air had completely stopped circulating. Spiritual Master Gu Kang had arrived, so the Feng Henkang and company walked over and paid their respects. But to Yun Qi, they merely glanced at him for a moment. Xia Yuanba's gaze swept the area as he spoke next to Yun Qi's ear. Master has entered the primordial profound arc before. From what I've heard Master say, the maximum number of people that can enter the primordial profound arc is 36. Every time, beside the four great sacred grounds, those that enter are basically all core members of Divine Phoenix Sect. Including us, 35 people have already arrived. There should be one more person. It's Yi Xinghen, Yun Qi said directly. Yun Qi raised his head and looked at the incomparably enormous profound arc in front of his eyes. With his current eyesight, he was simply incapable of seeing the periphery to the top, bottom, left, or right of the profound arc. An indistinct, colorless, and formless aura field floated above the surface of the profound arc after Yun Qi's spiritual sense touched this aura field. It would thoroughly disconnect, making him unable to sense even the least bit of activity within the profound arc. And right in front of his line of sight, a door existed impressively on the surface of the profound arc. This door was 15 meters wide, and a profound light imprint flashed on the surface of the door, flickering on and off. The flickering of this profound energy seal seemed to indicate that it was about to disappear. Everyone's gazes were also focused on this flashing profound imprint. At this time, the sound of a whistling cyclone came through distantly from below. HMPH, arriving just now, how arrogant. Feng Ziming snorted coldly as an expression of disgust flashed on his face. A blast of air soared upwards, and a man's silhouette subsequently floated downwards. It was precisely Yi Xinghen. However, he didn't arrive alone. He was accompanied by the two seductive women beside him, one clinging to the left and the other clinging to the right of his bosom. Both women's attires were different from the day before. Dressed in fiery red up to the middle of their chest, with the bottom part barely covering her buttocks, and the slightest movement showing everything. Although everyone present were exceptional overlord-level experts, their expressions still became unnatural. Hey, it looks like everyone is here. This young master was quite lusty last night and unconsciously lost track of time. I hope everyone won't take offense. Yi Xinghen embraced the two women, stepped off the cyclone, and sauntered over. His gaze passed through everyone as he looked at the profound arc's door. Seems like this profound arc door is about to open. If it was any other person who dared to be this arrogant, rude, and condescending, Divine Phoenix Sect would have exploded long ago. But this person was Sun Moon Divine Hall's young Hall Master. Even if Divine Phoenix Sect hated him in their hearts, none of them would dare reprimand him. Feng Henkang nodded. Young Hall Master Yi is just in time. In just a few more breaths, the profound arc's door would. Oh! Before Feng Henkang finished speaking, the profound seal on the arc's door suddenly stopped flickering and then slowly disappeared. The profound arc's door, which had always been shut, slowly opened at this time with an extremely ear-piercing creaking noise. It opened, Xia Yuanba called out. Those who were visiting the primordial profound arc for the first time all held their breaths, and their eyes stared wide. The door to the primordial profound arc opened extremely slowly, and several dozen breaths worth of time passed before the door opened completely. An incomparably pitch-black vortex lay behind the door, revolving rapidly like an ocean whirlpool. That's the spatial whirlpool to enter the profound arc. After entering, you'll be sent to a fixed location within the profound arc only. The primordial profound arc is too large, and its interior is extremely tangled and complicated. After all of these years, we are still unable to determine where the location we are sent to actually is within the profound arc. Spiritual Master Gu Kang explained to Xia Yuanba and Yun Qi. Since it has opened, let's go in. Yi Xinghen laughed heartily. Disinclined to pay attention to everyone else, he drew himself closer to the two women and strode over to the entrance of the profound arc. Watching his attitude, the expressions of the people from Divine Phoenix sect changed immediately. Feng Xue'er frowned and said, "Young Hall Master Yi, halt." Yi Xinghen's footsteps paused. He leaned his head around and said with a slack expression, "Does Divine Phoenix Prince have something to command?" "I don't dare to command." Feng Xue'er clenched his teeth and said, "I just wanted to confirm, does young Hall Master plan on bringing these two women in as well?" "Of course." Yi Xinghen narrowed his eyes, "But they aren't two women. They're my concubines, Yueji and Meiji. Did you get that?" Yi Xinghen's last few words carried an obvious air of annoyance. Feng Xue'er violently furrowed his brow. Just as he was about to speak again, he heard Feng Feiyan snort lightly and say, "Young Hall Master, ye must know that only a total of 36 people can enter the primordial profound arc. The people that may enter have already been decided. This isn't some place you can enter just because you want to. Young Hall Master Yi is included within these 36 people. But these two young ladies that young Hall Master Yi have brought are not included within our Divine Phoenix Sect's invitations." The idea expressed in Feng Feiyan's words was incomparably clear. But how could a madman like Yi Xinghen be someone who followed the rules? His eyes slanted as he said with a squinting smile, "What if this young master must bring them in?" Once Yi Xinghen's rude and unreasonable words filled with menace came out, Feng Feiyan's complexion suddenly stood stiff, unsure of how to reply for quite a while. At this time, a soft and velvety laugh sounded. "Oh my, little Hanhin wants to bring these two women in, yet the other side doesn't want little Hanhin to bring these two women in. This problem couldn't be simpler. Kill both of these women, wouldn't that settle this issue completely? Ha 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 ha." This delicate laugh that was even more charming than that of a woman actually caused everyone to shiver unconsciously. Yi Xinghen's expression became fiercely overcast. "Jai Qianru, you dare!" "Ho!" Jai Qianru's finger stuck upwards, and the corner of his eyebrows bent. "Little Hanhin's meaning is that other people won't dare to do so." Yi Xinghen was incomparably haughty, and Jai Qianru was even more so someone that didn't even put emperors in his eyes. If these two people actually got into a conflict, Divine Phoenix Sect would still be the most hapless in the end. To say nothing of the fact that this was the most crucial moment of the profound arc's opening. Feng Henkang let out a heavy sigh, then said, "Our two esteemed sacred ground guests, the entrance to the profound arc has already opened. This is absolutely not the time to argue and waste time. Kairan Yanmu, you two stay outside." The Feng Kairan and Feng Yanmu Feng Henkang spoke of walked out of the Divine Phoenix Sect crowd. Although their expressions were dim and they had no other choice, regarding Yi Xinghen, they dared to be angry but didn't dare to voice it out. "Ha ha ha ha, Divine Phoenix Sect Master is truly broad-minded, fair, and reasonable. This junior cannot thank Sect Master enough. Yueji Meiji quickly thank Divine Phoenix Sect Master." "That's not necessary." Feng Henkang raised his hand, suppressing the disgust in his heart with great effort. "The arc door has already opened. Everyone should enter. It's only natural that Divine Phoenix Sect leader enters first." Yi Xinghen assumed an apologetic posture. Feng Henkang didn't say anything else, and entered the profound arc with Feng Xue'er. The instant their two bodies touched the spatial whirlpool, they disappeared into it completely. Yi Xinghen, Yueji, and Meiji followed closely behind them, and the rest of the people from Divine Phoenix Sect filed in afterwards. Jai Qianru walked past Yun Qi. Suddenly his footsteps stopped, and he extended his pure white fingers towards Yun Qi as he said silkily, "Little Chech, I owe you a favor." After he spoke, he smiled bewitchingly and stepped into the spatial whirlpool. "Owe you a favor?" Xia Yuanba looked at Yun Qi with wide eyes. "Brother-in-law, what does he mean? It's just a trivial matter, let's go in." Yun Qi and Xia Yuanba were the last two people to enter. The instant they touched the spatial whirlpool, an enormous attractive force greeted them head-on. Subsequently, their minds spun giddily from the frightening space-daring force. Just as Yun Qi was about to use his profound energy to resist the space-daring force, A field of light suddenly flashed in front of his eyes. This was the inside of the primordial profound arc, but not only was it not dark, it was actually particularly bright. Yun-Chi looked up and was speechless, because in front of his eyes was astonishingly an endless dark green grassland, as far as he could see. The end of the grassland merged with the dusky sky. "Wow, it's exactly the same as Master said." This was Xia Yuanba's first time here, and his face was full of shock. He exclaimed uncontrollably. Master had said that there were special spatial laws within the primordial profound arc, that it is a world unto itself. Looking at it from here, no one would think that this is actually the interior of a profound arc. A world unto itself? Yun-Chi's face revealed shock. At the same time, Jasmine's voice appeared in his mind. As expected, the spatial laws in the interior are totally different from the outside world. It seems like the actual amount of space in the interior is actually much larger than seen from the outside. Or it could be even larger than the entire profound sky continent by several times. Even tens of millions of times is possible. Yun-Chi. The entire grassland was incomparably flat. Its edges could not be seen. The only eye-catching feature was a 3-meter-wide profound formation, which was flashing with a red radiance not far away. Feng Henkang and many other divine phoenix sect elders surrounded the profound formation, seeming especially cautious. The spatial laws in this place really are strange. In the profound sky continent, if left untouched, this kind of spatial profound formation's profound strength would only be cut down by about half in 10,000 years. Yet this spatial profound formation, which was left by our royal father's generation, has already weakened by about 80% in just 300 years. Feng Henkang wrinkled his eyebrows as he spoke. However, the remaining strength is still sufficient to transport us to the area where the last exploration stopped. Feng Feiyan pulled his hand back from the profound formation's radiance and said collectedly, "The primordial profound arc was too humongous. A brief 24 hours was simply not enough to explore completely. Thus, after every exploration, Divine Phoenix Sect would leave behind a spatial profound formation. When the primordial profound arc opened again, they could directly use the profound formation to transport themselves to where they had left off. Strengthen the initial profound formation first, then we can begin," Feng Henkang said firmly. Yes, the 20-plus overlords of Divine Phoenix Sect all took action at the same time, channeling profound energy into the profound formation. Very quickly, the dim radiance of the profound formation intensified. After the profound formation was strengthened, Feng Henkang turned around and said, "Guests from the sacred grounds and 6 nations, do you wish to proceed forward to explore the primordial profound arc's interior together?" The previous generation's exploration had reached about 15,000 kilometers deep. Although there were no gains in the end, who is to say that there will not be a breakthrough this time for us to discover mystical primordial items? The deeper one gets, the more dangerous it is. 15,000 kilometers in, there will be tyrant profound beasts rampaging. It would be full of dangers, and the strength of a single person may not be able to overcome some obstacles. Teamwork will be required. Those who want to proceed together, please enter this profound formation. Those who wish to proceed freely, please feel free to do so, but... Feng Henkang's voice paused for a moment before he said faintly, "Those who are not even overlords can forget it. Entering this profound formation is the same as courting death." Amongst the 36 people present, there were only 5 with profound strengths below that of overlords. Yun-Chi was one, 2 were profound practitioners from the Black Fiend Nation, and the other 2 were Yue Jai and Mei Jai that Yi Xinghen had brought along. The primordial profound arc appeared only once every 300 years. Since they had already entered, of course they would choose to cooperate to explore even further. Spiritual Master Gu Kang turned over and asked, "Yuanba, do you want to come along with Master?" Xia Yuanba, however, shook his head. "No need, Master. The reason disciple followed Master up the profound arc this time was just for an eye-opener and not any ambitious reasons. Thus, I won't be following you. Brother-in-law and I will just go ahead to have fun." With Yun-Chi around, Gu Kang already knew that Xia Yuanba would give such an answer. He slowly nodded. "That's fine too. However, although the profound beasts in the surrounding area aren't a threat and the environment isn't too dangerous, this world is still extraordinary. No one can predict where dangers will be hiding, so you still have to be careful. Also, you have to remember what Master had repeatedly said before. Once the primordial profound arc's door opens, It marks the 24th hour before the profound arc disappears. When it nears the 24th hour, the entire space within the profound arc will start to tremble. When you feel the space trembling, you have to be in an area as spacious as possible. That way, at the 24th hour, you will be forcefully pushed out of the profound arc's world. However, if you are in a sealed area like a cave, canyon, house, tower, or any such areas, you will not be discharged from the profound arc and will disappear with the arc, which means you will die. Since the appearance of the primordial profound arc, there have been more than 10 from the previous generations who have met with such an ill fate, their souls extinguished entirely. Bear this in mind. I've got it, Master. Xianxia nodded, then asked, It's just that this disciple doesn't understand why will one not get discharged from the profound arc in a sealed location. Because in this area, every piece of land, every piece of stone is incomparably hard. Furthermore, they contain extremely frightening earth attribute laws. Spiritual Master Gu Kang extended his hand, sucking a stone about the size of a fist and placed it into Xianxia's hand. Yuanba, try to destroy it. Oh, based on Xianxia's current strength as a mid-stage overlord, not to even mention a piece of stone, he was able to easily pinch a piece of profound iron into powder. The weight of the stone in his hand felt no different from an ordinary stone. He lifted the stone and forcefully grasped it. Following that, his face exposed his shock, because the stone in his hand, not to even mention break into pieces, there was not even a trace of deformation. Xianxia placed the stone in his left hand. He opened his palm, then breathed in, made a fist with his right hand, and smashed down fiercely. Plop, half of Xianxia's face contorted, grimacing in pain. The stone in his hand had dropped, not damaged in the slightest. WH, what kind of stone is this? How is it so hard? Xianxia flicked his wrist and said with a face full of shock. Yuanqi stood beside Xianxia, listening to the conversation of the master-disciple pair. Looking at Xianxia's actions, he too revealed a face of shock. In many hypotheses, this primordial profound arc is very possibly a profound arc from the time of the primordial true gods, and is thus an item from the era of the true gods. So even if it is just a small little stone, it absolutely isn't simple. Anything from this place is more durable than you can imagine. Even if you used all your strength, you basically will not be able to destroy even the most ordinary piece of stone, let alone a stone wall or such. Spiritual Master Gu Kang said unhurriedly. Since objects in this area are able to deflect such huge amounts of force, it will naturally be able to deflect huge gusts of wind. If you are still in such a sealed area after 24 hours, then the gust of wind which will expel us out of the profound arc will be isolated from you too. There would be no way of getting out, and you will be buried here forever, together with the disappearance of the primordial profound arc. Oh, I understand. Xianxia glanced at the stone beneath his foot with lingering fear, then nodded seriously. Just to be safe, Yuanba, take this. Spiritual Master Gu Kang took out a jade pendant, then hung it around Xianxia's neck. Master, what is this? Xianxia asked curiously. This is a profound formation jade made based on the primordial profound arc spatial laws. In the profound arc, if met with fatal danger, or if in a sealed location after the 24 hours with no way of escape, just break the jade into pieces. The special spatial profound formation within will directly transport you to the Phoenix City, directly beneath the profound arc. Although the profound formation within the jade is small, it abides to the primordial profound arc spatial laws, so making them is incomparably difficult and requires the strength of several monarchs. Back in the day, the Saint Emperor's personal disciple got lost in an ancient hall here, could not escape, and thus disappeared along with the primordial profound arc. In his anger and sorrow, the Saint Emperor specially made these jade which specially countered the primordial profound arc spatial laws. In the entire profound sky continent, only our absolute monarch sanctuary possesses them. Oh, so it's like that. Xianxia nodded, then said without even thinking, Master, do you have another of this kind of jade? Give my brother-in-law one. This, Spiritual Master Gu Kang revealed a face full of distress. Just when he wanted to shake his head, he had a thought. If he did not give out another, Xianxia would probably give his to Yuanqi. He could only sigh inwardly and take off the one he was wearing. Forget it, take Master's. These two pieces of jade are rarer than you think. Apart from life-threatening danger, do not use it casually. Thank you, Master. Xianxia immediately passed the jade in his hand over to Yuanqi, then casually paid respects Spiritual Master Gu Kang. Brother-in-law, let's go. Even though there are profound beasts here, Master said that within a few hundred kilometers in the surroundings, the strongest are only sky-profound beasts. There won't be much danger. Seeing Yunqi and Xia Yuanba walk off eastward, spiritual Master Gu Kang gave a bitter laugh inwardly. In the entire profound sky continent, how many people dreamed to be his disciple, yet could not? But facing Xia Yuanba, most of the time, he had to try to please him, afraid that he would lose this disciple of his. After all, Xia Yuanba possessed the tyrannical emperor's divine veins from legends, which was fated to be a generation's overlord. What made him worry was, in the last 2 years, Xia Yuanba's personality could be said to be silent and mighty, fit to be called an emperor's disposition. But after meeting Yunqi, the previous disposition, which was getting even more tyrannical and domineering, was practically hidden without a trace. Also, the reason for coming to the primordial profound arc in Divine Phoenix was to experience danger. The riskier the conditions, the more he would want to experience. Then from the crises and dangers he faced, he would break through his limits, stage by stage. However, he now chose to roam in the completely safe surroundings. Spiritual Master Gu Kang had already started to feel that Yunqi's appearance would be detrimental to Xia Yuanba's pursuit of strength and the awakening of the tyrannical emperor's divine veins. Those from Divine Phoenix sect entered the profound formation one after another. Spiritual Master Gu Kang and Ling Kun stood to the side of the profound formation. Ling Kun took a glance and stopped midair, the said to Yi Xinghin, who had no intention of going over. "Young Master Yi, aren't you coming with us?" "HMPH? Forget it." Yi Xinghin smiled insincerely and said, "If I brought my Yue Jai and Mei Jai in, those old things would give this young master dirty looks. Instead of finding the so-called primordial divine items, this young master is more interested in having a good time aboard this primordial profound arc." Finishing his speech, Yi Xinghin had a good laugh and lifted the 2 women, leaving into the distance. "This one is here to admire the scenery. Things like fighting and killing would be better done by smelly men like you. This would not want it." Jai Qianru flipped his long hair, pursed his lips, and turned his body proudly, leaving independently as well. Regarding Yi Xinghin and Jai Qianru's solo departure, Feng Henkang had absolutely no intention of retaining them. On the contrary, he heaved a sigh of relief. Without those 2 thorns in their sides, it would be much more peaceful. "Xue'er, let's leave. After that, follow Royal Father closely. You must by all means not wander off." After Feng Henkang was done speaking, Feng Xue'er, however, did not move a step, but said suddenly, "Royal Father, Xue'er wishes to walk around by herself. Not with Royal Father, may I?" "You want to venture alone?" "No, definitely not." Feng Henkang unhesitantly shook his head. "The world within this profound arc is strange and unclear, and even Royal Father has to be extremely careful in this place. In case we encounter some sort of danger, you have to stay by Royal Father's side at every given moment. Otherwise, Royal Father definitely won't be able to feel at ease." "But Royal Father had said before that this place can be considered the absolute safest place in the entire primordial profound arc, while the place Royal Father is currently heading to is instead more dangerous. If Xue'er is only going to play around in the surroundings, isn't that much safer?" Feng Xue'er said with a soft voice. "This," Feng Henkang blanked but still shook his head afterwards. "Xue'er, ever since you were young, you have never left Divine Phoenix City, nor have you ever gone to a dangerous place alone. Hence, Royal Father isn't able to feel at ease at all if we leave you alone." "Amen." Xue'er knows. Xue'er has grown up in the protection of Royal Father and the various elders since childhood. But Xue'er has to grow up someday, and can't be under Royal Father's protection for everything she's going to do in her life. This year, Xue'er is already 16 years old, and she has long been at the age where she should be able to make her own decisions and train herself. Incidentally, isn't this place a very good start? Could it be that Royal Father wishes for Xue'er to grow up under protection forever, and not find her own world forever? Feng Xue'er's voice carried a deep, hopeful feeling within, and even a small hint of desire. Feng Henkang's heart stirred greatly. However, he was still unable to feel at ease having Feng Xue'er truly move on her own in this dangerous place. After all, for so many years, he had already gotten used to providing Feng Xue'er with the most extreme level of protection. Just as he was about to speak up, Feng Feiyan came forward and spoke by his ears. "Sect Master, what Xue'er has said isn't wrong either. She's already 16 years old this year. Though providing her protection with all our might isn't wrong, we can't protect her like this forever. Otherwise, she would never be able to act on her own accord, and instead waste her bloodline and strength. Furthermore, the ranking tournament yesterday had already exposed Xue'er's strength. There's no need to conceal it any longer. And with Xue'er's strength, within a radius of 10,000 kilometers, there's basically nothing that could possibly threaten her. If we were to speak of the rest who are venturing alone, even if Yi Xinghen and Jai Qianru were to combine their strengths, it wouldn't be possible for them to be Xue'er's match either. If Sect Master is still worried, Feng Feiyan cast an odd glance at Feng Hengkang. Then I will stay behind and protect Xue'er from the shadows, and at the same time, what Feng Feiyan had said was right. With Feng Xue'er's strength, it's impossible for her to be in danger within a radius of 10,000 kilometers. If she were to be protected by Feng Feiyan from the shadows as well, then it would be more than just foolproof. At the same time, having Feng Feiyan kill Yun Qi would be a foolproof plan as well. Feng Hengkang dropped his doubts and slowly nodded towards Feng Xue'er. All right then, what Xue'er said is right. You have already grown up, and it is indeed time for you to make your own decisions and train yourself. But you must remember what Royal Father has told you before. Be careful at all times. Wah, thank you, Royal Father. Then Xue'er will be going off on her own now. Royal Father, you must remember to be careful as well. Feng Xue'er responded with incomparable joy, then waved her hands at Feng Hengkang. Lightly ascending into the air, she flew towards the east, which was also the direction which Yun Qi and Xia Yuanba had left towards earlier. Ah, this child? Feng Hengkang smiled as he shook his head. Sect Master, be at ease. There's nothing here that can possibly threaten Xue'er. Furthermore, I'm protecting her from the shadows as well. So, Sect Master, please leave with a peace of mind. Feng Feiyan said with a chuckle. Not long after, Feng Feiyan ascended into the air as well, and leisurely flew towards the direction Feng Xue'er had gone. Master had said before that this place is a high-level world, but I don't understand what a high-level world means in the slightest. Though, in this place, transmission jades and all message-transmitting items are unusable. Even using one's profound energy to transmit his or her own voice is not possible either. The range one can sense with his or her profound energy will be small as well. Because Yun Qi had yet to possess the ability to fly, Xia Yuanba walked on foot with him. The two of them had leisurely walked for a few kilometers, yet what they could only see was still a patch of grassland, with no end in sight. After hearing what Xia Yuanba had said at the end, Yun Qi tried to release his perception, as expected. His perception was only capable of reaching a distance of no more than 60 meters, and he was unable to stretch any further than that. It really is very strange, Yun Qi said. 2 years ago, the Heaven Basin secret realm he entered was an independent small world as well. However, the feeling of this primordial profound arc world was greatly different from the Heaven Basin secret realm. As for which parts were different, he wasn't able to tell. The two of them spoke as they progressed forward, gradually increasing their speed. Though on this grassland area they did not encounter any profound beasts, nor did they see even the smallest stalk of an abnormal or precious herb. It was barren to the point where they were becoming muddle-headed. After more than 2 hours, they finally stepped out of the grassland area, and in front of them was shockingly a wasteland with no end in sight. After entering the wasteland, the wind became gentle and desolate. The surrounding air had also undergone a subtle change. This extremely small change had also caused Yun Qi's alertness to unconsciously rise. As expected, after walking but a few steps forward, a giant black shadow suddenly sprang out from behind a gigantic boulder, pouncing straight towards Yun Qi and Xia Yuanba. It was shockingly a giant scorpion. Its long scorpion tail glowed radiantly with the color of deadly poison. Yun Qi's wrist moved, and with a flash of his body, he instantly appeared right below the giant scorpion. With lightning speed, Dragon Fault was smashed out, striking ruthlessly at the giant scorpion's abdomen. Bang! The giant scorpion was smashed tumbling in the sky before it heavily landed onto the ground. At the very moment it landed, Xia Yuanba quickly charged, and with a growl he smashed his fist at the giant scorpion's body. An instant later, the giant scorpion's body was instantly blasted apart with an explosive sound, scattering into countless shattered pieces as they flew far away. Streams of black blood spilled out, and the places where they had poured onto had dyed the entire ground in complete black. Among them, 2 drops fell onto Xian Yuanba's arm. Yun Qi hurriedly stepped forward and used the sky poison pearl to purify the poison on Xia Yuanba's body. At the same time, he was secretly shocked. The body of this poisonous giant scorpion was incomparably tough. The heavy horizontal strike from his dragon fault was only able to send it flying, yet its body had not been wounded. Yet Xia Yuanba, without borrowing the strength of a weapon and just by casually swinging a fist, was able to smash it into smithereens. The strength that Xia Yuanba currently possessed had actually reached such terrifying heights. Profound beasts are starting to appear. Brother-in-law, you have to be more careful. Xia Yuanba kicked away the chunk of its corpse next to his feet, and then, as he waved about his arms again, he said, "But brother-in-law, there's no need to be too worried. There won't be any profound beasts that are too strong in this vicinity. With brother-in-law's strength and mine, there's nothing that can threaten us. If your sister were to find out about your current strength, she would definitely be in for a huge shock." Yuan-Chi looked at Xia Yuanba and said very seriously, "Big brother Yun." At this moment, a clear and spirited voice, as though it was heavenly music to the ears, could be heard behind them. Yuan-Chi paused his steps and hurriedly turned his head around. This voice was clearly Feng Xue'er's voice. The moment he turned around, he saw the figure of a teenage girl with peerless and illusory-like beauty in the sky. She slowly floated down from the sky, and the beauty of her posture was like a firefly demonstrating an elegant dance. Although she was still wearing the phoenix jade-glazed coronet, Yuan-Chi was still able to sense her joyful feelings. "Xue'er, why are you here? Where's your royal father and the rest of them?" Feng Xue'er landed next to Yuan-Chi and said happily, "Royal father and the rest have went to investigate the inner areas of the profound arc and allowed me to freely move on my own." "Why would your royal father allow you to be alone? In the past, he wouldn't even permit you to leave Divine Phoenix City," Yuan-Chi said in shock. "He. Feng Xue'er smiled sweetly. "I told father the words that big brother Yun had told me back then. I told royal father that I have already grown up, that I have reached the age where I should be independent and make my own decisions, so royal father agreed to it." "Is that so?" Yuan-Chi slightly nodded, even though he still had doubts that Feng Henkang would really feel at ease in allowing Feng Xue'er to freely move on her own in this world where unknown dangers could still exist. Feng Xue'er was currently standing right in front of him, so he had no choice but to believe it. Seeing Feng Xue'er, who was now beside him, Yuan-Chi's mood naturally lifted. Initially, he had thought that it would be a long time before he could face her at such a close proximity once again. He never expected that he would gain the opportunity to interact with her so soon. With a smile, he said, "Then, Xue'er, do you want to venture with us?" "Amen." Feng Xue'er nodded very strongly. If her phoenix jade-glazed crown was removed at this moment, it would be possible to see a pair of eyes which had already curved into bright new moons. She cheerfully said, "Then, big brother Yun, you have to protect Xue'er, all right. Oh, and bulky big brother, you have to protect Xue'er as well." Bulky big brother had been staring straight at the two of them. Only when Feng Xue'er spoke to him did he regain his senses and asked with widened eyes, "Brother-in-law, you two know each other?" "Amen," Yuan-Chi nodded. "Xue'er had once saved my life." When Yuan-Chi uttered these words, the eyes Xia Yuanba had been looking at Feng Xue'er with instantly underwent a severe change. She had once saved Yuan-Chi. Just by this point alone, forget about her being the Princess Snow of Divine Phoenix sect. Even if she was an extremely vile old demonic grandma, he would still respect her and be thankful to her all the same. With a pat to his chest, he said, "You have saved my brother-in-law's life, then that's the same as having saved my life. Don't worry, if anyone dares to bully you, no matter if it's a man or a profound beast, I definitely won't let any of them off. Hey, wait a minute." Xia Yuanba suddenly recalled the evaluation spiritual master Gu Kang had given Feng Xue'er yesterday. His voice came to a sudden halt, and then he began to stutter a little. "Little miss, oh no, Princess Snow is your profound strength, really, half-step from the sovereign profound." "That's right." Feng Xue'er nodded very casually, as though in her opinion it wasn't really a matter that's worth to be proud or mindful of. "When I'm 20 years old, my profound strength should be able to reach the actual sovereign profound realm. Am I really incredible?" "Incredible, incredible." Xia Yuanba strongly swallowed down a mouthful of saliva and nodded with a stiff expression. He stayed in Absolute Monarch Sanctuary for nearly 2 years, and had seen countless numbers of experts who he thought only existed in legends. His outlook of the world had long changed from what it was before. However, even in Absolute Monarch Sanctuary, there had never been an appearance of a monarch below the age of 20. Forget about Xia Yuanba, even spiritual master Gu Kang was stunned on sight when he found out about Feng Xue'er's strength. You're really only 16 years old. How exactly do you cultivate?" Xian Yuanba couldn't help but ask. "That's a secret, so I can't tell you that, all right?" Feng Xue'er cheerfully replied and then came to Yuan-Chi's side. Big brother Yun, where should we head to play? In the next 22 hours, I'm able to once again pass my time with big brother Yun. I'm so happy. Xue'er, where do you wish to go? Actually, anywhere is fine. Let me tell big brother Yun a secret. The reason why I left royal father and moved on my own was in order to find big brother Yun. But this place is really spacious, and my perception range has been terribly reduced as well. Earlier, I had even gotten lost, and here I thought I wouldn't be able to find you. Xia Yuanba, who was left hanging by the side, looked blankly at the two people who were standing affectionately together, and he silently stretched out his hand to scratch his head. Their relationship seemed to look really good. But strange, didn't Master say that Princess Snow of Divine Phoenix sect had never permitted anyone to make contact with her, at the same time, in another place? Divine Phoenix Great Elder, why are you here? Yi Xinghan turned around, and with narrowed eyes he looked towards Feng Xue'er who had come to look for him. Yue Jai and Mei Jai beside him had slowly scattered aside as well, revealing a dagger in each of their hands. Their expressions had turned icy cold as well. This world within the primordial profound arc was the best place for a murder to take place, because no one else in the vicinity would be able to see or sense if a person was killed here. After the primordial profound arc disappeared, all traces would completely disappear, allowing the murderer to return scot-free. Feng Xue'er was the great elder of Divine Phoenix sect, and even more so, a high-level overlord who was at the 8th level of the Tyrant Profound realm. Naturally, Yi Xinghan wasn't his match. There's no need to be worried. This Divine Phoenix Great Elder is the smartest person in entire Divine Phoenix sect. The reason he has come to find this young master can only be for a good matter and not a bad one. Yi Xinghan stretched his hand and took the initiative to walk towards Feng Xue'er. You didn't go to investigate with Feng Henkang and the rest. Could it be that you're assigned for something else? Ho! Feng Xue'er gave a meaningful smile. I'm of course here to bring young Hall Master good news. I'm preparing to send young Hall Master that huge gift. There's no longer a need to wait for tomorrow or the day after, as it can be done today, and it can also be done absolutely flawlessly. Oh! Yi Xinghan's face tilted upwards. Feng Xue'er, whom young Hall Master wishes to have, did not accompany Feng Henkang to investigate the deep areas. Instead, she's moving on her own, and the reason why I didn't follow them into the depths was to comply with Feng Henkang's intentions. Protect Feng Xue'er from the shadows, and at the same time kill Yunqi, that rat who overestimated himself. Feng Xue'er's words caused Yi Xinghan's eyes to release an odd light. Right after, he stretched out both of his arms, raised his head skywards, and began to laugh maniacally. Inside of the primordial profound arc, a vast wasteland. After proceeding onward for yet another 2 hours more, the world before them was still a stretch of wasteland. If one could only use one word to express Yunqi's feelings, it would be bored. In addition, there was not the least bit of excitement, nervousness, or mysterious feeling in exploring a different world. As far as the eye could see, it was all wasteland. There were barely any larger than usual rocks. 1 or 2 profound beasts would scuttle about, but they were all beaten to a pulp by one of Xia Yuanba's punches. He simply did not need to do anything. During his last adventure inside the Heaven Basin's secret realm, there was a sky filled with flying snow. There was danger. There were great encounters in comparison. This place was simply dull to the extreme. There was not much to see, no encounters, and no risks at all. Fortunately, the delightful Feng Xue'er was by his side. Jasmine, did you sense anything? Yunqi asked casually. This is an independent world's wasteland. Jasmine said indifferently. The first place you guys landed in was basically this world's only green area. All other places are wastelands, and the deeper you go, the more desolate it becomes. What does this mean? Yunqi asked. It means that this world is dying, Jasmine answered. Even though this world still has profound beasts, you should also realize that not only are the profound beasts here few in number, they all have hard outer armor. They're all profound beasts that are extremely resistant to extremely poor environments. After a few more millennia, these extremely durable profound beasts will also gradually go extinct. By that time, this world will completely become a dead world. Why would this world die? This is an independent world, not a natural world born from the large universe. Since it is a self-made independent world, its existence relies on the support of certain forces. Once the power that supports this world disappears, this world will also slowly and naturally become desolate and die. Yunqi. Big brother Yun, I heard yesterday that you're Blue Wind's prince consort. Your wife is also a princess. So Big Brother Yun's wife must be really pretty, right? Feng Xue'er tilted her head to look at Yun Qi as she asked with curiosity. Before Yun Qi could answer, Xia Yuanba had already moved closer and replied seriously. Senior sister Zuruo is indeed beautiful, but she's not as beautiful as my big sister. Oh, and my big sister is brother-in-law's big wife. Even though senior sister Zuruo is a princess, she's only a little wife. As the younger brother of Xia Qingyu, Xia Yuanba had a small instinctive hostility toward Yun Qi's latter wife, Kang Yue. But due to Kang Yue's noble identity as a princess and her sweet-tempered disposition, he couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis for his elder sister. So when Feng Xue'er mentioned Yun Qi's wife, and even directly mentioned Princess Kang Yue, he quickly stepped in and upheld his sister's first wife position. If not for the fact that he couldn't beat Xia Yuanba, Yun Qi really wanted to kick him flying. As expected, Feng Xue'er's cherry lips gaped open in amazement. Big brother Yun, you actually have 2 wives. Cough, cough, this. You also know that your big brother Yun has great charm. Some things cannot be opposed with one's will. Yun Qi explained incoherently, but he never expected for Feng Xue'er to nod and answer seriously. MN, right. Big brother Yun is so nice, so there must be many girls who like him. Big brother Yun having 2 wives at the age of 19 doesn't seem to be much. Royal father has more than 460 wives, way more than big brother Yun, you know. More than 460. Yun Qi sucked in a breath of cold air. As expected, being an emperor was so comfortable that it made one envy. Wait, more than 460 wives, yet only had 14 sons and 1 daughter. Doesn't seem too special. After thinking about the latter, Yun Qi's mind immediately calmed. He nodded and said earnestly, MN, I will learn from Xue'er's royal father and work hard in that aspect. Xue'er, I have a few questions to ask you. If you can answer them, answer them. If you don't feel comfortable answering them, you don't have to. MN, big brother Yun, go ahead. Feng Xue'er replied cheerfully. Yun Qi arranged his thoughts and asked, Xue'er, before you turned 16, was most of your time spent beside your sex, Phoenix God? The 2 words, Phoenix God, caused a slight pause to appear in Feng Xue'er's footsteps. After a moment of silence, she nodded lightly. Yes, Lord Phoenix God suddenly appeared on the day I was born and brought me to its side, all the way until I turned 8, which was when I first saw my royal father. Then most of my time was still spent by Lord Phoenix God's side, until the year I turned 13. Feng Xue'er's voice cracked, then didn't continue any further. Yun Qi was able to guess that the Lord Phoenix God had died in the year Feng Xue'er turned 13, which was 3 years ago. Of course, he wasn't going to, as Feng Xue'er, to confirm this fact, because even in Divine Phoenix sect, there was probably not many in the sect who knew that the Phoenix spirit was already dead. It was a humongous secret that could not be spread out. He pondered, then asked, Then had your Lord Phoenix God ever talked to you about another Phoenix God? Feng Xue'er lifted her head. Her beautiful eyes silently looked at Yun Qi for a while. Then, she lightly nodded. Lord Phoenix God is one of the 2 remnant spirits that the divine Phoenix beast left behind in the profound sky continent a long time ago. A guide to test those who are worthy of the Phoenix power and pass on its legacy. One of them is our divine Phoenix Empire's Lord Phoenix God. The other is in Blue Wind Nation. Lord Phoenix God told me this a long time ago. Feng Xue'er said slowly. She looked at Yun Qi. You asked me yesterday why I taught you the world ode of the Phoenix even though I knew you were the other Phoenix God's inheritor. In fact, I only half answered it yesterday. The other half of the reason was that it was Lord Phoenix God's wish. Phoenix God's wish? Yun Qi's brows twitched violently. Lord Phoenix God was originally a pure Phoenix spirit, but due to its staying in profound sky continent for a long time, its pure spirit was polluted by the mortal world's filth, making it give birth to feelings it shouldn't have, making it desire to be the only Phoenix spirit in the profound sky continent, and claim the entire profound sky continent as its own. As a result, it broke away from its bindings and left the trial grounds for Blue Wind Nation in order to find the other Phoenix spirit. After a fierce battle, it annihilated the other spirit, but it also suffered heavy injuries. Not only had its power weakened by several times, its lifespan of more than several 10,000 years had been reduced to a few thousand years. Even World Ode of the Phoenix had been damaged by the fierce battle, fragmented. What Feng Xue'er had said, and what Yun Qi had heard from the Phoenix spirit's own mouth back then in the trial grounds was exactly the same. Only the Phoenix spirit didn't actually die that year, and its world ode of the Phoenix had broken to the point where only the fifth and sixth stages remained. Then, as Lord Phoenix God's lifespan gradually approached its end, it saw through many things, so its filth slowly diluted. In regards to that year, it felt evil and regretted destroying the other Phoenix spirit. However, 3 years ago, when Lord Phoenix God was about to, Lord Phoenix God suddenly felt the existence of the other Phoenix spirit and another Phoenix bloodline inheritor. It told me that if I ever met the other Phoenix successor, I should be peaceful and teach him the world ode of the Phoenix. Because Lord Phoenix God had lost the fifth and sixth stages of the world ode of the Phoenix during the battle back then, and it had completely destroyed the other Phoenix spirit's world ode of the Phoenix. Even if the successor obtained the Phoenix bloodline, he would never be able to cultivate Phoenix profound arts. Xianxia listened in earnest, baffled. Even though Feng Xue'er was trying to cover it up as much as she could, most of her words all indicated that the Phoenix spirit had already died. What surprised him was that the Phoenix god, which the Phoenix spirit had warned him to be careful of, the one he was the most afraid of before coming to Divine Phoenix sect, had already regretted and confessed its crime and betrayal. The world was truly full of unpredictable happenings. I never expected that Big Brother Yun would actually be the other Lord Phoenix God's inheritor, and even obtained its original power and soul. Oh, right. Big Brother Yun, how does the other Lord Phoenix God look like? Is it still well? Feng Xue'er asked excitedly. Looks like, Xianxia pondered, then said somewhat helplessly. Actually, I never clearly saw what it looked like. Every time I saw it, I only saw two dazzling gold eyes. Right now it's somewhere in Blue Wind Nation. It had also told me about a few of the grievances between it and your Lord Phoenix God that year. Once I return back to Blue Wind, it seems that I have to talk to it about this. It ought to feel quite a bit relieved by it. Amen, Feng Xue'er nodded. Then her expression became misty. Actually, when Lord Phoenix God found out that the other Phoenix spirit had not died, it really was happy, like its greatest worry had been unknotted. So when I found out that Big Brother Yun was the other Phoenix spirit's successor, I was also very happy. Just as Xianxia was about to say something, an ear-piercing voice suddenly sounded from behind. Oh, isn't this my incomparably beautiful little sister Xue'er? Meeting you in such a vast, mysterious world is truly this young master's fortune. Xianxia, Feng Xue'er, and Xia Yuanba turned around at the same time. No less than 300 meters away from them was a black-attired Yi Xinghen who held onto his two seductive women. His face, full of smiles, did not cover up the slightest bit of his insolence and excessive lewdness as he casually walked their way. Yi Xinghen, Xianxia muttered as his brows instantly furrowed. Yi Xinghen's dangerous smile and expression immediately unsettled him greatly. He quietly uttered, Yuanba, careful. Oh, Xianxia's words made Xia Yuanba stiffen. He slightly nodded as every vein on his thick arms all bulged outwards. Xia Yuanba was a mid-stage overlord, and Feng Xue'er was a half-step monarch. Yi Xinghen's was also a mid-stage overlord. So if he wanted to fight, he was definitely not a match for both Xia Yuanba and Feng Xue'er. But it was exactly because of this that Xianxia was even more unsettled, because there was an expression of having something up his sleeve, which clearly indicated that his prey was in his hands in Yi Xinghen's eyes. Young Hall Master Yi, Feng Xue'er greeted. Oh, Yi Xinghen's long, thin eyes narrowed as he stared fixedly at Feng Xue'er's beautiful goddess-like figure, not seeing Xianxia or Xia Yuanba at all. Little sister Xue'er, you're being too formal. Calling me Young Hall Master Yi is too dull and distant. I want little sister Xue'er to call me Big Brother Yi. The frivolity in Yi Xinghen's voice was extremely heavy, and his eyes were even more so, filled with naked lust. During the ranking tournament yesterday, although he was arrogant, it was definitely not to such extent. Under his gaze, Feng Xue'er instantly felt uncomfortable throughout her entire body, as she replied, Due to Young Hall Master Yi's esteemed position, Xue'er does not dare to refer to you in such a casual manner. If Young Hall Master Yi does not have any other matters, then Xue'er will continue to sightsee. After saying that, just as Feng Xue'er was about to turn around and no longer pay Yi Xinghen another mind, Yi Xinghen, however, said smilingly, Little sister Xue'er, don't be in such a rush to leave. This young master has a very important matter to talk about. 3 years ago, this young master has heard of little sister Xue'er's reigning beauty, incomparable by anyone else in the world. Hence, I have always wished to personally witness little sister Xue'er's fairy-like appearance. Above the stage yesterday, under the watchful eyes of the masses, Even though this young master holds this strong wish, I could not bear to have little sister's fairy-like appearance be tainted by the eyes of a bunch of mortals. Then I wonder if little Xu'er is able to fulfill this young master's wish today? Please forgive Xu'er for refusing. Xu'er's looks are crude and difficult to enter young hall master's eyes. Feng Xue'er used a calm tone and rejected him with the exact same words as yesterday. This person in front of her, called Yi Xinghen, caused her to feel a very intense disgust for the first time in her life. However, Yi Xinghen was not angry in the slightest. Instead, he began to laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha, that's fine as well. Though today is different from yesterday, there are still two ridiculous and unpleasant brats. This young master isn't really in a hurry either. In any case, before long, little sister Xu'er will only belong to me, Yi Xinghen. When that time comes, in this world, little sister Xu'er's appearance can only be seen by me alone. Facing each other under the moonlight while enjoying your appearance all to myself. Now that's the real beauty in this world, ha 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 ha. Yunqi, you! Feng Xue'er turned sullen. You're the young hall master of Sun Moon Divine Hall, how can spout such nonsense? Nonsense? Heh! Yi Xinghen smiled immorally. This young master has never spoken any nonsense, especially when it's matters regarding little sister Xu'er. The reason this young master has come to Divine Phoenix Empire this time was not entirely because of the 7-nation ranking tournament, nor the primordial profound arc rather. It's because of you, my little sister Xu'er. After this trip in the profound arc, I will immediately ask your royal father, in other words, my future father-in-law, for your hand in marriage, and have him betroth you to me. At that moment, we will be husband and wife, and when that time comes, I will have you become someone who completely belongs to me. No other man should ever hope of making contact with your beauty. Feng Xue'er's voice became hurried, and under the phoenix jade-glazed coronet, her snow-like face had already turned pink from anger. You're spouting nonsense, like I will ever become your wife, and it's definitely impossible for my royal father to accept your proposal either. If you speak nonsense again, then I will really get angry. Even when my little sister Xu'er become angry, your voice is still so pleasant to the ears. Yi Xinghen laughed out sinisterly. His demeanor was full of self-arrogance, as though everything had already fallen into the palm of his hands. But when it comes to something that I, Yi Xinghen, wishes for, I have never failed to obtain it. When it's a matter that I, Yi Xinghen, has decided on, even if it's your royal father Feng Henkang, when the time comes, he would have no choice but to accept it either. Shut your mouth! A rumbling thunder-like voice suddenly descended from the sky, and following after, a human figure flashed, appearing right in the front of Feng Xue'er with lightning speed, as he furiously stared at Yi Xinghen. Young Hall Master Yi, our divine Phoenix Empire has always respected the sacred grounds, and even more so respect you, a guest who had traveled far to come here. I never expected that you would actually spout such arrogant remarks, and even dare to offend Xu'er and my sect master with your words. What are your motives? Great Elder. Seeing the figure who had suddenly appeared, Feng Xue'er cried out softly. How are you here? Aren't you supposed to be royal father and the rest? Feng Feiyan turned his head around and lightly smiled. Sect master was worried about you being alone, so he had me protect you from the shadows. But I never expected that, HMPH, that there would actually be someone who dares to offend you when we're not around. Xu'er, don't worry. Even if he's the young hall master of Sun Moon Divine Hall, since he dared to offend you, I will definitely not let him off either. Thank you, Great Elder, Feng Xue'er gently said. With the Great Elder here, her anxious and angry emotions had softened a great deal as well. Brother-in-law, what is this situation, Wu? It seems like we don't have any part in this, right? Xia Yuanba softly said. Yunqi didn't reply, his gaze turning even more solemn, however, at this moment. His gaze was not falling on Yi Xinghen, but rather on Feng Feiyan. Because from his figure he suddenly sensed that something was wrong. He was unable to say what was wrong concretely, and it was just his gut feeling. Oh, isn't this the Divine Phoenix Great Elder? You did not head over to investigate that so-called primordial treasure, but instead ran all the way here. Now that sure is unexpected, Yi Xinghen said with a chuckle. This young master has completely no intention to offend your Divine Phoenix sect. I merely wish to marry my little sister Xu'er. Give up, Feng Feiyan said with a solemn face. Not only is Xu'er the princess of Divine Phoenix sect, she's even the person personally chosen by our sect's Phoenix god. She's the direct successor of the Phoenix god. In this world, there's no one who is worthy of her. And sect master will definitely not agree to it either. He will not agree to it, ha 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 ha. Yi Xinghan burst out in a disdainful, maniacal laughter. And how are you people going to go about refusing it? Do you really think the Divine Phoenix sect now is still the same Divine Phoenix sect of the past? Feng Feiyan's expression slightly changed. Yi Xinghan, what do you mean by that? What do I mean? Great Elder, you should be more clear of the situation that this young master. Yi Xinghan coldly smiled. The growth speed of your Divine Phoenix sect is indeed astonishing. In just a short 5,000 years, you people have already begun to gradually approach the level of our sacred grounds. And with the existence of your Phoenix God, the 4 great sacred grounds didn't dare to apply pressure and simply allowed you to grow. After all, in this profound sky continent, your Phoenix God is the one and only divine spirit which had truly touched the divine profound realm. Under the Phoenix God's protection, if given another 5,000 years, there might be a possibility that you people can really surpass the level of our sacred grounds. But, unfortunately, your strongest protector has already disappeared. Do you people really think that we do not know that the Phoenix God had long been dead since 3 years ago? Without the existence of the Phoenix God, what qualifications do you people have to challenge our sacred grounds? Ah! Yi Xinghan's words caused Feng Xue'er to exclaim out, while Feng Feiyan's expression had even more so changed drastically as he said with a sharp tone. What a bunch of nonsense! Lord Phoenix God of our Divine Phoenix sect is a divine spirit of the Phoenix, which possesses an endless lifespan and can never ever die. You actually spout such offensive remarks. Ha 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 ha, Phoenix Great Elder, in regards to the life and death of the Phoenix God, you're more clear of it in your heart than this young master. With such a huge sect, you people actually play out such deceitful acts. Don't you find it laughable and shameless? Heh, do you actually think that without the existence of the Phoenix God, the 4 great sacred grounds will allow your Divine Phoenix sect to continue growing any further? You! Feng Feiyan's expression turned extremely ugly. This young master has currently set his sights on little sister Xue'er, and that's a huge gift that I'm bestowing to your Divine Phoenix sect. Yi Xinghan stretched out his palms, pushing them up to the sky. That arrogant posture of his was as though he was a peerless emperor who was in control of the world. Sun Moon Divine Hall will one day come into my hands. With the marriage intertwining my Sun Moon Divine Hall and Divine Phoenix sect, if the other 3 sacred grounds wish to suppress the Divine Phoenix sect, then they will have to still give face to my Sun Moon Divine Hall. If the marriage cannot be established, Yi Xinghan's palms slowly lowered as his face revealed an extremely insidious light smile. Then the other methods this young master has in his disposal might not be as gentle. As for your Divine Phoenix sect, let alone suppression, in regards to whether it still exists 1,000 years later is still an uncertainty. Phoenix Great Elder, you must have heard of the Eternal Night royal family of 1,000 years ago. Heh heh. Such a huge Eternal Night royal family was exterminated just like that. In a mere 1,000 years, every trace of it had disappeared, and even its name had completely been forgotten. This is so unfortunate and pitiful. In Yi Xinghan's speech, seemingly every single one of his words was piercing right into Feng Feiyan's Achilles' heel, causing his body to tremble. Feng Xue'er's expression was becoming paler as well. Although she had never inquired about the sex matters, and knew very little regarding the structure of the profound world, she knew that the death of the Phoenix God was a heavenly secret which definitely could not be leaked out of Divine Phoenix sect. In the entire sect, only but a few people knew about it as well. Why did this Yi Xinghan know about it? This is really a bunch of nonsense. Feng Feiyan clenched his fists, and phoenix flames exploded above them, while extremely intense profound aura stirred around his entire body. Yi Xinghan, just by those words you spoke earlier, forget about the fact that you're the young hall master of Sun Moon Divine Hall. If you're the heavenly king himself, I will still kill you. Oh, did your humiliation turn into anger and you now wish to kill me? Ha 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 ha. Yi Xinghan laughed maniacally with his head raised. Then come. Allow me to witness just what the so-called Phoenix Great Elder is capable of. You're courting death! Feng Feiyan loudly roared, and the flames in his hands once again surged as the profound energy from his entire body stirred crazily. Evidently, he had already completely brought out his entire profound energy out of anger. The strength of an aura brought about a high-stage overlord completely stopped Yun Qi from breathing. However, the uneasiness in his heart had grown to its limit at this moment as well. Looking at Feng Feiyan's actions, his pupils suddenly shrank as he roared out explosively. Yuanba, watch out! Ah! Xia Yuanba blanked. However, seemingly at that moment when Yun Qi's words fell, Feng Feiyan, whose entire body was suffused with energy, fiercely turned around and suddenly blasted his fists out. But what Yun Qi had completely never expected was, the person he attacked was not Xia Yuanba, it was instead Feng Xue'er. At that moment, Yun Qi's pupils had instantly shrunk to the size of a needle. He had long sensed an anomaly, yet never would he have guessed that the person Feng Feiyan would suddenly attack was not himself nor Xia Yuanba, but actually Feng Xue'er. When a high-stage overlord suddenly attacked with his full strength, forget about Yun Qi, even if it was Xia Yuanba, it would be impossible for him to react to it. Even if he was able to react, it would be impossible for him to block it either. And that went even more so for Feng Xue'er, who was behind Feng Feiyan. She would have definitely never expected that Feng Feiyan, Feng Henkang's most trusted person whom had always cared about her, would actually attack her. Furthermore, her distance from Feng Feiyan was merely less than 5 steps away. Her pupils merely quivered for a moment. Before she had time to react, she had already been struck ruthlessly in the chest by Feng Feiyan's palm in an instant. A blood-red-colored jade, which Feng Feiyan had been quietly grasping in his hands, completely shattered. With his energy, he released a crimson-red profound formation, which firmly printed onto Feng Xue'er's body. Like a willow catkin being carried away by the light breeze, Feng Xue'er's body flew up, and the phoenix coronet on her head slipped off far away. Xue'er, the sound of the profound energy blast did not resound through his ears like it should have. Just as Yun Qi's face paled from shock, he charged out with lightning speed and firmly caught onto Feng Xue'er. Then, stomping his feet with Star God's broken shadow, he instantly flashed 60 meters away and at the same time roared out loudly, "Yuanba, block him!" At this moment, Xia Yuanba reacted as well. Glaring with his eyes, he threw a fist towards Feng Feiyan, and with an explosive bang, the two of them separated a good distance away. Xia Yuanba turned around in midair, landing in front of Yun Qi and Feng Xue'er with his two fists faintly trembling. On the other end, Feng Feiyan slowly floated over to Yi Xinghan's side, his face carrying a light smile with a hint of treachery and willfulness within. "Xue'er, Xue'er, are you all right?" "Xue'er," Yun Qi carried Feng Xue'er's soft body, as he shouted out anxiously. However, he immediately realized that there wasn't a single trace of harm on Feng Xue'er's body, but the presence of energy in her body had completely disappeared instead. He couldn't sense the existence of even a single hint of profound energy. Phoenix sealing imprisonment formation. Without the concealment from the phoenix coronet, Yun Qi once again saw Feng Xue'er's flawless appearance. Her face was completely pale, and her pair of beautiful eyes were quivering intensely. They were completely filled with fear, mist, and utter disbelief. In Yun Qi's embrace, she gently turned her head and looked towards Feng Feiyan, who was standing together with Yi Xinghan. Leaking out an uncertain voice, as though she was talking in her sleep, she asked, "Great Elder, why must you do this?" Feng Xue'er was indeed uninjured, but she was unable to use any bit of her profound strength. She was so weak that she couldn't even stand. It was as though all her strength had been sealed. Yun Qi was slightly relieved. He turned his head around ferociously, angrily staring at Feng Feiyan. "Feng Feiyan, have you gone crazy?" Hey, Xue'er, I'm only doing this for your own good." Feng Feiyan laughed with a harmless-looking expression. "Young Hall Master Yi will be the future master of a sacred ground. If you are to marry him, it would be the world's most perfect pairing. However, I know that your royal father will definitely not agree in this. Therefore, I have no choice but to use a little trick. After you completely become Young Hall Master Yi's woman in this primordial arc and the both of you have enjoyed the body of the divine phoenix, even if your royal father doesn't agree, he wouldn't have any choice." Yun Qi fiercely gritted his teeth, as both his fists clenched in secret. No one would have expected that the great elder of divine phoenix sect, a core member of the sect whose position and reputation among his generation was only second to Feng Henkang, the person Feng Henkang and Feng Xue'er trusted the most, would actually harbor such malicious intentions. Yi Xinghan wanted to possess Feng Xue'er, which meant that Yun Qi and Xia Yuanba would most likely be killed to keep the secret. Feng Xue'er's expression was sorrowful. Her eyes were clouded as though she was in a dream. "The matter about Lord Phoenix God having already passed on, only me, royal father, grandfather, great-grandfather, and you knew. It was you. That's right. I was the one that told Young Hall Master Yi," Feng Feiyan directly admitted. "However, it's not just Sun, Moon, Divine Hall. The other 3 sacred grounds have probably already received this news as well. After the Phoenix God passed on, your useless royal father only knew how to try to indefinitely hide this matter. He never thought of finding a solution for divine phoenix sect now that we no longer have the protection of the phoenix god. Paper can never ever wrap fire. Only with the assistance of the future Hall Master of Sun Moon Divine Hall can we ensure the prosperity of our divine phoenix sect. This is the best way for divine phoenix sect to proceed. Xianxia laughed coldly. A solution for divine phoenix sect? You're obviously finding an escape for yourself. You even chose to betray the entire divine phoenix sect. Simply too despicable. Even after being scolded by Xianxia, Feng Xue'er was not angry, but instead laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, every man for his own and the devil takes the hindmost. Without the phoenix god, divine phoenix sect's powers will deteriorate quickly, and might even become a subject of the four sacred divine grounds, never able to return to its former glory. As long as I am loyal towards young Hall Master Yi, I believe that when he feels my loyalty, he would definitely treat me kindly. That is natural. I personally am fond of smart men like Great Elder. When Yi Xinghen was speaking, his eyes were firmly on Feng Xue'er's fairy-like appearance. He has had numerous women, but only until today did he realize that a woman could be beautiful to such an extent. He even felt that all the numerous women he had conquered up till today could not compare to a bit of her fairy-like appearance, even if their beauty were all added together. He stretched his hands out, his fingers gripped continuously as he could not longer wait. He wanted to immediately conquer this girl who should not even belong to the human world. Feng Xue'er's chest rose intensely. She rarely interacted with the outside world and grew up under the most extreme form of protection and never knew of the world's dangers at all. She closed her eyes as she uttered sadly, "Why is it like this? This isn't real. Big brother Yun, this isn't real. That brat, you seem to be called Xianxia." Yi Xinghen stared at Xianxia, who was currently carrying Feng Xue'er with a massive killing intent. "Immediately let go of this young master's Xue'er and scram. Perhaps I can still consider leaving you with a full corpse. Garbage such as you are not fit to touch my Xue'er's jade body." Xianxia carried Feng Xue'er and stood up. His gaze similarly emitted an icy cold, killing intent. This matter was originally of no concern for Xianxia and Xia Yuanba, but now that he was present, he would definitely not be able to escape this situation. When Yi Xinghen and Feng Xue'er conversed, they didn't hide anything from him and Xia Yuanba. Clearly, they had already been treated as dead. "Big brother Yun," Feng Xue'er, who was in his arms, softly said, "I have been sealed by the Phoenix Sealing Imprisonment Formation. This is a forbidden formation used to seal off the profound strength of disciples who have committed heinous acts. Though I have the protection of the Phoenix God's powers, for the next 24 hours, I won't be able to exert any strength. I don't want, by that evil man, so Big Brother Yun, please, can you kill me?" Xianxia felt his heart tighten as he saw Feng Xue'er's beautiful eyes turn dull. Losing all its former glory, all that was left was now despair and sadness. He breathed out heavily and hugged Feng Xue'er even more tightly, gently saying, "Xue'er, don't be scared. Unless I'm dead, I won't let anyone harm you." Some vibrance returned to Feng Xue'er's eyes. She looked tenderly at Xianxia's eyes, meekly saying, "Big brother Yun, die." Seeing that Xianxia wasn't letting go of Feng Xue'er, but instead hugging her more tightly, Yi Xinghen was instantly enraged. He had not even managed to touch a piece of clothing on Feng Xue'er, the one who gave him the greatest hunger of his life, yet this garbage was hugging her in front of him. He swung his hand, and soon a cold, glinting jade fan appeared in his right hand. This jade fan was an item that was always kept with Yi Xinghen. It was not just a simple fan. When the fan appeared in the hands of Yi Xinghen, even Feng Xue'er, who was beside him, shuddered. The name of the fan was Sun Moon Calamity, created with heavenly Brahma jade, which had undergone more than 10,000 years of shine under the sun and moon. It was one of only 10 Tyrant Profound artifacts within the entire Profound Sky continent. Simply relying on the Sun Moon Calamity, Yi Xinghen's powers would be raised by at least 3 levels. He would even be able to fight against Feng Xue'er, who was in the 8th level of the Tyrant Profound realm. Sun Moon Calamity shone slightly following the wrist movements of Yi Xinghen, which produced a crescent profound beam that shot straight towards Xianxia's throat. Wherever the profound beam went, space was violently cut apart, accompanied by a ear-piercing tearing sound. Xia Yuanba's huge body instantly moved, blocking Xianxia's front. His rock-like fist punched out angrily. With a loud explosion, the frightening crescent profound beam exploded midair. A 1-inch long bloody wound appeared on the back of Xia Yuanba's hand. Xia Yuanba's face turned somber as he gritted his teeth and uttered, "Brother-in-law, quickly leave, leave. Yuanba, leave." Xia Yuanba howled so loudly that it even caused Yun Qi's entire body to shudder as he clutched his hands tightly. Xia Yuanba was already clear about the situation at hand, and Yun Qi, too, knew it clearly. Looking at Xia Yuanba's back and the determination coming off from him, he no longer acted hypocritical anymore. He gritted his teeth and turned around with difficulty. "Yuanba, don't die. Remember the transportation jade on you. Definitely don't die." With Yun Qi's current strength, it was simply insufficient in front of Feng Feiyin and Yi Xinghen. There would be no use even if he stayed. The result would still be death. However, leaving Xia Yuanba behind and escaping with Feng Xue'er meant that there would be a slim glimmer of hope for him and Feng Xue'er, but that also meant Xia Yuanba would be left in mortal danger. As Yun Qi finished speaking, he bit his tongue and turned from Xia Yuanba to the road in front and sprinted towards the east together with Feng Xue'er. He didn't turn back, but streaks of blood overflowed between his fingers. "Want to run?" Feng Feiyin laughed coldly, and just as his was about to give chase, he was stopped by Yi Xinghen, who said beamingly, "Isn't it better that they left?" Feng Feiyin was stunned. "Young Hall Master means, do you think that that garbage Yun Qi would be able to escape from me?" Yi Xinghen laughed in disdain. "Now that he has escaped with my Xuer, we can peacefully send this disciple of Gu Kang to his death. He is still a mid-stage overlord. Killing him would still cause quite a stir. Now that my Xuer's profound strength has been sealed, she does not have any way of protecting herself. If she were to come to harm in an accident during our battle, even if it were a hair of hers, I would still feel heartbroken." Feng Feiyin nodded slowly. "No wonder. Young Hall Master has thought it through completely. However, this Xia Yuanba is Gu Kang's disciple. Won't there be any problems? This primordial profound arc is the perfect killing ground. No matter who dies here, there wouldn't be any troubles. The only people who knows about this is only you, me, Xuer, and Yun Qi, who's about to die. My perfect Xuer will also soon become my woman. And if she's my woman, she will be implanted with a profound seal that will never disappear. All her actions, speech, would be in my control, and she will never be able to say this to anyone. Great Elder, are there any more worries?" "Of course not." Feng Feiyin laughed ominously. "Then I would trouble young Hall Master to team up with me. For me to defeat him is but simple, but killing him would be challenging. If he were to accidentally escape, it would be troublesome." Hearing the conversation between Feng Feiyin and Yi Xinghen, Xia Yuanba didn't speak nor move. All the muscles in his body bulged as all the profound energy inside and on the surface of his body surged. Hearing that they didn't intend to split up and chase Yun Qi, but instead chose to team up and ensure his death made him secretly happy. This way, he could at least drag it out, giving Yun Qi slightly more time and chances to escape. Crock, rock, rock, crack. The joints in Xia Yuanba's body produced a cracking sound. His blood vessels became obvious, nearly bursting. His eyes were calm and composed as he stared at Yi Xinghen and Feng Feiyin, who already treated him as dead brother-in-law. "I finally have the chance and ability to protect you. This time I'm betting my life. No matter what, I won't let you come to harm. Let's send him on his way." Yi Xinghen swung his jade fan, and numerous crescent profound beams shot straight towards Xia Yuanba's vitals. "Die!" Feng Feiyin wildly shouted. Flames leapt up from his body, and soon the sky was instantly shrouded in fire as well. He struck down from above, instantly engulfing Xia Yuanba's figure. Yun Qi sprinted onwards with all his strength while carrying Feng Xue'er. The strength in his entire body was concentrated onto speed as the wind whistled past his ears. Occasionally, profound beasts would spring out, but before they could even harbor the intent to attack him, he had already zipped past them. Behind him, Yi Xinghen and Feng Feiyin did not come chasing after them. Yun Qi heaved a small sigh of relief, but right after, his heart once again clenched. The fact that they didn't come chasing after them clearly meant that they first wanted to work together in defeating Xia Yuanba, to put him to death. When he thought of this, Yun Qi's speed instantly slowed down. However, immediately after, he gnashed his teeth and once again increased his speed, while restraining himself from turning around with all his might. Even if he were to return, he basically was unable to help Xia Yuanba in any way. He could only hope that in the time of crisis, Xia Yuanba would be able to use the teleportation jade that spiritual master Gu Kang had handed him in time. Otherwise, with Yi Xinghen and Feng Feiyin working together, he would undoubtedly die. Boom! The great earth shook, flames spread, and shockwaves came rushing over from several kilometers away, causing the madly sprinting Yun Qi to stagger. The destructive power caused by a battle between overlord-class practitioners was extremely terrifying. Even Yun Qi, whose name now shook the entire world, definitely did not have the qualifications to be a part of it. Even though his speed had already reached its limit, Yun Qi still thought that it was not fast enough as he desperately circulated all of the energy in his body. He was very aware that although the distance he had fled seemed far to an overlord, catching up to him would essentially be a simple feat. Right now, he was absolutely regretting that he didn't put down his reluctance to comprehend extreme mirage lightning last night. With his comprehensive ability, even with merely a single night, it would be enough for him to have small gains, which might even bestow him with an extremely huge support in a time like this. Jasmine, just when will your strength recover? Yun Qi roared out in his consciousness. Back then in the Heaven Basin's secret realm, after Jasmine aided him in killing Mu Tianbei, in order to prevent him from being dependent on her strength, and in order for her to drive out the poison in her body with a peace of mind as well, she forcefully sealed her own strength. Back then, she said that this self-seal would last for at least a year. However, it had already been more 2 years since then. Since it's a self-seal, then naturally, even I am unable to control it. Hence, even I myself do not know when the seal will automatically release. Jasmine lightly said. Back then, the minimum time limit I set for this seal was a year, while the maximum is 5 years. Now that 2 years have already passed, it might be released in the next second, or even 3 years later. Yun Qi had the sudden urge to pull Jasmine out and give her a fierce spanking. Are you worried about Xia Yuanba? Jasmine said with incomparable calm. Even if you're worried, there's nothing you can do. Right now, you basically do not have the qualifications to participate in an overlord-level battle. In regards to Xia Yuanba, I don't know if he will die, but between Yi Xinghen and Feng Xue'er, one of them will definitely die. Yun Qi blanked. One of the two will die. Why, in terms of profound strength, Xia Yuanba would basically be on par with Yi Xinghen. However, Yi Xinghen possessed a tyrant profound weapon, which was enough to completely suppress Xia Yuanba, while Feng Xue'er was even stronger than Xia Yuanba by a small part of a realm. When facing either only one of them, Xia Yuanba held no possibility of victory, let alone when the two of them were working together. How could one of them die? Because his profound veins are the tyrannical emperor's divine veins which have already awakened at the preliminary stage. Jasmine's voice was filled with an odd sense of pity. Your evil god's divine veins come from the evil god's indestructible blood, while the tyrannical emperor's divine veins have similarly originated from blood left in this world by a true primordial god. That god was the war god who was born for wars. Though the war god's overall strength isn't comparable to the evil god's, a war god in explosive rage is comparable to a berserk evil god. If mere mortals were to dare stir up a god's anger, the consequences would only be death. Yun Qi. Speed in the very end was not Yun Qi's specialty. After all, his profound strength was merely at the Earth-profound realm. The reason why he was able to face Emperor-profound foes with his current profound strength was because of possessed the evil god's profound veins, which brought about an expansion to his profound energy and its berserk elements. The strong physique bestowed by the dragon god's blood and dragon god's marrow. The perverse physical strength and defense bestowed by the great way of the Buddha, however, other than the expansion of profound energy bestowed by the evil god's profound veins, the rest were unable to bestow any increment to his speed. Still, the main reason why he was able to reach his current speed was because he had usually carried an extremely heavy sword, and whenever he kept his heavy sword, his body would feel as light as a feather. However, his speed at its utmost limit would merely be comparable to the speed of a half-step Emperor profound practitioner. The sounds of profound energy explosions behind him grew further and further away. However, he did not rest or stop for even the slightest moment. Beads of sweat fell off from Yun Qi's forehead, lightly hitting onto Feng Xue'er's snow-white, jade-colored neck. Feng Xue'er opened her eyes and stared at Yun Qi, whose body was completely drenched in sweat, tightly gnashing his teeth, as she lightly called out, Big Brother Yun, Big Brother Yun. Xue'er, don't be afraid. We have already fled very far away. Yun Qi looked towards the unknown distance and consoled her while gritting his teeth with all his might. However, in his heart, he was incomparably aware that with his current speed, even if he were to wildly sprint for several hours more, it would basically be impossible to escape from danger. Big Brother Yun, put me down all right, Feng Xue'er lightly said. Their target is me. By putting me down, Big Brother Yun can go to much a further place. "You're not allowed to say such words," Xianxia said. "In this world, there are merely a few people who are worth protecting with my life, and among these people, Xue'er is definitely one of them. It's not merely because Xue'er has saved my life once before. The bigger reason is, let alone me, even the heavens themselves cannot not bear to see Xue'er suffer any harm." "But you're not allowed to say the same words again," Xianxia growled. "Otherwise, I will get angry." "Big brother Yun." Feng Xue'er clinged onto Xianxia's chest as her entire body was tightly hugged. She was currently in a dangerous situation she had never been in her entire life. Her body was weak and powerless, unable to even circulate the tiniest bit of profound energy needed to summon the snow phoenix beast. However, what filled her heart the most was instead an indescribable calm. This calm feeling was quietly dispersing all her fear and powerlessness. She stared with her beautiful star-like eyes and looked unblinkingly at Xianxia's face, which was a sweat-filled crimson red. As she looked, she gradually turned silly, and she unconsciously muttered out with a soft voice, "Big brother Yun, to be able to meet you, Xue'er, is really blissful. I'm so happy." The voice, which was gentle as fluttering snow, had seemingly melted the tension in Xianxia's heart in an instant. In his mind, images which could not be forgotten in his entire life could not help but surface. That dreamlike view before he fell off the absolute phoenix cliff, Feng Xue'er, who was dancing in the snow, Feng Xue'er, who was playing happily with the snow phoenix, Feng Xue'er, who was quietly drooling, the serious Feng Xue'er when she was teaching him the world ode of the phoenix. Feng Xue'er, who was listening to his stories, Feng Xue'er, who was looking at him with worshipping eyes, Feng Xue'er, who could not bear to see him go, and Feng Xue'er, who questioned her own royal father during the seven-nation ranking tournament for his sake if he were to talk about bliss. Then, for him to receive the opportunity to meet Feng Xue'er and spend so many days with her where they had gotten closer every single day, that was true bliss. Even though he was involved in extreme danger because of Feng Xue'er today, and was in such a dangerous situation that he might lose his life, he definitely did not regret his meeting with Feng Xue'er. If he was given the choice to choose once more, even without Feng Xue'er, he would still choose to fall off absolute phoenix cliff on his own accord. "Watch your back." Xianxia had concentrated all of his profound energy on his speed, and currently he was a little out of sorts as well. With Jasmine's low and cold warning voice, he then suddenly realized that two ice-piercing murderous auras were currently approaching him from the rear. Xianxia hurriedly turned his head around and suddenly saw two explicitly dressed women with bewitching figures, currently flying slightly above ground, chasing after him with extreme speed, closing the distance between them. With just a single glance, Xianxia was able to recognize that they were the two women who were by Yi Xinghan's side, Yue Jai and Mei Jai. At the moment he turned his head around, the two of them had already closed the distance to about 300 meters. "What are the levels of strength of these two people?" Xianxia hurriedly asked. "They are both level 8 thrones," Jasmine said with a heavy voice. "You can barely fight off with just one, but if it's two of them, you have to pay a certain price, and furthermore, you're carrying a burden as well." Even if Xianxia's speed was raised to its limit, it would definitely still be unable to compare to two late-stage thrones. After a short moment of contemplation, Xianxia made a quick decision and quickly stopped in his tracks. Turning around, his brows tightened as he stood in place, coldly looking at the two approaching women. Hiss. In 2 short seconds, Yue Jai and Mei Jai had already charged over. Their speed had caused the surrounding air to screech, as though it had been coarsely sliced by a bayonet. The two of them descended from the sky and stood at Xianxia's left and right sides. When they stopped, their gigantic and silky breasts, which a large half of them were seemingly exposed, intensely shook up and down, bringing about an enchanting wave which could cause a person's blood to surge. If there were merely these two enemies, Xianxia might have calmed his breath and enjoyed the view smilingly for a moment. However, right now, with a crisis behind him, there was only killing intent in his eyes. He had to get rid of these two obstacles who were obstructing him and Feng Xue'er from escaping with the quickest speed possible. "Big brother Yun," the ice-cold killing intent emitted by the two women caused Feng Xue'er, who completely did not possess the strength to protect herself, to shudder. "Xue'er, don't be afraid. They're only here to seek their deaths." Xianxia consoled her with a low voice, and then carried Feng Xue'er in his embrace with a single hand while grabbing onto Dragon Fault with his right hand. At that moment, the image of the dragon god's trial grounds flashed past his mind. Back then, just like now, he had carried Chu Yuechen with a single hand, and a heavy sword with another as well. But, little fairy, where exactly are you? The ice-cold killing intents locked tightly onto Xianxia, and Xianxia's aura had similarly locked onto the two of them as well. These two bewitching women were wearing an extremely small amount of clothes. Their gazes were cold, and they didn't seem to have any weapons. However, a chilling light was flashing between their fingers. Clearly, they had poisonous short daggers tucked within, and adding the astonishing speed they had displayed earlier, their strength should mostly lie in assassinations and instant kills. When facing opponents like them, he definitely couldn't allow them to approach his body. A slight breeze blew past, causing the auras of the three people to slightly sway. In an instant, Yue Jai and Mei Jai leapt at the same time, forming into two brilliant red silhouettes. Two spots of chilling light, as though they were shooting stars in the dark night, shot towards Xianxia. One of them struck straight at Xianxia's throat, while the other pierced straight towards Xianxia's ankle. Screech! The poisonous daggers of the two people brushed past Xianxia's body with lightning speed, completely tearing apart his silhouette. While around them, four figures of Xianxia which possessed the completely same aura suddenly appeared in four different directions. This strange change stunned the two women for a short moment, and in the next instant, flames surged from all over Xianxia's true body. Phoenix wings were spread, and violent energy belonging to the phoenix's flames poured out like a tsunami. The moment Xianxia attacked, he used the extremely powerful and extremely consuming complete divine phoenix skill, Empyrean Dance of the Phoenix Wing, as though an underground volcano had suddenly erupted. Flames that filled the air surged upwards into the sky with an incomparably violent charge, instantly illuminating the sky into a crimson red. Not only was the strength of the complete Empyrean Dance of the Phoenix Wing immensely strong, it also brought along an impact which immensely overshadowed the past. Although Yueji and Meiji had extremely quick reactions and strong defenses, they were still flung away by this formidable, profound skill originating from the true Phoenix God, causing them to lose their balance when they fell and their entire bodies to be engulfed in incomparably hot phoenix flames. Xianxia's silhouette flashed, instantly appearing next to Yue Jai with Feng Xue'er in his arms while smashing his sword down. Bang! The profound defense that Yue Jai conjured in a hurry was dearly smashed. She borrowed the momentum to roll over, evading into the distance. And at the same time, a bone-chilling, murderous aura drifted from Xianxia's rear. He rapidly swung his sword backwards. A chain of explosions could be heard as the three of them were separated far apart. The surrounding atmosphere was extremely chaotic, flooded with a scorching and violent aura. Xianxia quietly exhaled. If he held his sword with both hands earlier, he was fully confident that he would have been able to severely injure Yue Jai with a single strike in the surprise attack just now. However, not only would handling a heavy sword with only a single hand lead to a massive decrease in its power, the speed of attacking and counterattacking would also take a huge hit. At the same time, it would be extremely taxing on physical strength and time. Under the impact from the Empyrean Dance of the Phoenix Wing and the burning from Phoenix flames before, the short shirts and skirts of Yue Jai and Mei Jai were utterly damaged and were not even able to cover their bodies. Apart from the killing intent, prudence and vigilance could now be seen from their eyes. They had originally thought that their combined efforts would be enough to completely suppress Xianxia with ease. They never expected that the moment they started to fight, just an explosion here and a flash there from Xianxia would cost them so much. They glanced at each other, then did the exact same action. Reap. The utterly ripped clothes of Yue Jai and Mei Jai were torn off as two sets of full-bodied. Alluring snow-white bodies with not a single thread presented themselves in front of Xianxia. The iciness and murderous intent in their eyes faded away quickly, replaced with a seductive look which could cause any regular man to be ensnared immediately. Their actions caused Xianxia to pause for a moment. Feng Xue'er, who was looking at Yue Jai and Mei Jai with vigilance and worry, suddenly let out an ah sound and subconsciously said, "Big brother Yun, you can't look, can't look. They don't even look as good as Xue'er, I can't be bothered to look." Xianxia answered immediately, but his eyes were firmly staring at their bodies, especially the two pairs of snow peaks which were continuously undulating. Damn it. It was a waste to not look. However, only after saying that did he realize what he said actually had several meanings. Big brother Yun has never even seen how I look without clothes. How would you know? Oh, big brother Yun, you're actually so bad. Feng Xue'er's cheeks suddenly turned red. I didn't mean it like that. Ooh. The naked Yue Jai and Mei Jai slowly walked towards Xianxia, their originally icy expressions now replaced with a bewitching smile, as if hinting to Yun Qi that he could enjoy their bodies any time. At this point, Yun Qi's expression shook slightly. A sense of vertigo appeared in his mind. Even the speed of blood flow in his body increased considerably. Yun Qi concentrated his consciousness, immediately becoming vigilant, seductive arts. Moreover, they actually didn't hesitate to rip off their own clothes to seduce him. These two women were really giving it their all. A pity it was used on the wrong person. Yun Qi maintained his position as the look in his eyes became more and more cloudy. Within the cloudiness was infatuation, which was growing deeper, allowing Yue Jai and Mei Jai to inch closer, until they were within 10 steps. Yun Qi suddenly said with a low voice, "Xue'er, close your eyes." A strange, deep blue light suddenly blossomed within Yun Qi's eyes. Behind him, an azure blue dragon silhouette appeared, followed by a tyrannical and mighty dragon's roar coming from the heavens that shook the earth. A pair of azure blue eyes as deep as the skies, and as luminous as the stars appeared about a meter above Yun Qi's head. Yue Jai and Mei Jai trembled violently. Their bewitching expressions and enchanting smiles suddenly became stiff, thereupon turning into incomparably intense fear. Their pupils shuddered rapidly as their entire bodies trembled violently like sieves. Based on the powerful, profound strength of Yue Jai and Mei Jai, they originally wouldn't be in this state under the effects of the Dragon Soul domain. Even if they were scared out of their wits by 70%, they would still have about 30% of clarity. However, they were attempting to use seductive arts on Yun Qi. Seductive arts were a kind of mental attack, and Dragon Soul domain was also a mental attack domain. But how could a mere seductive arts compare to the Dragon Soul domain? In front of its immense might, their seductive arts rebounded on them, causing their mental barriers to collapse completely, thereby falling entirely to the suppression of the Dragon God. Their hearts filled with fear, having no mind to resist at all. Yun Qi suddenly rushed forward. Dragon Fault pierced ruthlessly toward Yue Jai's throat. The coarse edge of the sword easily pierced into Yue Jai's body, whose profound strength defenses had been decreased by about 90%, completely piercing her throat. Then removing and swinging the sword again as phoenix flames whizzed out, he brought along a scorching heat wave which rushed towards Mei Jai's chest, piercing out through her back, creating a see-through hole about the size of a brain in her chest. Dragon Soul domain barely persisted for 2 breaths, and was quickly retracted by Yun Qi, because every breath for which Dragon Soul domain was activated taxed his mental strength immensely. Yet these 2 breaths were entirely sufficient for Yun Qi. In the instant when the Dragon Soul domain was extinguished, Yue Jai's and Mei Jai's bodies subsequently fell. A pool of fresh blood quickly accumulated beneath their bodies. If there was a small chance for some leeway before, then, after killing these 2 women of Yi Xinghen's, and even the 2 that he rather doted on, he and Yi Xinghen would become mortal enemies. And Yi Xinghen's current identity was Sun Moon Divine Hall's young hall master, even the publicly accepted future ruler of a sacred ground. So he could be considered a complete mortal enemy of Sun Moon Divine Hall. He had only just gotten the public's favor in his enmity with Divine Phoenix Sect, but now he had offended Sun Moon Divine Hall. What a bitter life! In regards to his enmity with Divine Phoenix Sect, he could resist with incomparable toughness. Even if the other party took the initiative to chase and kill him surreptitiously, he had absolutely no fear. Moreover, he already had thought of many plans to deal with and counterattack them. However, to provoke Sun Moon Divine Hall, that was not something to be trifled with. Furthermore, Yi Xinghen's personality was poisonous and crafty. His entire body emitted a kind of extremely dangerous aura. He was absolutely a dreadful and unscrupulous person. Yun Qi placed Feng Xue'er's coronet onto his chest, not allowing her to see the bloody scene. Yet from the sound of the surroundings, she could already sense that Yue Jai and Mei Jai had already died. She opened her eyes, placing her cheeks onto his chest. Feeling that his heartbeat was a little chaotic, she softly said, "Big brother Yun, I dragged you down. I've said this before, it's not your fault." Yun Qi slowed his breathing and said, "Since things have progressed to this point, we should live on with all our might. You don't have to worry about me. If worst comes to worst, after leaving this place, I'll head to Absolute Monarch Sanctuary." With his connection to Xia Yuanba, it wouldn't be too difficult if he wanted to enter Absolute Monarch Sanctuary. Being the head of the 4 sacred grounds, Sun Moon Divine Hall would definitely not dare to provoke Absolute Monarch Sanctuary. He would definitely be safe there. But the condition was that Xia Yuanba had to remain alive. With that, Yun Qi sighed heavily. However, when he summoned his profound strength, he felt a sense of vertigo in his mind, and almost face-planted into the ground. Although he had only activated Dragon Soul Domain for a short span of 2 breaths, it had taxed his consciousness by a considerable amount. He shook his head forcefully, only then could he barely get rid of the dizziness, escaping into the distance. Bang! A ball of phoenix flames exploded onto Xia Yuanba's chest. His body flew far away, smashing heavily onto the ground. He groaned and stood back up yet again. However, just as he stood up, he violently knelt on one knee, incapable of standing up for a long time. Blood flowed from his forehead, hands, and stray areas all over his body. This kid's physique is really not simple. After resisting for so long, he still has not died yet. He's still able to barely stand. Feng Xue'er said as he clicked his tongue. But what a pity to have only practiced Absolute Monarch Sanctuary's core profound art to about 30%. Yi Xinghen waved his jade fan, looked towards Xia Yuanba and spoke as if talking about a dead person. To be able to defend against that last strike was his limit already. It's time to send him on his way. This young master would never have thought that with the 2 of us cooperating, we would still waste so much time. This young master is already itching to pamper my little Xue'er. Heh, die already? Feng Xue'er laughed coldly, then growled, violently punching Xia Yuanba's brain with a fist of phoenix flames. Xia Yuanba gasped for breath. The look in his eyes slackened, his entire body soaked with sweat and blood. Nearly a third of his exterior was a mixture of flesh and blood. Under the combined strength of Feng Xue'er and Yi Xinghen, he forcefully resisted for a quarter of an hour, which could be said to be an unbelievable miracle. As death encroached, Xia Yuanba lifted his head, and Feng Xue'er's fist of phoenix flames appeared in his pupils. His gaze suddenly became incomparably vicious. Roaring loudly, a tyrannical surge of strength surfaced within his scarred and bruised body as he threw a fist towards Feng Xue'er. Boom, the flames exploded, the flow of air cracked, and Xia Yuanba spat out an arrow of blood as his body flew like a kite whose string was cut. Yi Xinghen's face revealed a poisonous and cold smile. Waving the sun-moon calamity in his hands, a profound beam of about 5 feet flew out, cutting Xia Yuanba's neck. Xia Yuanba flew into the air injured, his consciousness drifting away just as the deadly profound beam approached. His willpower moved his body, doing his best to displace himself mid-air. Re-yip! The profound beam from sun-moon calamity pierced through his body, causing his entire left arm to be cleanly cut from his body. Bang! Xia Yuanba landed heavily onto the ground. His left arm, however, landed tens of feet away. As blood spouted like a fountain from the cut in Xia Yuanba's arm, his entire face twisted. His body twitched and spasmed from the intense pain, yet he did not scream a single bit. Tusk, 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 you really are tenacious, tenacious to the point of being pitiful. Yi Xinghen beamed as he saw Xia Yuanba's suffering. Too bad. In this young master's eyes, your tenaciousness is just laughably stupid. Apart from letting this young master have more fun and letting yourself suffer even more, there really isn't a point. After losing an arm, the Xia Yuanba, who was heavily injured and near death, lay paralyzed on the ground with no means to stand up. Under the immense damage he had taken, his pupils had slackened. He couldn't even see the silhouettes of Feng Xue'er and Yi Xinghen, yet the viciousness and resentment did not lessen by a single bit. As Yi Xinghen spoke, he slowly raised his right hand, then did an action that Yi Xinghen and Feng Xue'er could not comprehend. PSSH. He heavily chopped himself with his right arm on the left side of his chest that had the longest wound, then fiercely sliced. The wound was ruthlessly torn to the point where his breastbone clearly be seen, along with his quick beating heart underneath the bone, as well as the heart's profound veins. Feng Xue'er sneered. Is he trying to commit suicide? I will never let you hurt, brother-in-law. The immense pain made Xia Yuanba speak every word with immense difficulty and weakness, yet every word was spoken with full conviction and fierceness. When the last word came out, his right hand accumulated what little strength he had left, and he raised his fist, using all of his strength to fiercely smash his own profound veins. Bang! This fist was particularly heavy. To the half-dead Xia Yuanba, it was enough to end his life. When the fist landed at the position of his heart, his whole body shuddered. A lump of fresh blood spurted out from his mouth, and beneath his fist, his eyes lost whatever focus they had. Yet at this point, a golden brilliance radiated from beneath Xia Yuanba's fist. Following his loss of consciousness, Xia Yuanba's fist powerlessly moved away. The wound that he had torn revealed a profound vein which had turned completely golden in color. What's that? Feng Xue'er, who was just about to step forward to deal a fatal blow to Xianxia, stopped his feet and questioned. Suddenly, the golden light radiating from Xianxia's chest slightly startled Yi Xinghen. Following after, his expression suddenly changed greatly. Even his eyes, which had been narrowed lazily all this while, had completely widened in an instant, and they were even filled immediately with deep fear. Tyrannical Emperor's divine veins. Tyrannical Emperor's divine veins? What does that mean? Feng Xue'er turned to face Yi Xinghen and asked skeptically. The legends surrounding the tyrannical emperor's divine veins only existed in the records kept in the sacred grounds. Although Feng Xue'er was the great elder of divine phoenix sect, he had never heard of it either. When he turned to face Yi Xinghen, he had naturally seen the severe change in his expression as well. His heart suddenly skipped a beat before he hurriedly turned to once again face Xianxia. And at that moment his line of sight landed on Xianxia once again. His pupils fiercely shrank. Xianxia, who was initially gasping for his final breath and looked as though he was about to lose his life, suddenly stood up slowly at this moment. The golden radiance quickly spread out from his chest, gradually enveloping his entire body, which caused his chest, limbs, and even his hair to become a blinding golden color. And at the moment this golden color spread to where his left arm was, the radiance suddenly grew intense, and right after it suddenly stretched in an instant. The left arm and even the hand which he had initially lost actually grew out in but a single moment. It recovered nicely and completely. What? Feng Xue'er's pair of eyeballs had almost burst from shock. This was definitely the most shocking and most unbelievable scene he had ever seen in his entire life. Not just his severed arm, following the spread of the golden radiance, the injuries on Xianxia's entire body were recovering extremely quickly. In but a few seconds, the hundreds of large and small wounds on his entire body had all disappeared. He straightened his body and stared widely with his eyes. His pair of pupils were shockingly a blinding golden color as well. From his muscles, to his blood, to his hair, and to his pupils, not a single part of his body wasn't golden. This abnormal change, which he had never seen, nor had he ever heard of before, frightened Feng Xue'er to the extent where it was as though he had seen the descent of the legendary demon god. He fiercely swallowed down a mouthful of saliva and said with a trembling voice, Young Hall Master, what is going on here? Could this be some sort of unique, profound art from Absolute Monarch's sanctuary? However, after he said that, he did not receive a reply from Yi Xinghen. The moment he turned his head in his shock, he realized that Yi Xinghen, who was just by his side a moment earlier, was already several hundreds of meters away, and he was currently fleeing with astonishing speed. That speed seemed to have already surpassed the limit a mid-stage overlord could have. And earlier, while he was shocked by Xianxia's unbelievable change, he actually didn't notice that Yi Xinghen had already fled with all his might. And the direction he was fleeing to was definitely not the direction Xianxia and Feng Xue'er had left towards earlier. Rather, he was distancing himself from Xianxia in the complete opposite direction. Feng Xue'er completely did not understand what had happened to Xianxia's body, nor did he understand the concept of the tyrannical emperor's divine veins, which Yi Xinghen had shouted out earlier. But even if he was an idiot, he should still understand how terrifying of an existence this person was to actually frighten Yi Xinghen to such an extent. He took a step back, fiercely raised his energy, and was just about to flee with all his might, but following after, his body shuddered and his feet did not move a single inch. Because at that moment, he could feel his body suddenly being tightly locked onto by an indescribable large aura. A boundless, overbearing, and extremely heavy pressure, as though tens of thousands of mountains all mashed together, was ruthlessly pressing down onto his body, restraining a mighty level 8 overlord like him to the point where he couldn't even move. He sensed that this colossal power had even completely sealed the surrounding space, sky, and earth. What is this power? Impossible, impossible. He was clearly at the brink of death. He's clearly a burnt-out candle, a mid-stage overlord who was beaten till he was half dead. How could he possess such a powerful aura? How could such a thing happen? Endless shock and fear filled Feng Xue'er's soul. No matter how much he crazily circulated the profound energy in his entire body, he was unable to move even the slightest inch. That feeling was as though he was nailed to a metal frame, a convict who could die at any moment. He could only continue to widen his horrified eyes as he looked Xianxia, whose entire body was golden in color. His pupils would occasionally expand and occasionally shrink. The painful expression on Xia Yuanba's face had completely disappeared, and what replaced it was complete calm, to the extent where not a single emotion existed. His pair of eyes were completely golden in color, so pure where the existence of the pupils could not even be seen. Slowly, he raised his right fist. Hiss! Space was brutally torn by a ray of golden light, and Xia Yuanba's golden body had appeared right before Feng Feiyan. Feng Feiyan's eyes were deadly widened, and countless strands of blood, like cracks, hurriedly filled his pair of eyeballs. Slowly, he hanged his head down, and his sight, which had begun to blur, clearly saw a pair of robust golden arms that had completely sunk into his body, which was several times stronger than stainless steel, when faced with his golden arms, was penetrated like bean curd. "Just what kind of a monster are you?" These were Feng Feiyan's final words in his life. Xia Yuanba's face was completely indifferent. Before his lips even moved, a low voice had actually spilled out from his throat. "A lowly creature such as you actually dares to infuriate me? Die!" A violent energy exploded from within Feng Feiyan's body, completely wrecking his organs and profound veins in an instant. Right after, with a boom, Feng Feiyan's entire body directly exploded, scattering flesh and blood which filled the sky. The furthest was blown several hundreds of meters away. Forget a completely intact corpse, not even a complete finger was left behind. When the blood stained onto Xia Yuanba's golden body, it instantly disappeared, and not even a single trace of blood could be seen on his right arm. He slowly lowered his arms, and his cold gaze looked towards the direction Yi Xinghen fled to. However, he didn't chase after him, and his humongous body fell forward in an upright manner, just like that. Plop! Xia Yuanba heavily collapsed onto the ground, and the golden radiance on his body had completely disappeared as well. That pressure which even the heavens would have to hold their breaths for had completely disappeared at the moment he fell as well. Xia Yuanba's collapsed body did not move an inch, and even the strength to twitch had been completely lost. Only after a long while did his fingers finally slightly move. His arm moved upwards bit by bit. This action, which could even be said to be extremely easy for a baby, had actually caused him to use several seconds to complete. Finally, his palm had caught onto that piece of jade which was hanging on his neck. Then he used all of his might to shatter it. Zying. The shattered jade radiated a light glow, and then a small-scaled profound formation appeared above Xia Yuanba's body. Following after the spiraling of the profound formation, Xia Yuanba's body, along with the profound formation, disappeared from the place in an instant. The vicinity had quietened down, however. The heavy scent of blood which suffused into the air did not disperse for a long while. In the high skies, a few kilometers above ground, a snow-white figure retracted his gaze and murmured, "Tyrannical Emperor's divine veins? That sure is incredible, oh." In the next moment after Xia Yuanba disappeared, Yi Xinghen, who had flown far away earlier, was returning with extreme speed. Evidently, after the sudden explosive aura Xia Yuanba had disappeared, he no longer had the need to continue fleeing as well. Yi Xinghen's speed was as fast as a shooting star, and in a blink of an eye, he had already returned to his former place. His expression looked as though he was still a little shocked and unstable. With a cold gaze, he swept through the surroundings, and what he could see were merely the traces of blood and tattered, torn flesh which filled the ground. And these pieces of flesh still carried a weak presence of the Phoenix's bloodline, proving that Feng Feiyan had already died. He had even died utterly, completely, and absolutely miserably. However, he couldn't determine if Xia Yuanba was among these torn pieces of corpses. Recalling that Xia Yuanba did not hesitate to cause self-infliction to force out the power of the tyrannical emperor's divine veins earlier, and seeing that his figure could not be seen as well, there was an 80 to 90% chance that he had already died, because forcefully awakening the tyrannical emperor's divine veins' power was suicidal. There was an extremely huge possibility that he would die from self-explosion, and even if he didn't die, it would be impossible for him to possess the strength to flee. The tyrannical emperor's divine veins stated in legends actually appeared. Yi Xinghen's face twitched from fear. If he had not heard of the rumors surrounding the tyrannical emperor's divine veins and had fled with all his might, then the person dying miserably here might not have been Fei Fengyan but him. And it was no wonder that old man Gu Kang would value this person so greatly. If he didn't die, once he grows up, the position of absolute monarch sanctuary will solidify even more. It's great that he's already dead. If father and the rest knew that I had inadvertently killed absolute monarch sanctuary's hidden trump card, They will definitely reward me extremely well, Yi Xinghen muttered to himself. After confirming that Xia Yuanba only carried the possibility of death, he was finally able to completely put his heart at ease. In regards to Feng Feiyan, although it was a little unfortunate, his value had already been pretty much squeezed out, and Feng Feiyan had already helped him accomplish his goal, so it no longer mattered if he died. Yi Xinghen's gaze turned towards the direction Yun Qi and Feng Xue'er had fled towards earlier. As though his entire body was a shooting star, he charged over. His speed was at the least 5 or 6 times faster than Yun Qi as he brought about a violent windstorm behind him. Phoenix City. Feng Zichen occasionally raised his head to look at the activated primordial profound arc in the sky and occasionally walked back and forth. He was completely anxious and filled with worries. Right after the 7-nation ranking tournament was the exploration of the primordial profound arc, so Feng Hengkang would have the time to care about his matters. However, he was very clear that after the completion of the exploration of the primordial profound arc, Feng Hengkang would definitely not easily forgive him. And from last night to the afternoon today, he could also sense that the eyes of the other princes and even the regular Phoenix disciples were all carrying various anomalies. At this moment, just right in front of him, a profound light suddenly flashed. A small-scaled profound formation appeared in thin air, and within the profound formation, a figure that was especially robust appeared. "Who goes there?" The frustrated Feng Zichen was stunned as he shouted with a sharp voice. However, immediately after, he realized that the eyes of this person who suddenly appeared had his eyes tightly shut. There wasn't even a single movement. His face was extremely pale, and his presence was even more so, incomparably weak. He was basically no different from an actual dead person. He took 2 steps forward and was able to recognize the person with a single glance. This was clearly that disciple whom spiritual master Gu Kang of Absolute Monarch Sanctuary had brought along. Feng Zichen's earlier shout had caused the 2 guardians that were protecting outside to charge inside with swift steps. Seeing Xia Yuanba, they could not help but exclaim out, Isn't that the disciple of spiritual master Gu Kang? In the morning, he had clearly headed towards the primordial profound arc, so how can he be here? And he seems to have suffered heavy injuries. Xia Yuanba's aura was frighteningly weak, and he could die at any moment. If spiritual master Gu Kang's disciple were to die in Phoenix City, then that matter would definitely be huge. Cold sweat dripped down Feng Zichen's forehead as he anxiously called out, Hurry and carry him to the medicine room. Instruct Elder Feng Yu to definitely save his life, no matter how huge the price is. He is, after all, spiritual master Gu Kang's closed-door disciple. If he were to die here when Absolute Monarch Sanctuary comes seeking for blame, you 2 had best prepare to take on the blame and bury yourselves. Why, yes. The bodies of those 2 guardians stiffened before they hurriedly agreed. Cautiously lifting Xia Yuanba, they charged straight towards the medicine room. Yun Qi dashed madly throughout entire journey. Apart from being obstructed for a moment by Yue Jai and Mei Jai, he did not stop at all for 2 hours. His forehead was drenched with sweat. In his ordinary state, he would not feel exhausted from sprinting for such a short while. But in the past 2 hours, he had been running madly at full speed. Along with expending a huge amount of profound and physical energy, the utilization of the dragon's soul domain from before had caused his consciousness to be exhausted too. This world was incomparably spacious. The sky was entirely murky. Only an endless wasteland was visible without any significant changes in the height of the land, even more so without any forestation to hide in. Even slightly taller rocks were rarely seen. Therefore, fleeing forward was Yun Qi's only choice. The consolation was that for the past 2 hours, there was no one chasing them. "Be careful, there's a big dangerous fellow up ahead," Jasmine suddenly cautioned. Yun Qi momentarily raised his vigilance. They had met a number of profound beasts throughout the journey, but were all easily gotten rid by him. However, since Jasmine had specially warned him, the profound beast this time around would definitely not be an ordinary one. Very quickly, a huge black lump appeared within Yun Qi's line of sight. It was quietly curled up ahead, seeming like a giant profound beast sleeping soundly, and when Yun Qi saw it, it had also detected the presence of life. The originally coiled-up body started to unfurl, revealing 3 gigantic pitch-black heads which were triangular and twice the size of Yun Qi's body. Spitting pitch-black venom from its mouth, its tiny eyes emitted a terrifying radiance. It was actually a 3-headed giant python. "Ah!" Just when Xianxia wanted to warn Feng Xue'er to shut her eyes, the startled voice of a young lady came from his arms. With regards to creatures like snakes, even the strongest women would be instinctively afraid, let alone such a huge three-headed giant python. The aura the three-headed giant python emitted was dark and terrifying. It was as powerful as a high-level Emperor Profound beast. Its 6 pairs of eyes locked onto Xianxia. With a hiss, the middle head rushed over like black-colored lightning. Opening its giant abyss-like pitch-black mouth, its poisonous teeth like poisonous blades from hell would cause one to feel terrified. Xianxia quickly protected Feng Xue'er with his chest, not allowing her to see the horrifying scene. With a flash, he instantly appeared 30 meters ahead as if stepping across space, causing the giant python's attack to miss completely. Throughout the journey, he would simply use all his might to avoid and shake off any profound beasts he encountered, never fighting face to face. This was because it would cost him and Feng Xue'er precious time to flee. This giant python was no different. Just as Xianxia dodged the giant python's attack and was about to use his full power to shake it off, a hissing sound came from his side. The second head of the giant python also attacked at this point, its speed twice as fast as the first head. Xianxia had just activated the star god's broken shadow and would not be able to move for an extremely short amount of time. Based on his current speed, even if he reached his limits, it would still be impossible for him to dodge the giant python's attack. His face fell as he rapidly turned his body and grabbed Dragon Fault, ruthlessly smashing the giant python on its terrifying mouth. A strange and extremely awful sound could be heard. The giant python's second head was smashed. Its entire body was stirring chaotically, yet this three-headed giant python's strength was more than what Xianxia had expected. Under a huge amount of force, he was flung far away. Ferociously slamming into the ground, his legs slid across the ground for more than 60 meters before stopping. "Xue'er, are you all right?" Just as Xianxia wanted to check on whether Feng Xue'er was hurt, a dangerous aura approached yet again. The second head had just been smashed, yet the first and third heads immediately came biting and tearing, not giving Xianxia any time to breathe at all. Having just witnessed this giant python's terrifying speed and strength, Xianxia retreated rapidly. It was basically impossible for him to single-handedly defend against attacks from 2 python heads at the same time. He immediately made a decision. Pushing his palm upwards, he tossed Feng Xue'er high into the sky in a breath. Grabbing Dragon Fault with both hands, he activated Burning Heart and an Overlord's Fury met the 2 python heads. Bang! Under the bombardment of Xianxia's full strength, the 2 python heads let out painful hisses at the same time and were smashed far away. Xianxia turned his body, then leaped into the air, gently encircling the falling Feng Xue'er back into his embrace. It was just that since he was conscious and vigilant about the 3-headed giant python at all times, the position of his hand shifted slightly when receiving Feng Xue'er. His palm was covered by a towering and silky soft ball. The feeling in his hand was a soft and somewhat tender, yet still developing plumpness. It just so happened that it could be completely grabbed by Xianxia's palm. Though there was a layer of phoenix clothes, the inconceivably soft feeling permeated through his entire palm, causing his entire body to go numb for a little while. "NNN!" The young lady in his embrace let out a whimper. All of a sudden, Xianxia also realized what his hand had touched. Just as he wanted to hurriedly move away his hand, a huge black shadow bringing along a violent storm swept across from behind it. It was astonishingly the tail of the 3-headed giant python. 3 python heads and a tail could take action independently. Facing these 3-headed giant python, Xianxia completely felt as if he was facing 4 different enemies. Moreover, it was 4 enemies whose speed completely surpassed his. He simply had no opportunity to catch a breath. Xianxia's eyes focused. Without caring about anything else, he suddenly gripped Feng Xue'er tightly. His palm also subconsciously grabbed harder too. Immediately, the 5 fingers of his right hand had sunk into a ball of soft and tender silkiness. "Ah!" Falling moon, sinking star. The young lady's startled cry and the violent crash both sounded out at the same time. The giant python tail was smashed away by Dragon Fault. Xianxia was also swept away, staggering for more than 10 steps after landing, almost falling face first on the ground. "Big brother Yun, your hand!" Feng Xue'er's whimpering was as soft as a mosquito. Her powerless body struggled slightly. Xianxia hurriedly put his arm down and grabbed her waist. "Xue'er, I didn't do it on purpose." The three-headed giant python did not give Xianxia any time whatsoever. The giant python who was continuously attacked was now deeply enraged. Its gigantic body was now fully extended. Spanning over more than 30 meters, the three giant python heads' demonic fangs simultaneously descended from the sky, biting at Xianxia. Xianxia activated Star God's broken shadow and abruptly dodging backwards. Then, repeating the moves from before, he threw Feng Xue'er's lovely body up into the air again and grabbed Dragon Fault with both hands as the look in his eyes became extremely dark. This giant python was a huge problem. If it was not thoroughly repelled, it would be virtually impossible to get rid of. Purgatory? Xianxia's eyes instantly glowed red. The aura from his entire body suddenly became as violent as lava. Empyrean Dance of the Phoenix Wing? Xianxia's entire body ignited in flames. He suddenly rushed upwards and pierced the three python heads in an instant, ruthlessly ramming it in its body. Boom! Following the explosion from the wave of flames, the three-headed python let out an incomparably tragic screech. As if he had been knocked flying by a hurricane, Xianxia was flipped back to his original spot by the sound waves. A blue light flashed behind him as the silhouette of the Sky Wolf roared toward the sky. Sky Wolf slash! Following Dragon Fault's violent brandishing, the silhouette of a Sky Wolf shot out, ripping across the air, viciously charging at the body of the three-headed python, causing its giant body to rotate rapidly in the air like a gyroscope, as pitch-black snake blood sprinkled the sky. After expending energy on the immensely taxing Purgatory, and using two huge moves consecutively, Xianxia's body similarly experienced a large amount of stress. After utilizing the Sky Wolf slash, he staggered backwards from the recoil, deviating from the position which he predicted to land. At this point, Feng Xue'er fell from the sky. He clumsily balanced himself, leaped upwards to catch her mid-fall, and embraced her firmly. Then he carried her, protecting her perfectly. "Big brother Yun, your hand?" Feng Xue'er's voice was soft and delicate. In addition, there was a vague sobbing sound. Xianxia grabbed her delicate waist firmly with one hand. The other hand was grabbing onto a ball of silkiness. He looked down and his pupils jumped violently, because that hand of his had slipped into Feng Xue'er's phoenix clothing and was gripped tightly by her snowy legs, and his palm was plastered onto her forbidden area. Number percent, Xianxia removed his hand like lightning. No matter how quick-witted he was, he couldn't help but to be at a loss as said in a flurry. "I'm sorry, Xue'er, I didn't do that on purpose, definitely not on purpose." Previously, he had firmly grabbed onto her chest. Now, even Xianxia himself could not really believe that none of that was not on purpose. "I know." Feng Xue'er buried her entire snowy face into Xianxia's chest. A cloud of red had already spread from her ears to her neck. "But Big Brother Yun is really bad." After hearing that Feng Xue'er was not angry, Xianxia inwardly sighed a breath of relief. As he carried Feng Xue'er again, the exceptional feeling was still lingering on his palm, unwilling to scatter, causing his heart to ripple unceasingly. In the distance, the giant python which was smashed away by Xianxia had finally calmed down and did not continue attacking Xianxia. Its six sinister-looking eyes glanced at Xianxia, but its humongous body retreated. Fleeing with astonishing speed, it quickly disappeared from Xianxia's line of sight. "You're in trouble." As the giant python escaped, Xianxia was just starting to relax when an overcast voice sounded out in Xianxia's mind. He paused for a moment. Just when he wanted to question Jasmine, he suddenly became somewhat aware and rapidly turned around. He had a vague feeling that an incomparably strong and dangerous aura was heading towards their direction with extremely quick speed. Gradually, within his line of sight, a blurry white dot appeared. Furthermore, it became bigger and bigger with incomparably astonishing speed, coming closer and closer. "Yi Xinghen," the look on Xianxia's face changed abruptly as he bit his teeth together. He had still caught up in the end. He clenched his fists. Then with his maximum speed, he fled forward quickly. "You can't outrun him," Jasmine said faintly. "You noticed him, which means that he has certainly noticed you. This area is just a piece of empty land. Based on your speed, it would be impossible to outrun him. Your best choice now would be to use the jade stone that Xia Yuanba gave you to leave this place immediately, or else you will inevitably die." "Have you ever seen me abandon a lady to escape?" Xianxia clenched his teeth and said. "This is not even mentioning that Xue'er had saved my life before. Even if she didn't save me before, I won't allow her to be harmed by anyone." "HMPH." Jasmine's voice was full of disdain. "There should be a limit even if you want to play hero. Yi Xinghen is a mid-stage overlord. Do you think that even if you put your life on the line, you'll be able to save her? You are clearly sending yourself to die. I still have to try. Yun Qi's speed was fast. However, compared to Yi Xinghan's speed, he was still lacking simply far too much. The distance between them was quickly closing. In a few tens of breaths, it had already closed to 300 meters. Yun Qi tightened his grip on Feng Xue'er as he gritted his teeth. Thoughts spiraled anxiously in his mind as he racked his brains for a way to escape. And at this moment, he suddenly sensed that presence, which had locked onto him, had been severed in an instant, and even the sense of danger had also dissipated by half. Yun Qi hurriedly turned his head around, only to shockingly find a snow-white floating figure slowly descending from the sky, blocking Yi Xinghan's front. A powerful aura had also forcefully sealed his presence and the path in front of him. That's Jai Qianru? Yun Qi's heart instantly felt much calmer than before. He took a huge breath and once again accelerated as he charged straight forward. Yo, little Hanhin, where are you going in such a rush? Incidentally, I'm bored and have nothing to do. Do you want my help? Jai Qianru twirled his finger, blinked his blossom eyes, and looked at Yi Xinghan smilingly. The formless aura released from his body, however, had completely sealed Yi Xinghan's path, and he was no longer able to take even a single step forward. The moment he saw Jai Qianru appear, Yi Xinghan sensed trouble. Given Jai Qianru's personality, it was definitely impossible for him to not harbor any motives. Adding that he had appeared at such a coincidental timing, it was very possible that he might have peeped on everything that had happened from the shadows. Yi Xinghan said with a sunken face, Jai Qianru, move away this instant. Do not ruin my happy moment. Yo, little Hanhin is so fierce. Jai Qianru posed a wronged and frightened look, however, immediately after his peach blossom face once again bloomed also brilliantly. But little Hanhin's angry look sure is really cute, and I can't help but want to stroke it. Little Hanhin, reach out your face over here and let me have a good stroke. You... Yi Xinghan's body trembled, and he couldn't help but take a step back. Right after gnashing his teeth, he said, Jai Qianru, I had long sensed that someone had been watching from somewhere. As expected, it was you. We are both people from the sacred grounds, so there's no need for nonsense. You should know who the person I was chasing after, so hurry up and move. I, Yi Xinghan, shall owe you one, otherwise, HMPH. You and Divine Phoenix sect do not have any form of relations either. It's not worthwhile for you to become my mortal enemy for a sect that's soon to collapse. Divine Phoenix sect? Jai Qianru's eyes turned, and then he laughed out femininely. You're referring to that little girl from Divine Phoenix sect. That little girl is really adorable, but in regards to her life and death, it's not related to me in the slightest. I simply felt that it was fun to see you and little Chech playing cat and mice, so I couldn't help but hop in and slightly increase the difficulty of this game of cat and mice. It will be much more fun, you know? Yun Qi. Yi Xinghan frowned and was filled with doubts. The reason why this Jai Qianru in front of him had forcefully stopped him all of a sudden was not because of Feng Xue'er but Yun Qi. Although Yi Xinghan possessed an tyrant profound weapon, he was still definitely not Jai Qianru's match. If Jai Qianru wanted to trap him, it would be impossible for even him to escape from his grasp. He said with a solemn voice, What benefits did that Yun Qi give you? The mighty jade-faced demon monarch is actually working for a blue-wind brat who's less than 20 years old. This sure is laughable. Working for. Little Hanhin, you're wrong about this, Jai Qianru twirled his finger about. I have already said that I simply wish to participate in this game between little Hanhin and little Chech. There's still 20 hours till this realm closes. If the game ends so quickly, then we won't be able to play in the next few hours. That's so uninteresting, you know. Who? Jai Qianru raised his right hand, and unknowingly since when a glamorous red petal was clipped between his snow-white fingers. With a slight movement of his fingers, suddenly, as though that petal was raised by a light breeze, it gently floated towards Yi Xinghan. When its distance was no more than 3 meters away from Yi Xinghan, its speed suddenly increased, and in an instant it flew like a bullet, drawing a red line in the air which did not dissipate for a long time. Yi Xinghan slightly moved his head, and that petal seemed to have flown right past his throat. That cold intent which lasted a single moment had even caused his heart to suddenly stop. With all his might, he maintained the calm on his face and said with a dark voice, You wish to kill me? Aya, little Hanhin's words are scary. How could I bear to kill little Hanhin? With an anxious face, Jai Qianru shook his head to deny it. He definitely possessed the strength to kill Yi Xinghan, and in this realm he could even kill without leaving a single trace. However, Jai Qianru knew very clearly that Yi Xinghan's body definitely carried the soul imprint personally left by Yi Meixi, heavenly monarch of Sun, Moon, Divine Hall. The moment Yi Xinghan dies, the memories and the scenes he had seen during a short period of time before his death would be instantly sent to Yi Meixi's soul, allowing him to know who had killed Yi Xinghan. Although Jai Qianru was arrogant, he was not that wild to the extent of incurring the heavenly monarch's killing intent. And Yi Xinghan's death would not result merely to a personal feud, but rather a feud between the entire Sun, Moon, Divine Hall, and Supreme Ocean Palace. But if little Hanhan isn't obedient, as a senior, teaching you a small lesson is something I should do. Don't you think so too, little Hanhan? Jai Qianru said smilingly. Yi Xinghan tightened his fists, and his lungs were seemingly about to explode from anger. His prey was just right in front of him earlier. He could have immediately obtained Feng Xue'er's body, and Feng Xue'er's bloodline especially, was an immensely huge support that could aid him in becoming the future ruler of the continent. It was something that he had to obtain no matter what. Yet this Jai Qianru just had to pop out at this moment. Jai Qianru, I usually respect you as a senior, so I have always been polite with you. I gave you face, so you best give me yours. After confirming it was impossible for Jai Qianru to kill him, Yi Xinghan's tone had instantly become incomparably firm under his anxiousness, as he wanted to use his identity and might as one of the young masters of the sacred grounds to suppress him. Though Jai Qianru still carried that smiling look, how could he possibly be frightened by it? You know, this perfect face that I have is the most important thing in my life, so it's something I must have. But as for little Hanhan's stinky face, I don't want it at all. Yi Xinghan had only managed to utter that one word, when suddenly, in a blink of an eye, he acted. Two profound lights shone, attacking straight towards Jai Qianru. Sun Moon Cage! The moment Yi Xinghan acted, he had used Sun Moon Divine Hall's strongest sealing profound art. Naturally, he wanted to take the opportunity of when Jai Qianru had yet to put up any defenses to forcefully seal his movements. Facing Yi Xinghan's sudden attack, Jai Qianru's expression did not change. Even that elegant curve of his lips did not have the slightest of movement. Only his two fingers had gently twirled, and two red petals gently floated towards the left and right. Ping, ping. When the Sun-Moon profound light, which carried an immensely huge sealing force, made contact with the two petals, they immediately popped like soap bubbles, and were scattered to the two sides while bringing out incomparably strong surging tornadoes. At the center of the two tornadoes, however, not even Jai Qianru's hair or the corners of his clothes fluttered. He stretched his 5 fingers, and on every finger different colored glows flashed, which looked especially beautiful. His peach blossom eyes closed, and he said with a tender smile, "As I thought, little Hanhan isn't obedient. Then I have no choice to teach you a small lesson. You know, Jai Qianru, don't think I'm afraid of you. I really want to see what you can do to me today." Yi Xinghan's eyes were dark and ruthless. Sun-Moon Calamity was spread open in his hands, and the profound aura surrounding his body burst out, as incomparably strong, profound energy poured out like a tsunami. Yin-Yang Evanescence. Die! 2 profound lights, one black and one white, were released from Sun-Moon Calamity. They intersected in midair, and the space where they passed through distorted slightly as they struck towards Jai Qianru. Facing this terrifying killing move, Jai Qianru still carried a calm demeanor. He gently twisted his wrist, and his 5 fingers twirled. The colorful glows on the fingertips intersected one another, creating a spectacle with varied colors. Little Hanhan, you have to greatly enjoy this song. Of the flower burial, all right. Following after the last word falling from his lips, the colorful glows above all 5 of Jai Qianru's fingers radiated at the same time. In an instant, yellow, red, pink, green, blue, white, brown petals of various colors fluttered out, as though an incomparably beautiful rain of rainbow-colored flowers had suddenly begun to fall. The yin-yang energy which exploded forth charged into the rain of petals that filled the sky. And then, it actually became smaller and smaller when it was still several meters away from Jai Qianru. It had already disappeared completely. It disappeared completely without a trace, without a single sound. What? Yi Xinghan had heard many tales of how terrifying Jai Qianru was. However, he had never exchanged blows with him, so he had definitely never expected that his petals would be terrifying to such a degree. And at this moment, the wind, which was suffused with the dense aroma of flowers, flew towards Yi Xinghan whilst carrying a huge amount of flower petals. Yi Xinghan's pupils shrank, and he instinctively retreated his steps. However, when he had only taken a single step back, an intense tearing force was released from his front, to be more exact. It was coming from every single petal. The power behind these tearing forces had actually caused him to feel basically powerless. He simply stared with widened eyes as one petal after another made contact with his own body. The first flower petal landed on his shoulder. That was clearly a flower petal. Yet, at that very moment, he basically felt a mountain pressing down on his shoulder, causing his body, which was flying in the air, to sink. And immediately after, the second, third, fourth, fifth, more and more flower petals descended onto his body. With each additional petal, Yi Xinghan's body would be pressed down even more. After a few dozen petals, he couldn't even float in the air any longer as he fiercely fell from the sky. And even after landing on the ground, that immense suppressive force still did not allow him to stand straight, as it forcefully pushed him into his knees in the end. His entire upper body was tightly pressed onto the cold, hard ground, and he could no longer even raise his head. Jai Qian Ru! Yi Xinghan's head was fixed to the ground. With a hoarse voice, he roared out, "I will definitely not forgive you. If there comes a day you land in my hands, I—" A flower petal immediately stuck onto Yi Xinghan's lips, preventing him from making another sound. Jai Qianru shook his head and said compassionately, "Youths, after all, become rash too easily. In times like this, you actually still dare to quarrel with me. Aren't you afraid that once I get angry, I might accidentally slice off your head? When a head is sliced off, the throat will gush out blood enough to fill the sky. Oh, now that's the most beautiful, the most intoxicating scene in the human realm." The flower petals continued to fall, gradually piling up the ground. At the center of it was a stack of petals which was not exactly too tall. Within the stack of petals was Yi Xinghan, who was completely buried within, where not even a single corner of his clothes was exposed out. Jai Qianru's body gently rose to the sky as he lightly muttered to himself, "It always feels the worst to owe someone a favor, but now I have finally managed to return it. I don't know how long little Hanhan will be buried either. If little Chech still ends up being captured by little Hanhan, then I can no longer be blamed for it, HMPH. Hehehe." Jai Qianru appeared and intentionally stopped Yi Xinghan. To Yun Qi, this was an unexpected surprise. Jai Qianru's speech and actions all exuded a demonic aura, but his conceit was not only just written on his face, it was imprinted within his bones. This was the impression Jai Qianru left for Yun Qi. The day before, Yun Qi had went to look for Jai Qianru to strike a conversation and helped him cure the toad poison that has been bothering him for years. Partly, it was in order to thank him for speaking on his behalf at the arena, but even more so, it was so that he would owe him a favor. Because to such a self-conceited and arrogant person, when he owed a favor, it'd be repaid no matter what. He didn't expect that he would receive Jai Qianru's repayment so soon. However, he knew that Jai Qianru would not kill Yi Xinghan, and how long he was able to block him was also an uncertainty. Therefore, Yun Qi didn't relax one bit as he carried Feng Xue'er and sprinted with all his might, leaving behind a trail of sweat. Time flowed past quickly. In this barren, empty, yet mysterious and abnormal world, even the flow of time would cause one's senses to be fuzzy. Yun Qi started to feel exhausted. He could no longer tell how long he had been running. It could have been 7 to 8 hours, or maybe 15 to 16 hours. His speed started to slow down before he finally collapsed to a stop and sat on the floor, breathing deeply. During his previous life in the Azure Cloud continent, frequently having to escape was already a norm. However, this was the first time in his 2 lives that he had felt such immense pressure and danger, because this place was simply too barren. All skills related to hiding, disguising, and even anti-tracking abilities were all useless. Otherwise, if this place had been mountainous or was a forested area, even if he were carrying Feng Xue'er, it would not take too much effort for him to shake off Yi Xinghan. Last time, Burning Heaven Clan sent 8 elders whose strength and speed largely outclassed him, but he had still tricked them in circles. "Big brother Yun, you're sweating a lot," Feng Xue'er said with her dimly lit eyes. Yun Qi wiped his forehead with his hand and laughed. "To a man, sweating this much is nothing at all. I can only blame myself for not being strong enough and running out of strength so quickly." "That's not true. Big brother Yun is awesome, more awesome than anyone else," Feng Xue'er gently said. "Are we safe now?" "No idea, but we're probably safe," Yun Qi consoled. "Look in front," Jasmine suddenly said. Yun Qi's concentrated at once and rapidly looked up before becoming stunned. In front of him, the barren empty land had disappeared, and a dark blue wall stood tall there. It was so tall that it blocked the view of the sky, and so wide that the ends could not be seen. With Xianxia eyesight, he couldn't see its boundaries, whether horizontally or vertically. Directly in front of Xianxia, the bluish-black wall had an open stone door. The stone door was 300 meters tall and 300 meters wide. Everywhere else was filled with many stone windows that were tens of meters tall and wide. Between the windows was just a stretch of gray. It was impossible to tell what was inside. This is... Xianxia looked up and his mind went into a trance for some time. In regards to such a massive structure where the borders could not be seen, he should have clearly seen it from hundreds of miles away. Furthermore, this place was so barren that even if the infrastructure was 100 times smaller, it would no doubt be exceptionally out of place and spotted immediately. However, he had never seen it at all when he was sprinting over. From his vision, this was undoubtedly a barren land previously. It seemed as though this massive structure had appeared out of thin air. From the looks of it, it probably is an ancient massive fortress, Jasmine carefully said. Its aura is extremely old, and it should be a building of the primordial era. It might be something that existed along with the primordial profound arc and not something built in later. Why didn't I see it previously? Xianxia asked in surprise. Jasmine, when did you know it was there? Just now, Jasmine replied. Just now, Xianxia was in shock. You don't need to be shocked, Jasmine calmly said. Even though this fortress is extremely old, the strength of the profound formation on its surface has not completely disappeared. The entire fortress is being covered by a massive primordial protective profound formation. Not only can the primordial protective profound formation protect the fortress from being damaged by nature, it also possesses immense hiding abilities. Though the fortress is massive, unless one comes within 300 meters of it, one would not be able to detect its existence. Furthermore, Jasmine hesitated for a while before continuing. This primordial profound formation also seemed to possess the spatial powers. If my guess is correct, this fortress is likely able to move on its own. A fortress that could move on its own. This already sounded too fantastical. Xue'er, according to the records of the primordial profound arc by your sect, were there any mention of this fortress? Xianxia asked Feng Xue'er, who was beside him. Feng Xue'er shook her head gently. I have never heard my father mentioning it, so probably not. The whole fortress was bluish-black, and the design was simple but old. Also, it seemed to give off a mysterious and heavy atmosphere. Xianxia looked at it for some time, and his strength had only seemed to recover a little as he asked, Jasmine, how big is this fortress? It's best you don't try to go around it. Jasmine replied calmly. Its massiveness is something beyond your imagination. Even I cannot detect where its boundaries are. If you want to go around it before this world closes, it is simply impossible. That big? Xianxia said in shock. You don't want to go in and look around? Jasmine calmly said. This isn't structure within the primordial profound arc. Even I'm interested in it. All these years, the treasures those people wanted to find from the primordial era might be in here. Xianxia stood up, and after confirming there was no unusual aura from behind, he lifted his head halfway and walked forward slowly. Soon, he arrived in front of the fortress doors. At this time, Xianxia was only a few steps from the door and the massive door was completely opened. However, he could still only see a grayish patch, unable to clearly see the inside. He stopped as he held his breath and tried to scout what was beyond the door for a moment before finally stepping in. It was like he had stepped from one world into another. The light, ambience, aura, space, even his sight and hearing sensitivity all underwent massive changes. In front of him was a massive and empty hall. Numerous extremely tall stone pillars stood within the hall. The stone tiles on its base, the walls surrounding it, the top and the enumerated stone pillars were all the same bluish-black color and also emitted an antique smell and aura. Xianxia turned around. His eyes landed onto the entrance which he had just passed through. It was now a grayish patch like before, and he could not see the outside anymore. He thought for a while before hastily retreating. The surrounding world changed drastically yet again, and Xianxia once again returned to the barren land in which the fortress previously stood. Below his feet was the obvious footprint that he intentionally left behind earlier, proof that this was where he stood earlier. After confirming that he could exit without obstacle upon entering, Xianxia was relieved and once again entered the fortress. The hall was massive, even bigger than the ranking tournament stadium Xianxia was in the previous day. Xianxia's eyes swept across the surroundings as he slowly proceeded. The sounds of his footsteps and his intentionally suppressed breathing was exceptionally clear within this massive empty hall. What exactly is this place? Xianxia walked for a very long time before he finally saw the end of the hall. On the walls surrounding it, there was a stone door every 60 meters. Some of the doors were open and some closed. Behind the open doors were paths that lead to unknown destinations. At the end of the hall was a huge, round stone stage. The stage was 30 meters tall and 300 meters wide. On the right of the stage were very tall stone stairs that led to the second level of the fortress. Jasmine, did you discover anything? Xianxia stopped and asked. Actually, I don't know anything either, but I can confirm that there is no aura from any living things here, nor is there any aura left behind from anyone, other than you, who had just come in. This is most likely a long-forgotten primordial ground. You should take a look around. You might find some unusual discoveries. If you are able to obtain an artifact from the primordial era, even if it is the lowest grade, it would undoubtedly be a huge treasure. Xianxia nodded. After hesitating for a while, he walked towards the big stone stairs and went up. He didn't know how many levels were there. Even Jasmine was unable to detect just how many levels there were to this fortress, hence, he didn't even need to try to guess. Even if he found out that there were thousands or tens of thousands of levels, Xianxia would not be shocked. On the stone stairs, Xianxia slowly ascended and looked downwards at the same time. From the top, he observed the massive hall on the first level. Just as he looked on top of the round stage, he concentrated and stopped ascending. Because at the time, he seemed to feel a red glow flash past his eyes. It was exceptionally quiet and was still a field of bluish black. Therefore, even though the red glow was extremely weak, it seemed striking and out of the ordinary. Xianxia didn't even think as he hugged Feng Xue'er and jumped down from the stone stairs, steadily landing above the stage as he fixated on the position where the red glow was at. What did you find? I'm still not sure. Xianxia walked forward as he slowly reached the end of the stage. Then the weak red glow seemed to flash past his eyes again, which caused him to hastily stop moving. His eyes firmly fixated on the crack between two bluish-black rocks that were on the stone stage. Xianxia knelt that as he looked closely, and indeed, when he focused between the two bluish-black rocks, at the narrow crack that was difficult to make out with the human eye, a faintly blinking red glow shot out. There's something below here. Jasmine had said that this was the place left behind from the primordial era and was definitely extremely old. But the thing below was still emitting a light. This must be from an unusual artifact that had been left behind. If it really was some extraordinary treasure, the sky poison pearl should have detected it. Why did the sky poison pearl have absolutely no reaction? Xianxia stretched out his hand and intensely smashed this crack. A bang instantly sounded as his hand bounced back. He felt pain from his skin and bones, yet the two bluish-black rocks were perfectly fine, not even damaged in the slightest. You want to break it? With your strength, this is definitely not possible. Xianxia is a mid-stage overlord, and he's still not able to break an ordinary rock from the outside. The rocks within this fortress are much stronger than the rocks outside. Even if you were to attack it at full strength for tens of years, it would not be damaged in the slightest. Jasmine said ruthlessly. There was definitely something special hidden under this stage, or it might contain another space. However, just as Jasmine had said, with his strength, breaking this stage apart was basically an impossible task. Xianxia searched the vicinity and did not find anything similar to a mechanism switch either. Hence, he could only give up and once again walk up the stone stairs. The stone stairs were long, and even after Xianxia had walked for a very long time, he had only walked half of it. Who are you? Xianxia's steps suddenly stopped, and he hurriedly turned his head to look at his surroundings. Who is it? Who's speaking? Ah, big brother Yun, what's wrong? Feng Xue'er, who had been quietly nestling in his embrace, was given a huge fright, and she asked a little anxiously. Xianxia's gaze swept his surroundings as he poured his concentration into his ears. He softly asked, Xue'er, did you hear a voice just now? Just now? Feng Xue'er shook her head, confused. Just now, Xianxia had clearly heard an incomparably soft and faint voice. That voice was very weak and seemed to a woman's voice. Yet it was especially ethereal as well, causing him to be unable to clearly distinguish where the voice had come from. Or could it be his imagination? Jasmine, that voice just now, did you hear it? Xianxia asked with a frown. I didn't hear anything at all, Jasmine replied. What did you hear? Even Jasmine did not hear it. Xianxia couldn't help but suspect that what he heard earlier was just an illusory voice. He focused his mind, quietly stood at his current spot, and his eyes swept around the vicinity for a long time, yet he could no longer hear any voice. Yun-Chi continued to raise his feet and walk up the stairs. After a long time, he finally arrived at the second floor of the fortress. Bluish-black walls, bluish-black floors, and bluish-black ceilings. Everything was no different from the first floor. Yun-Chi did not continue to head up, and instead walked straight towards an open stone door. Behind the stone door was unexpectedly a simple and neat place which looked similar to a courtyard. Inside, there were stone tables, stone stools, and similar-looking bluish-black earthen jars, where most of them were already broken. Behind the courtyard, there were 7 to 8 rooms that were regularly distributed. Yun-Chi walked into the courtyard, stood at a stone door of one of the rooms, and tried to push it with his hands. Suddenly, on the right side of the stone door, a small-scaled, profound formation, the size of a palm, appeared with a flash. Right after, the profound formation turned, and the stone door slowly opened on its own. All the doors here should have been set with profound formations such as this one, which can be conveniently opened and locked. But the profound energy within these small-scaled, profound formations are already very weak, and even you will be able to easily destroy them. However, it's already extremely rare for them to be able to exist since the primordial era. The strength of those who set these profound formations are definitely beyond ordinary, Jasmine said sternly. From the looks of it, this place seems to be for residential use. Yun-Chi walked into the stone room. Inside, there was a stone table, 2 stone stools, a cabinet-like stone frame, and a stone bed that was adequately spacious and large. The arrangements of the other rooms should be more or less the same as well. With how huge this fortress was, if it was arranged for residential use, most probably, it would be possible for the entire population of the Blue Wind Empire to live in. Yun-Chi turned around and realized that there was a small-scaled, profound formation that occasionally flashed gently at the back of the stone door. Its position was in exactly the same position as the profound formation that appeared when Yun-Chi pushed open the door. It should be the same profound formation. However, it could only be seen from the inside and could only be seen on the outside when the stone door was touched. Try using your profound energy to touch this profound formation, Jasmine suddenly said. Following her instructions, Yun-Chi reached out his hand and struck towards the profound formation with profound energy that was neither strong nor weak. In an instant, with a bang, the door, which was initially opened, suddenly closed extremely quickly. As I thought, Jasmine said. By touching this profound formation from the inside, it's able to completely lock the stone door, which can only be opened from the inside, and it's impossible to open from the outside. It is really suitable for self-protection. During the primordial era, various devils and demonic beasts crossed these lands, and these basic self-protection measures should be really common. However, if the profound formation is destroyed from the outside by others, the people inside would be completely sealed instead. Xue'er, let's rest here for a while. Yun-Chi walked to the side of that stone bed and then sat down while leaning against the wall. The moment he relaxed his mind, the sense of fatigue assaulted over like a flood of water. He didn't release Feng Xue'er. Instead, he changed his posture while still holding her in his embrace. He was completely able to pull out a blanket from the sky poison pearl and set it on the stone bed, and then have Feng Xue'er lay on it. However, evidently, he couldn't bear to do it. Because the sensation of embracing Princess Snow like this was enough to have any man to indulge himself to the point where he was unwilling to let go. Who are you? Yun-Chi, who had only just sat down, slightly shook as he instantly lifted his head. If there was a possibility that the first time was just his imagination or an illusory voice, then this time, Yun-Chi definitely would not believe that it was his imagination. He had heard that voice with absolute clarity. It was the same and exact voice as earlier. Who are you? Who's talking to me? Yun-Chi heightened his concentration and shouted out loud. In this towering fortress, which suddenly appeared within the primordial profound arc, a relic left from the primordial era in which Jasmine was absolutely sure that there wasn't a single existing living being left. How could there be a woman's voice? You heard a voice again? Jasmine asked in surprise. Since Jasmine had asked in such a manner, it naturally meant that she still did not hear the voice this time, which also meant that only Yun-Chi was able to hear that voice. That voice was also only being sent to Yun-Chi alone. Yun-Chi once again kept quiet for a long while. However, he no longer heard that voice again. With sunken brows, he said, "There's definitely someone in this ancient fortress. She should be really far away from me, but she knows of my existence. If it's not your imagination, then it can only be a residual soul," Jasmine said slowly. Residual soul? Jasmine's voice was very calm, as though she was long used to things like residual souls. And it should be an extremely weak residual soul, otherwise she wouldn't be having such difficulties sending out her soul voice consecutively. There's no need for you to look for her. Since she didn't hesitate to consume her weakened soul energy to converse with you, it means that she seems to be interested in you, and she will once again take the initiative to converse with you. The reason why you're unable to receive a reply should be due to her soul energy, which has been weakened to the point where she's only able to voice out her next words after a long while. Big brother Yun, is there someone else around? Feng Xue'er raised her head from Yun Qi's embrace and gently asked. Yun Qi shook his head. No, I seem to have heard some voices, that's all. Xue'er, you should be very tired. Have a good rest then. In the place where we are now, no one else is able to find us. Feng Xue'er gently shook her head. I'm not tired. Big brother Yun is the one who's really tired. I only have to take a short break and then I'll recover, Yun Qi said with a smile. With the dragon god's physique and the power of the great way of the Buddha, the recovery speed of his profound energy and stamina were much faster than a regular person's. The two people quietened down. After several hours of escaping, where they didn't dare to stop for a single moment, their hearts finally found peace and calm. And Yun Qi was finally able to truly feel the warmth and fragrance in his embrace. Lightly hugging Princess Snow like this was most probably a dreamlike scene which every man would not even dare to dream of. And Princess Snow was like a compliant little kitten nestling in his embrace. She didn't struggle nor reject it, and was simply resting peacefully. Xue'er, the Phoenix God in your divine Phoenix sect, has it really died? Yun Qi asked with a light voice. However, Jasmine had told him the answer to this question before, and Yi Xinghan's and Feng Feiyan's words had even more so proved it. Feng Xue'er was silent for a short while before she gently nodded. Lord Phoenix God had already departed 3 years ago. 16 years ago, the reason why Lord Phoenix God had chosen me after my birth was because it knew that its lifespan was about to end, and it required a successor with sufficient potential. I was under the guidance of Lord Phoenix God for 13 years, and I received all of Lord Phoenix God's inheritance, his energy source, soul energy, all of its Phoenix blood, and all of its memories. Feng Xue'er's words shook Yun Qi. It was no wonder that at the mere age of 16, she possessed the strength of a half-step monarch. It was also no wonder she was able to easily distinguish his bloodline, and knew so clearly of the feud between the two Phoenix spirits back then. Although the Phoenix God of Divine Phoenix Empire was dead, it had passed down its own energy source, soul energy, and even its memories to Feng Xue'er. This allowed Feng Xue'er's starting point to be frighteningly high. Her growth speed and the heights she could achieve in the future would undoubtedly shock the whole world as well. It was thus no wonder Feng Xue'er had such a high position in the Divine Phoenix sect. Since she had inherited everything from the Phoenix God, once Feng Xue'er was to completely mature, she would clearly become the second Phoenix of the Divine Phoenix sect. In regards to their future Phoenix God, Divine Phoenix sect would naturally have to protect her with their utmost best. The possibility of a single obstruction was definitely not allowed while she had yet to fully mature. In regards to Lord Phoenix God's departure, only Royal Father, Great Elder, Big Brother, Crown Prince, Grandfather, Great-Grandfather, and me, only 6 people know about it. Royal Father said that this is the biggest secret of our sect. It definitely can't be leaked out, and it can't even be told to the people of our sect. But on the 2nd year, the 4 great sacred grounds had been constantly sending voice transmissions to probe about the situation regarding Lord Phoenix God, as though they knew that Lord Phoenix God was no longer here. Royal Father was really furious and perplexed as well. Royal Father had always guessed that the sacred grounds were probably unable to sense Lord Phoenix God's presence, and thus came to probe about it. Never did we expect that it would actually be. Feng Xue'er's voice was really saddened, as she was still unable to recover from the Great Elder's betrayal. At the same time, she couldn't help but worry for Divine Phoenix Empire's future. Without the might of the Phoenix God, Divine Phoenix sect would definitely struggle while being suppressed by the 4 great sacred grounds without end. For 5,000 years, the sole reason why the Divine Phoenix sect was able to develop so quickly under the watch of the 4 great sacred grounds, and was faintly reaching the brink of the sacred grounds level, was due to the Phoenix God's existence. Yun Qi sighed in his heart, yet he didn't find it to be too shocking. With every influential power, the ones that are most prone to betrayal were usually the people at the very top of the spectrum. These people were limited to but a few figures. Because these types of people knew the most, their position from the summit was the closest, and they were absolutely clear of every advantage and disadvantage the entire force possessed. Thus, at certain appropriate timings, they were the most susceptible to harboring intents of betrayal. If the Divine Phoenix sect were to continue going strong like this, Feng Xue'er's intent of betrayal might not have awoken even till his death. However, with their Phoenix God's departure, at the same time he feared for the future of the Divine Phoenix sect, he was even more fearful of his own future. So after weighing his options, he decided to defect to Sun Moon Divine Hall at the very earliest moment. If Yunqi and Xia Yuanba were not present, he would have already helped Yi Xinghan achieve his objective, and let Feng Xue'er, who carried Divine Phoenix Empire's biggest hope, land in Yi Xinghan's hands. The consequences were unimaginable. It's all right, it's fine this way as well. Not only were they unable to achieve what they wanted, they have completely exposed themselves instead. Otherwise, the later they are exposed, it would become even more dangerous. Yunqi consoled her. Amen, Feng Xue'er lightly responded. It's all because of Big Brother Yun. If not for Big Brother Yun, I would have. If Royal Father knew, he will definitely be really thankful to Big Brother Yun as well. It's good enough if your father stops trying to kill me. Yunqi laughed. He definitely couldn't believe that protecting Feng Xue'er was the only reason why Feng Henkang allowed Feng Xue'er to act on his own. Killing him was definitely one of their goals as well. However, he then once again thought in another way. Once Feng Henkang found out about today, he would definitely be under increased pressure, and there might even be a possibility for him to breach decorum with Sun Moon Divine Hall. When that time comes, he probably wouldn't even have the time to think of killing him. The four great sacred grounds are already aware of the Phoenix God's death, so they should be aware that you have inherited the Phoenix God's physique as well. Yi Xinghan harbors motives towards you, so the other three sacred grounds will most probably keep their eyes on you from now as well. Yunqi closed his eyes, and he was a little pained and worried. But in the end, my strength is still too weak. I basically do not have the power to protect you, otherwise, I would instantly take you away from your royal father's hands and hide you from both your sect and those from the sacred grounds. Heh! Feng Xue'er revealed a smile. Big Brother Yun wants to protect me to such an extent, I'm so happy. If Big Brother Yun wants to take me away, I might not resist, you know. Xue'er, you said those words yourself? Yunqi smiled as well. If there comes a day I really want to take Xue'er away, Xue'er must definitely not. Sky, poison, pearl. Yunqi's words came to a grinding halt, as the mysterious and ethereal woman's voice resounded for the third time. And this time what she said was no longer, "Who are you?" but clearly, "Sky, poison, pearl." "Who are you? Where are you?" Yunqi yelled with his head raised. Since the other party knew of his existence and even sound transmitted to him, then she obviously would be able to hear his voice. But it was the same as the last two times. After the voice sounded, it fell silent without any other sounds of speech. The third voice was also weak, and he could barely hear it, but Yunqi actually had a vague feeling that the source of the voice was not that far from him. "Big Brother Yun, did you hear that weird voice again?" Feng Xue'er asked. Amen. Yunqi nodded, then consoled her. "Don't be scared, Xue'er, it could just be my misconception due to me being too nervous. This place is so ancient and quiet, there shouldn't be anyone here. With Big Brother Yun by my side, I'm not scared at all," Feng Xue'er said while beaming. Thinking about what she said previously, her expression dimmed once again as she asked faintly, "Big Brother Yun, is the other Lord Phoenix God still well? Should be still well?" Yunqi pondered, then replied, "The Phoenix spirit I had encountered had told me before that it was weaker than your Divine Phoenix sect's Phoenix spirit. Your Phoenix God had suffered heavy injuries back then and has already passed away. As for the one I encountered, even though it isn't dead yet, its vitality ought to be greatly injured. But it was still well 3 years ago." He paused, then continued, "If Xue'er wants to, I can bring Xue'er to visit that Phoenix spirit." Okay, Feng Xue'er happily agreed. "This is also Lord Phoenix God's remaining wish." "Oh right, Big Brother Yun, how did you meet that Lord Phoenix God? Can you tell me?" Yunqi lifted his head as he fondly thought back to the past. To him, that was a secret that he had never told anyone before. But in front of Feng Xue'er's clear eyes, he couldn't raise a single trace of rejection. Wearing a light smile, his voice gently slowed. "That was 3 years ago. At that time, my profound strength was only at the nascent profound realm. I was being chased by a branch sect member of a sect named Xiao sect. It was my current princess wife who had saved me soon after. But at that time, she wasn't my wife yet. I only had just met her at that time. We fled together. Then, the aerial profound beast we were riding on had completely exhausted its strength, and because of the injuries it received from our pursuer, we fell straight down from a high altitude. As Xianxia recalled the memories of that time, he slowly narrated it to Feng Xue'er. When he first started talking, his voice was flat, but his voice couldn't help but gradually begin to fill with emotion. After all, it was an unforgettable experience for both him and Kang Yue. It was within those tribulations that his emotions were deepened. At the same time, it was also a major turning point in his life. If not for what happened then, the later unstable events wouldn't have happened. The grievances brought along by the Phoenix Flames wouldn't have happened, and the present him wouldn't have existed today. Xianxia talked for a very long time, narrating the events from entering the 10,000 Beast Mountain range all the way to leaving the Phoenix trial grounds. When he finally finished, he looked down and actually saw Feng Xue'er's soft lips lightly pursed. Her breathing was as gentle as an orchid. She had already fallen asleep. In addition to her completely powerless body, the heavy blows she received and the long hours of fleeing and terror. Even though Feng Xue'er had always been carried in Xianxia's arms, no matter if it was her mental state or body, they had long since been utterly exhausted. Amidst Xianxia's voice, her mind had finally relaxed slightly, and an uncontrollable tiredness caused her to unwittingly fall asleep. Xianxia let out a light sigh of relief as he silently looked at the image of Feng Xue'er sleeping, then immediately stared into a daze. Exhaustion gradually attacked him as he leaned his head against the ice-cold wall and also unwittingly fell asleep. "Please find her. Only you can save her. Please find her." Ah, Xianxia trembled and immediately woke up with that voice still resounding in his ears. And this time he was unable to tell if it was a real voice or a voice in his dreams. "Big brother Yun." It was unknown whether Xianxia's sudden movement had shocked her awake, or if she had already been awake. Feng Xue'er's beautiful eyes flashed slightly as she stared at him unblinkingly. "It's nothing," Xianxia shook his head. "It's just that it seems like I heard that weird voice again." Once he finished talking, Xianxia suddenly thought of something. He knitted his brows as he asked in his consciousness, "Jasmine, how long have I been asleep? From entering the primordial profound arc to now, how many hours have passed?" "You didn't sleep that long. As for how long you've been in the primordial profound arc, 22 hours have passed, or even a little more." 22 hours. Xianxia's eyebrows slightly hopped. In other words, he only had not even 2 hours before the primordial profound arc closes. Just earlier, he had suddenly remembered what spiritual master Gu Kang said to Xia Yuanba before the primordial profound arc closes. He must not be in a confined area. This even included ravines and caverns. Otherwise, the 24th hour force would not be able to reach him, and he wouldn't be able to get out of the primordial profound arc. He would also disappear along with the primordial profound arc and die within the primordial profound arc. And the place where he and Feng Xue'er were in was precisely a truly isolated environment. The short sleep from before had restored about 50 to 60% of Xianxia's physical and profound strength. He carried Feng Xue'er and said, "Xue'er, we should leave this place. There's not even 2 hours until the primordial profound arc closes, and we can leave now. When that time comes, you'll truly be safe." "Amen," Feng Xue'er lightly responded as she subconsciously leaned closer to Xianxia. "Let's go." Xianxia raised his hand and struck a stream of profound energy into the profound formation on the right of the stone door. Instantly, the profound formation flashed, and the tightly closed stone door speedily opened after a short rumbling. Carrying Feng Xue'er, Xianxia walked out. Then, with a single glance, he spotted the descending stone stairs. Earlier, he chose to enter the stone door next to the stone stairs and suppressed his curiosity to head any deeper, as he was afraid of losing his way. After all, this place was simply too huge. The structure and the colors of the place were especially uniform as well. With just a slight mistake, he would be completely lost. As he walked down the stone stairs, Xianxia's heart had slightly calmed down as well. The primordial profound arc was quickly about to close. After reaching outside with Divine Phoenix Sect and spiritual master Gu Kang, Yi Xinghan and Feng Feiyan shouldn't have the thought of succeeding in their motives, and this crisis would have been considered to be narrowly averted as well. Xia Yuanba was the only one he was currently worried about. He was in possession of a transportation jade, so theoretically speaking, he could totally save his own life. However, Xianxia couldn't help but worry that he had gambled his own life in order to fight for more time for his own escape. Very quickly, He had already descended half of the flight of stairs, and the gigantic hall on the first floor was nearly at the end of his sight. At this moment, Jasmine suddenly let out a solemn voice. "Truly a ghost who won't go away." "Ghost who won't go away? What do you mean?" Xianxia blanked, and his footsteps had slowed down as well. Just as he said that, his body suddenly felt a chill. It felt as though he was clearly tightly locked onto by a presence. Xianxia suddenly turned his head and looked below him, in the direction he first came up from, borrowing the slightly dusky light. He saw a blurry figure currently charging over with extreme speed. Xinghen. When Xianxia discovered him, Xinghen had long spotted Xianxia and Feng Xue'er, who was in his embrace. His initial pair of darkened eyes instantly shone with an odd light, and his face revealed a surprised joy, to the extent where he let out a nearly crazed laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha. Initially I had already given up. I never expected that the heavens will still be generous to me. Ha 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 ha." Xianxia never expected that when there were merely 2 hours left before the primordial profound arc closes, in this mysterious and dead-silent fortress, he would actually once again encounter Xinghen. His eyes instantly grew overcast. Without even thinking any further, he quickly turned about and charged up with his quickest speed. "This time, I want to see where you two can run off to." Xinghen's speed was as quick as lightning. In his eyes, since Xianxia had already landed in his own line of sight, then there would no longer be any possibility of escape. Seeing Xianxia sprinting straight towards the second floor, he smiled sinisterly. Swinging his arm, Sun-Moon Calamity instantly shot out an eye-piercing white profound light, slicing towards Xianxia's legs. Evidently, he was afraid of harming Feng Xue'er by mistake. Xianxia's figure shook as he instantly dodged away with Star God's broken shadow. The profound light struck the handrail of the stone stairs, letting out an extremely ear-piercing ring. The surrounding airflow trembled greatly, yet the place where the profound light had struck was completely unscathed. Not even a single hint of damage and scar could be seen. The bricks of this place were terrifyingly tough as expected. Not just Xianxia, even with Xinghen's impressive strength, he was unable to damage it in the slightest. "Hurry and hide inside the stone room. With your speed, it's impossible to escape him," Jasmine said solemnly. Even without Jasmine's reminder, Xianxia would do the same as well. Because in a situation like this, that was his only option. With his quickest speed, he charged towards the second floor, and then sprinted towards the courtyard he had stopped at before. When he approached the stone door, Xinghen had already charged to the second floor as well. His distance from Xianxia's back was only left with less than 60 meters. He laughed coldly and said with disdain, "Still thinking about running?" Xinghen fiercely pushed out his palm, and an extremely violent force of profound energy charged straight towards Xianxia's back. A heavy sense of danger came from behind him. Xianxia had no time to turn around as he quickly embraced Feng Xue'er tightly and crazily surged the profound energy in his entire body. Sealing cloud-locking sun. Bang. Chaotic sounds of explosions rang out, and the barrier Xianxia had set up around his body had only lasted for a mere second before shattering completely. It had blocked against most of the attack, but the part of the energy Xianxia wasn't able to block was still unbearable for him, and he puked out a huge mouthful of blood. Barring the force of the attack, his body flew past the center of the courtyard. Like a meteor, he shot into one of the stone rooms, and his body heavily struck onto the wall inside. However, right before he fell onto the ground with extremely strong willpower, he maintained his consciousness and quickly stretched out his arm. With profound energy gathered in his hand, he pushed towards the profound formation at the side of the stone door. RRMM, the stone door instantly closed tightly shut, isolating themselves from Xinghen outside. Xianxia laid his back onto the ground and panted with huge breaths as he retracted his stretched-out arm with a little difficulty as well. His back was blasted by Xinghen's energy, and right after, he heavily struck against the stone wall. Hence, his blood flow was currently in a mess, and his organs had shifted greatly from their original positions as well, as fresh blood constantly trickled down from the corner of his lips. However, for someone who possessed the abilities of a late-stage Emperor Profound Realm to actually be capable of staying alive after blocking an attack that consisted of a third of a middle-stage Overlord's strength. In this world, only Xianxia could achieve it, and in the entire process, Feng Xue'er had been protected by him with all his might and did not suffer any form of injury. However, she was still worried and frightened to the point where she was about to cry. "Big Brother Yun, you're fine, right? Big Brother Yun." I'm fine," Xianxia panted with huge breaths. Then he sat up with great difficulty. He raised up Feng Xue'er up by his side as well and had her lean against his own shoulder as they leaned against the slightly cold stone wall together. "I'm fine, it's only a small wound." Bang, boom, ding, clang, boom. Various banging sounds came from the direction of the stone door, which was merely less than 10 steps away from them. However, no matter the stone door or the stone wall, under the incomparably intense attacks, neither of them budged a single bit. Xianxia held onto Feng Xue'er's hand and consoled her. "Xue'er, don't worry. He won't be able to enter." "Amen." Feng Xue'er leaned against Xianxia's shoulder, and she tightly hugged onto his arm with both her hands. Yi Xinghen used all of his strength and had only managed to tiringly escape from the Song of the Flower Burial after being pressed down for exactly 12 hours. After venting his anger on the place, he still did not give up and chased after them with all his might. Then, just like Xianxia, out of curiosity, he entered this ancient fortress which appeared out of nowhere. At this moment, he had basically given up hope on finding Feng Xue'er. He didn't expect that a large surprise would suddenly descend from the heavens just like that. However, currently, a stone door was completely blocking him from obtaining the prey which was supposedly right at his fingertips. Even with an attack which he unleashed with his full strength that had even caused his own arm to be in severe pain. Forget about being destroyed. Not even a single hint of a scar could be seen on the stone door in front of his eyes, nor was there a slight deviation in its position either. He struck the stone door with all his strength, yet what he received was a feeling as though he was an ant trying to shake a tree. Yi Xinghen became utterly agitated. This feeling as though a cooked duck had suddenly flown off had undoubtedly made him feel extremely unbearable. He stared at the stone door and walked back and forth. He tried to locate the opening mechanism, and his solemn voice carried a deep threat. "Xianxia, if you don't wish to die without a proper burial, open the door for me now." Xianxia did not respond. He closed his eyes, regulated his breathing, and slowly stabilized the injuries in his body. Although he had prepared himself when he took Yi Xinghen's attack, the injuries he received were definitely not light. From his side, Feng Xue'er reached out her little snow-white hand and carefully rubbed away the bloodstain from the corner of his lips. Her beautiful eyes were filled with pain. He had received such heavy injuries, yet he was able to make sure that not even the corner of her clothes were damaged, while she was powerless to defend herself. This alone was touching enough to last in her memory for a lifetime. Yi Xinghen circled around the vicinity for several times, yet he was unable to find anything that looked similar to a mechanism. He could only give up and stand in front of the stone door. After his expression quickly changed, his voice suddenly calmed down. "Xianxia, not only have you spoilt my great plans, you have even killed my two beloved women. Whatever you have done is enough for me to torture you to the point you would wish for death to come. Let's take a couple steps back. Even if you're capable of escaping today, and you manage to leave the primordial profound arca, HMPH, I will still unhesitantly move all the forces of Sun Moon Divine Hall to endlessly hunt you down. When that time comes, not only will there not be a single person who would have the guts to protect you, there will even be countless of people willing to kill you just to curry favors with my Sun Moon Divine Hall. Like a dog with a deceased owner, you will endlessly pray to see the light of day, until your corpse is shredded into countless pieces." Xianxia knew very well in his heart that although Yi Xinghen's words were threats, they were facts as well. Incurring the hatred of Divine Phoenix Sect and incurring the hatred of Sun Moon Divine Hall were completely two different concepts. "If you don't come out, you will be sealed to death in this primordial profound arc. Even if you manage to escape, only death awaits you as well," Yi Xinghen said solemnly. "But right now, I can give you a chance. As long as you open this door and hand me my little sister Xue'er, then everything that happened, including the matter about you killing my women, I can let them be bygones. Not only will I let you leave, and I'll even allow you to safely leave the primordial profound arc from today onwards, I will not hunt you down, and I can even provide you with some benefits." In such desperate straits, these words undoubtedly carry huge temptation. Xianxia closed his eyes, his demeanor was still the same, and he did not make a sound. Feng Xue'er looked at him worriedly and said with a soft voice, "Big brother Yun, let's not care about him." Xianxia held onto Feng Xue'er's shoulder and said with a similarly soft voice, "This young master is the young hall master of Sun Moon Divine Hall, so I keep my promises. This is your only chance to live and also a big gift for you. You'd best not be an idiot and destroy your own life and future," Yi Xinghen said with a solemn voice. However, in actual fact, he was especially anxious in his heart. Because, counting the time, there were only less than 2 hours before the primordial profound arc would close. When that time comes, not only would he have to give up on Feng Xue'er, his greed and despicable acts could very possibly be exposed. In the future, it would be hard to obtain another opportunity. He had said a bunch of words, yet still he did not receive even a single response, and not even a single bit of voice could be heard from inside. Yi Xinghan's expression became even darker and stern. Yuan-Chi, since you're not coming out, could it be that you're thinking of dying in this primordial profound arc? HMPH, with a lowly life such as yours, it's fine for you to die, but you don't have the qualifications to drag Feng Xue'er to die alongside you. Her life is more precious than yours. If you really wish to protect her, then you'd best honestly hand her over to me. This is your only chance. With the harshest voice she could muster, Feng Xue'er said, Yi Xinghan, I Feng Xue'er am willing to die here with Big Brother Yun than to land in your hands. Oh, my little sister Xue'er. Hearing Feng Xue'er's voice, Yi Xinghan's tone instantly underwent a huge change. Why do you want to reject your big brother Yi to such an extent? Although my methods are a little dishonorable, it's because I like you too much, and that I'm too anxious to obtain you. Go away, Feng Xue'er furiously shouted. I really hate you. Little sister Xue'er, you will learn to not hate me, Yi Xinghan said with a carefree voice. I, Yi Xinghan, am the young hall master of Sun Moon Divine Hall. Given less than 300 years, I will become the true hall master of Sun Moon Divine Hall, becoming the highest and most supreme figure in the entire profound sky continent. And only I am worthy of little sister Xue'er, and only little sister Xue'er is worthy of me. I can make a guarantee to little sister Xue'er right now that after our marriage, I will use everything I have to protect you, and have you become the most respected and the most perfect woman in this world. For you, I can even give up on all other women. I will never like you. My big brother Yun is 1,000 times, 10,000 times better than you, Feng Xue'er angrily said. Your big brother Yun. Yi Xinghan's eyes narrowed and began to coldly laugh in disdain. You actually compare me to a lowly mortal. In my eyes, he's even less than an ant by the roadside. If I want to crush him, it's actually even much easier than crushing an ant. My little sister Xue'er, given how pure and smart you are, how can your heart be so easily blinded? Only by following me will you find where you perfectly belong. Even if you don't think for your own future, you should also think of the future of Divine Phoenix Sect. Could it be that you really wish for the future of Divine Phoenix Sect to be destroyed by your own selfish and mistaken decision? Yi Xinghan's final words had undoubtedly struck a huge blow in Feng Xue'er's heart. Yuan-Chi opened his eyes, gently grasped onto Feng Xue'er's slightly cold hand, and shook his head. Don't believe any words from a downright despicable person such as him. No matter what he says, we don't have to listen to him. Amen. Feng Xue'er lightly nodded. Yuan-Chi once again closed his eyes and healed his own injuries with all his strength. Before the primordial profound arc closes, Yi Xinghan would definitely leave this ancient fortress. When that time comes, that would be the only hope for him and Feng Xue'er to escape from this place. In order to completely secure his own life, Yi Xinghan would definitely not stay too close from the ancient fortress after leaving it either. Although it carried a very huge risk, as long as he were to plan out the time well, the chances of success definitely wouldn't be low. The more his injuries heal, the possibility of success would raise correspondingly as well. Yuan-Chi and Feng Xue'er were in the stone room, while Yi Xinghan was outside the stone room. The situation had instantly landed in a stalemate where neither parties could advance or retreat. Even after using all of his strength, Yi Xinghan was unable to break the stone door. Hence, he could only constantly use enticing, deluding, and threatening words. At the end, under extreme agitation, he had even broken out into curses, however. Neither Yuan-Chi nor Feng Xue'er responded to him with another word. Rumble, the floor beneath their feet, the wall behind them, and even the entire space had suddenly trembled slightly, as though an earthquake had happened. This trembling caused Yuan-Chi to focus his senses, and outside, Yi Xinghan's expression changed greatly. Ah, Feng Xue'er was suddenly conscious of something and cried out. Big brother Yun, this is bad. I heard from my royal father that when the space within the primordial profound arc begins to shake, it means that there's only less than half an hour left before the primordial profound arc closes. Half an hour? Yuan-Chi raised his eyes and stared at the stone door, his expression beginning to turn grim. Yi Xinghan's voice had clearly become anxious as well. Yuan-Chi, in half an hour the primordial profound arc will close. If you don't come out now, the two of you will not be expelled by the primordial profound arc's force. The two of you will die inside, and even your corpses will disappear along with the primordial profound arc. Come out, and you too can live, otherwise both of you will die. It's best that you worry more about yourself. Xianxia coldly said. You're still inside the ancient fortress yourself. Even if we're not forced out when the time comes, you will accompany us in our deathbeds as well. Accompany you in your deathbed? Ha, those words are so terrible to hear. You clearly only have to obediently open the door. As long as you do this simple action, you can live on nicely, and my little sister Xue'er will be able to live as well. Yet, you still wish to not come to your senses. It's fine to be stupid on your own, but you even wish to drag down my perfect little sister Xue'er as well. This is the first time I have ever seen such a fool in my entire life. If I really believe in your words, then I will truly be an idiot. Xianxia coldly laughed. Rumble, space once again shook, and according to the past experience and records, the nearer to the primordial profound arc's close, the frequency of the shaking space would increase. At the very end, it would even continue to shake violently, similar to a space which was at the verge of collapse. Xinghen's expression became even darker. He turned around to look out of the courtyard, hurriedly calculated the time he needed to escape the ancient fortress from his current position, and said while gnashing his teeth, Xianxia, I shall give you one last chance. Either you open this door or both of you will die together. Seconds flowed by, and with every passing second, it was as though the footsteps of the god of death were approaching closer. Xianxia's expression was calm. However, his forehead was already filled with cold sweat, because the final amount of time he would have would decide the life and death of both him and Feng Xue'er. If he were to head out now, he would die. If he was unable to leave before the primordial profound arc closes, he would similarly die. Another 15 minutes had passed, and the frequency of the shaking space had clearly increased as well. Xinghen's expression had already turned even more anxious, as he constantly turned his head around, confirming time and time again the route and amount of time he needed to escape the ancient fortress. Then he took a deep breath and once again roared, Xianxia, I shall give you one final chance. If you wish to live, open the door now. In the stone room, Xianxia tightly furrowed his brows, tightly gritted his teeth, and did not say a single word. Feng Xue'er strongly grabbed onto Xianxia's hand. Her expression was a field of confusion. Rumble, space severely shook, causing Xinghen's body to greatly shake for a moment. And right now, out of the total of 24 hours, they were only left with the final 15 minutes. At this moment, even if Xianxia opened the door now and handed Feng Xue'er to him, removing the time needed to escape, he basically wouldn't have the time to succeed either. His expression darkened and his entire body trembled as he said resentfully and hideously, Very good, then I will fulfill your wishes. Since I'm unable to obtain her, then destroying the two of you personally isn't a terrible idea either. Xinghen's words caused Xianxia to suddenly realize what he was planning to do. He fiercely stood up and roared out, Stop! Before his words fell, Xinghen's palm had already heavily struck onto the right of the stone door. The point of contact was exactly the small-scaled profound formation controlling the opening mechanism of the stone door. A violent force struck onto the profound formation. The profound formation momentarily shone before it completely shattered, and the dispersed profound light gently dissipated in the air. With the profound formation destroyed, the stone door was completely locked tight as well. No matter was it from the outside or inside, it could no longer be opened. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Die here for me? Forever! The destroyed profound formation had severed Xianxia's and Feng Xue'er's hope of escaping, and it had severed Xinghen's hope of obtaining Feng Xue'er as well. Xinghen let out a huge, furious laugh as he flew into the air with a face filled with hatred. With his fastest speed, he charged outwards. Very quickly, he descended down the stone stairs and charged out of the exit of the ancient fortress. This bastard! What Xianxia was the most worried about had happened. With Xinghen's abilities, he had expectedly seen through the profound formation. Xinghen had already escaped with his fastest speed, yet Xianxia's heart had dropped. He rapidly rose, whipped out Dragon Fault, and attacked the stone door with his full strength. Clang! The piercing sound of the strike could almost tear eardrums. The immense recoil caused both of Xianxia's arms to hurt immensely as the internal injuries which he had recuperated with much difficulty had completely ruptured. He staggered backwards, then fell heavily onto the ground. Big brother Yun! Feng Xue'er shifted her body and held onto Xianxia's shoulder. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Xianxia's gaze fell on the stone door where Dragon Fault had landed. Forget about a crack. There was not even a nick which the naked eye could see on that area. He took a deep breath and drooped his shoulders. Big Brother Yun, seeing Yun-Chi this way, and thinking of their situation, Feng Xue'er hugged him tightly. Big Brother Yun. To her, these 3 words were all the emotional support she could give. I'm sorry, Xue'er, in the end we were still forced to such a point. Yun-Chi laughed bitterly as he said powerlessly. Feng Xue'er forcefully shook her head. No, I was the one who let Big Brother Yun down. It's all because of me. If not for Big Brother Yun protecting me, nothing would have happened at all. Tears from the Phoenix girl dripped, landing lightly on Yun-Chi's arm. He turned over, looked in Feng Xue'er's eyes, and said lightly after some time, Xue'er, are you afraid? Yun-Chi's face was completely pale, yet the look in his eyes was one that she was familiar with, one with warmth which caused her to unknowingly become infatuated. She shook her head slowly. If I was alone, I would be afraid, but with Big Brother Yun, I'm not afraid at all. But I'm really afraid. Yun-Chi shut his eyes. I'm afraid that I won't be able to see my close ones and wives again. Afraid that no one will protect them. Afraid that I will not be able to complete the final wish that grandfather entrusted me. I'm afraid that I will not be able to see little Fairy again within this lifetime. And our child, I'm afraid of many things. Yet now, right in front of me, what I'm most afraid of is that I will really see you lose your life here. Rumble, rumble, the surroundings shuddered more and more violently. The booming not stopped for a long time. Dragon Fault had been tossed aside by Yun-Chi. His hands held onto Feng Xue'er's little hands as he gazed upwards and said with disappointment, Xue'er, did you know that I've always been someone who cherished my own life and is even more so, an incomparably selfish person? I used to poison many people to death just to let myself live, so many to the point that you can't even imagine, and within those there were many innocents. Feng Xue'er shook her head. I only know that Big Brother Yun is the nicest person in the world, and he's also the one who treats me the best. No matter who tells me that Big Brother Yun is a bad person, I will not believe it. Yun-Chi laughed out loud. Xue'er, your heart is just like a crystal, even though I had cheated you in such a manner originally. Not only did you not expose me, you instead taught me the world ode of the Phoenix on your own accord. And yesterday, you helped me with such perseverance. In front of you, I am ashamed and tainted by filth and the guilt of countless crimes. Your appearance was just as if a pearl had been inserted into my soul, one so precious that I don't even have the courage to touch it. Big Brother Yun? Feng Xue'er didn't understand why Yun-Chi was saying such strange things. Every word from him was praise and admiration, causing her heart to feel satisfied and warm, yet at the same time there was a kind of unexplainable unease. That's why, no matter what, I will not watch helplessly as you die, at least for now, I would rather die. Big Brother Yun, I will forever remember your words today. Even if I die and go to another world, I will never forget. Feng Xue'er murmured softly. Being trapped in such a situation and unable to escape, with another 15 minutes before the death god came knocking and facing imminent death, she ought to have felt fear along with a multitude of concerns. Yet at that moment, her heart instead became extremely peaceful without a trace of fear. She knew the reason it was because of the person beside her. A trace of determination flashed in Yun-Chi's eyes. He reached out his palm as an imprint of a golden flame flashed between his eyebrows. He looked at Feng Xue'er and said, Xue'er, close your eyes. Feng Xue'er closed her eyes like before. Yun-Chi reached out with 2 fingers and lightly tapped on the area between Feng Xue'er's eyebrows. Instantly, the Phoenix imprint flashed between Feng Xue'er's eyebrows, a golden imprint just like Yun-Chi's. Ah, this is... Feng Xue'er opened her eyes and gasped in amazement. These are the profound formulas of the world ode of the Phoenix's 5th and 6th stage, Yun-Chi said. Quickly engrave them into your memory. The 5th and 6th stages of the world ode of the Phoenix was something that the divine Phoenix sect had been yearning for the past 5,000 years, and now somebody had finally attained it. Though the timing wasn't quite suitable, Feng Xue'er still obediently complied. Shutting her eyes, she calmed her mind, deeply engraving the profound imprints within her mind into her soul. After less than an eighth of an hour, Feng Xue'er opened her eyes. Yun-Chi smiled slightly and said, Xue'er really is indeed much more clever than I thought. If it's like this, Xue'er will be able to master them in just a few months' time. The surroundings began to rumble continuously. Moreover, the degree of rumbling became more and more intense, as if there was going to be a cave-in any moment. Yet Yun-Chi had on a particularly peaceful expression. He noticed that Feng Xue'er's eyes were a little misty and then said earnestly, Xue'er, you must listen very carefully to my following words, all right? Amen. Feng Xue'er nodded. I will listen as long as it's Big Brother Yun's words. Xianxia laughed slightly and said, The four great sacred grounds are evidently already aware of the passing of the Phoenix God. You revealing your strength at the ranking tournament yesterday also allowed them to confirm this point. In the near future, your divine Phoenix sect would most probably face unprecedented pressure and danger. I'm not certain how your royal father will handle this matter, and nobody knows what will happen in the future. But Xue'er, after leaving this place, you have to properly cultivate this sixth stage of the world ode of the Phoenix, and attain an even greater strength to protect yourself. Apart from your royal father and grandfather, do not easily trust anyone else, including your royal brothers, because due to pressure and concern to improve their fate, there might be a chance that someone close to you may give in to the four great sacred grounds. No matter what, you have to give your life and safety the top priority, because to your royal father and the people of your sect, and to me, your life is more important than the entire divine Phoenix sect. If one day your sect really encounters a disaster which cannot be withstood, Xue'er, I hope that you will not risk your life in protecting your sect, and instead use all your might to flee, to allow yourself to live on. Xue'er, please promise me these. Ah! Xue'er opened her tender lips slightly, feeling somewhat lost. After leaving this place, we still are able to leave this place. No matter, promise me that first, Xianxia said firmly. You said it yourself just now that if it were my words you would listen. Amen, Feng Xue'er nodded lightly. Then I promise. Xianxia started laughing. He extended his pinky towards Feng Xue'er. Then let's do it like the last time, pinky swear. Feng Xue'er extended her own delicate pinky and buckled together with Xianxia's pinky. As they quietly gripped tighter and tighter while looking into each other's eyes, they both thought about the first time when they made a pinky swear at the same time and started to laugh lightly. Xianxia said with a smile, Since we have made a pinky swear, this means that Xue'er has promised me and can't go against it. Feng Xue'er agreed crisply. I will definitely do what I've promised Big Brother Yun. Big Brother Yun, you too can't renege the promise about bringing me to see snow. Xianxia's eyes wavered slightly. He didn't answer immediately, but instead reached out to remove the transportation jade that Xia Yuanba had given him from his neck, then gently hung it around Feng Xue'er's neck. This is... Feng Xue'er held the jade in her hand and asked curiously. The jade was originally sparkling and transparent, yet under the glow of Feng Xue'er's snowy jade-like neck, it had lost its splendor. Xianxia placed his palm onto Feng Xue'er's hands, then quietly grasped the stone. He looked at her beautiful complexion with reluctance, his voice like a gentle breeze. What I've promised Xue'er I will definitely do. After 3 years, I will bring Xue'er to see the endless snow in Blue Wind Nation's snow region of extreme ice. After 3 years, Xue'er, will you wait there for me? Rumble, rumble, rumble. The surroundings seemed to be boiling. Xianxia and Feng Xue'er were being flung around under the intense rumbling. The primordial profound arc had finally reached the final countdown of its closing. Feng Xue'er stared at Xianxia in a daze, her heart becoming more and more misty, with an unspeakable uneasiness. Wait for you? Big Brother Yun, why do I need to wait for you? Rip. An astonishing crack appeared in the air, appearing not more than 3 feet behind Xianxia. Xianxia's expression remained as calm as ever, as if at this moment, there was nothing in this world which could impinge his state of mind. He lightly tightened his grip. With a light ping sound, the transportation jade shattered, and a profound light instantly radiated as a delicate profound formation appeared on Feng Xue'er's body. The appearance of the profound formation, along with its mysterious profound aura, caused Feng Xue'er to suddenly have a premonition about something. Big Brother Yun, you? Xue'er, wait for me. Those 4 words of Xianxia's were unhurried and peaceful, yet when they drifted into Feng Xue'er's ears, it was as though profound lightning had struck her, causing her mind to be thoroughly thrown into chaos to the point that it was on the verge of collapse. She widened her eyes in fear. Endless fear and heartache spread to every part of her body. She stretched out her palm, wanting to catch Xianxia, but realized that her body was already starting to blur, and that they were getting further and further, further and further. Big Brother Yun, Big Brother Yun. No. Following her blood-curdling scream, all the sound and light seemed to become distant as Xianxia's silhouette became completely blurry in the endless space. Rumble, crack, SSS. Boom, space was completely thrown into disorder. The entire world seemed to be on the verge of destruction. Xianxia put down his arm, grabbed Dragon Fault and hugged it, closing his eyes. Boom, the entire space of the primordial profound arc seemed to instantly shatter. Countless cracks in space filled every corner of the profound arc, and countless bloody scars instantly exploded on Xianxia's body. His entire body instantly becoming a bloody mess, as though his entire body was shattered and minced by the space in that instant. At that moment, it was early morning in Divine Phoenix City. The heart of Divine Phoenix City suddenly seemed to become a lot brighter. People subconsciously looked upwards and realized that in the distant blue skies, the primordial profound arc which had stopped there for half a year had disappeared without a trace. Gu Kang, Feng Hengkang, and the rest had been expelled by the primordial profound arc at basically the same time. Then, they appeared on the ground directly beneath the primordial profound arc, which was exactly within Phoenix City. A crowd of elders and princes had long been waiting there, and when they saw the appearance of Feng Hengkang and the rest, they hurriedly went to greet them and ask of their well-being. The people of Divine Phoenix sect that went in together had appeared at the same time. Feng Hengkang swiftly swept his gaze around the vicinity. However, he realized that two people were missing, and they were even the two most important people. He said with a frown, "Where's Feng Xue'er and Great Elder? Why aren't they out yet?" Spiritual Master Gu Kang raised his head to glance at the primordial profound arc which had yet to disappear, and calmly said, "My disciple has yet to appear either. Their positions in the primordial profound arc are different from ours, so there might be a deviation in the time they appear." Feng Hengkang slowly nodded, as he seemed to have agreed to this idea because Xia Yuanba, Feng Feiyan, and Feng Xue'er had all stayed back to freely roam around the initial areas and did not join the investigation teams. Yi Xinghen and Jai Qianru had appeared at the same time with Feng Hengkang and the rest as well. Yi Xinghen's expression was a little gloomy. Jai Qianru's eyes swept past him and shifted away the next instant, while he carried a carefree expression, as though a huge matter that occurred did not concern him in the slightest. The moment he heard these words, Feng Zichen hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Spiritual Master Gu Kang, your esteemed disciple came out not even 4 hours after the primordial profound arc opened. He is currently in the Pellet Hall." "What did you say?" Spiritual Master Gu Kang's expression slightly changed, while Feng Hengkang's brows furrowed as well. "Chenner, are you certain that you did not make a mistake? We had personally seen Xia Yuanba enter the profound arc, so how is it possible for him to exit halfway through?" Spiritual Master Gu Kang, however, said with a stern expression. "Did he suffer some form of serious injury? How are his wounds currently?" Feng Zichen hurriedly said. "He doesn't seem to have suffered any injuries, however. He's unconscious with no signs of waking up, and from his entire body the presence of profound energy cannot be sensed at all. It's as though he has been crippled." Spiritual Master Gu Kang's expression once again changed. No injuries and no presence of profound energy from his entire body. Could it be? After having stayed depressed and silent the entire time, Yi Xinghen's eyebrows twitched, and in his heart he instantly sensed that the situation was bad. Feng Feiyan had died, and it was impossible for Xianxia and Feng Xue'er to appear once again. The only person who knew of this entire incident was Jai Qianru. As long as he could keep Jai Qianru in check, no one would know of the matters that happened in the primordial profound arc. However, he completely did not expect that Xia Yuanba actually wasn't dead. The reason for his disappearance was actually because he had left the primordial profound arc prematurely, and he suddenly recalled that he seemed to have indeed heard not too long ago. Absolute Monarch Sanctuary had a transportation jade which could meddle with the primordial profound arc space. However, the quantity was extremely small, and it was incomparably precious. He never expected that Xia Yuanba actually possessed one. However, when he thought of his tyrannical emperor's profound veins, Yi Xinghen suddenly felt that it was a rather logical matter. Feng Hengkang pondered for a moment, and just as he was about to speak up, a profound light suddenly flashed in front of him. A small profound formation slowly appeared, and after seeing this profound formation, Spiritual Master Gu Kang revealed a suspicious look, because this profound formation was clearly the unique transportation profound formation that was contained in the transportation jade. Within the profound formation, Feng Xue'er's figure appeared. Her appearance caused Yi Xinghen's expression to instantly change. The emotion he displayed was not fear, but astonishment carried with extreme joy. A familiar place, a familiar air, familiar people within her line of sight, and familiar sounds by her ear side. However, it was as though Feng Xue'er was unable to sense all of them at all. She quietly stood there and looked at the blue sky with her head raised. She was clearly at home, yet it felt incomparably lonely. The primordial profound arc which was above the blue skies had completely disappeared at this moment as well. Feng Xue'er's eyes completely blurred at this instant. Two clear streams of tears gently slid down her cheeks. In front of her, all she could see was Yun Qi's blurred face at that very last moment. His voice, which was as gentle as the wind, resounded in her ears, over and over again. "Xue'er, wait for me. Big brother Yun, big brother Yun." With a soft sob, every word was filled with sadness that was seemingly about to tear everyone's heart apart. She closed her eyes, and like an elf that had lost its soul, she directly fell backwards. "Xue'er!" When Feng Xue'er appeared, Feng Henkang heavily sighed in relief and shouted for her twice. However, he did not receive any response from Feng Xue'er. Just as he was thinking that it was strange, he saw that she was actually falling straight down towards the ground. He was instantly thrown into a shock and hurriedly charged over to hold her. The moment he touched her body, his expression changed instantly. "This is the Phoenix Sealing Imprisonment Formation? What?" The moment they heard these four words, every member of Divine Phoenix sect was shocked. They gathered around one after another and sensed the blurry aura on Feng Xue'er's body. Every one of their faces instantly paled. "How could this be?" Feng Ziming gritted his teeth. "The Phoenix Sealing Imprisonment Formation is used on our sect's disciples who have committed heinous crimes. How could it appear on Xue'er? And with Xue'er's strength, only a few people in the entire sect is capable of casting the Phoenix Sealing Imprisonment Formation on her?" When he spoke of this, he suddenly thought of something, and his face was instantly filled with fear. "Only the people of our sect are able to cast the Phoenix Sealing Imprisonment Formation. Great Elder was the only person with Xue'er. But this, why would Great Elder?" Feng Henkang swiftly swept his gaze around the vicinity and realized that Feng Feiyan had still not exited. His expression was frighteningly dark because ever since Feng Xue'er was young, forget about being harmed by anyone, she had never even been loudly lectured upon. Yet currently, someone actually cast the Phoenix Sealing Imprisonment Formation on her. His expression had turned ashen and was already furious to the point where he was basically unable to say a word. Taking a deep breath, flames began to burn on both of his hands, as he unhesitantly inserted the source of his flaming energy into Feng Xue'er's body not long later. The Phoenix Sealing Imprisonment Formation in Feng Xue'er's body disintegrated soundlessly. Feng Xue'er, who had fainted, slowly woke up at this moment as well. "Xue'er!" Feng Henkang retracted his phoenix flames and held Feng Xue'er up. Forcefully suppressing his rage, he said anxiously, "What happened to you in the primordial profound arc? Who injured you?" Although Feng Xue'er had opened her eyes, her expression was still pale. Her pair of beautiful eyes were dull, and even though Feng Henkang had repeatedly called out to her, she was completely unresponsive, as though her soul had gone missing, until her line of sight suddenly made contact with Yi Xinghan's figure. It's you who killed Big Brother Yun. It's you who killed Big Brother Yun." The voice that Feng Xue'er let out was seemingly heartbreaking. Her gaze was actually filled with hatred and killing intent, which Feng Henkang was incomparably foreign to. As the father of Feng Xue'er in his entire life, this was still the first time he had sensed hatred and killing intent emitting from her body. And when Yi Xinghan was the person she was pointing to, his heart fiercely stirred as well. He hurriedly held onto Feng Xue'er's shoulder and said with a solemn voice, "Xue'er, calm down. Tell your royal father just what actually happened." Gu Kang swept his gaze at the surroundings, yet he was unable to see Yun Qi's figure. Xia Yuanba's abnormal state and Feng Xue'er's emotional outburst had allowed him to faintly guess what had gone on. He glanced at Yi Xinghan indifferently and said with a calm voice, "Princess Snow, calm your emotions." Although these few words from spiritual master Gu Kang were simple and plain, they carried peerless profound energy within them, as they brushed across Feng Xue'er's soul like a light breeze, allowing her emotions to slowly return to normal. She no longer lost control of her emotions, however. Her soul was still in pain, preventing her from breathing. She bit her lips, and a strand of fresh blood slowly fell from her lips, flowing straight onto her creamy, snow-white neck. She had escaped from desperate straits. She had left the primordial profound arc. She had returned to the sides of her loved ones. She had escaped from all dangers. However, everything was in exchange for Yun Qi's life. Clearly, he could have safely escaped danger on his own. He could have done it right from the beginning. Yet, he desperately fled while bringing her along. For her sake, he completely offended Yi Xinghan without the slightest hesitation, and in the end, he even exchanged his own life for hers. Big Brother Yun, Big Brother Yun. The tears on her cheeks were slowly dried by the wind, yet The tears in her heart had accumulated into an ocean for the very first time. She realized that this was actually how sadness truly felt, and how painful and torturous sadness was, closing her eyes. The corner of her eyelids filled with tears. Though her voice was calm, every single word was filled with sorrow. Great Elder has betrayed us. He had long pledged loyalty to Sun Moon Divine Hall. Yi Xinghan wanted to possess me. Great Elder appeared, however. He suddenly made a move against me and struck the Phoenix Sealing imprisonment formation on me. Big Brother Yun and bulky Big Brother were the ones who saved me. Big Brother Yun carried me and fled to an ancient fortress. Yi Xinghan wanted to force Big Brother Yun and me to death, so Big Brother Yun handed me something that could escape from the place. Big Brother Yun, Feng Xue'er's description was in bits and pieces, and her voice constantly fluctuated. However, they still clearly understood what had happened. After speaking her last few words in front of Feng Xue'er's eyes, the image of Yun Qi's figure instantly heading far, far away had once again surfaced. Her soul felt as though it was pierced by 10,000 arrows, and her eyes instantly blurred. She then fainted once more. Xue'er! Feng Henkang held Feng Xue'er up, and his entire body was already trembling with fury and hatred. When he sensed the Phoenix Sealing imprisonment formation in Feng Xue'er's body, he had already thought of Feng Feiyan, because Feng Feiyan was the only person who did not head into the inner areas of the profound arc, who was tasked to protect Feng Xue'er from the shadows. He didn't expect that this terrifying guess had actually turned into reality, and it was countless times more terrifying than he had thought it was. The elder brother whom had grown up with him, whom he had respected, trusted, and even relied upon the most among his age group, had actually all the signs, which showed that the four great sacred grounds seemed to have found out the news of the divine phoenix's passing, was actually not his imagination. It was actually Feng Feiyan who had informed Sun Moon Divine Hall of this matter. He had completely betrayed the divine phoenix sect. If he was barely able to accept the fact that Feng Feiyan had betrayed them, then the fact that Feng Xue'er had almost fell into dangerous hands, and had even almost lost her life in the primordial profound arc forever, had already completely touched the reverse scale that definitely shouldn't have been touched. It had completely crossed his final line. The endless rage had caused Feng Henkang's chest to look as though it was about to explode. He looked at Yi Xinghan angrily, and his voice carried a slight tremble. Yi Xinghan, you had best give us an explanation. All of the gazes from those of the Divine Phoenix sect gathered onto Yi Xinghan. Every single one of their gazes were filled with deep anger and hatred. If not for Yi Xinghan's identity as the young hall master of Sun Moon Divine Hall, they would have already pounced at him one after another and tear him into shreds on sight. Not only was Feng Xue'er's Feng Henkang's reverse scale, she was even more so the reverse scale of the entire Divine Phoenix sect. Although Spiritual Master's expression looked rather calm, rage was already faintly being carried in his eyes. Jai Qianru turned aside and was leisurely enjoying the view of the phoenix flowers not far away. Ling Kun's eyes were shifting from Divine Phoenix sect and Yi Xinghan back and forth, and his brows had begun to furrow deeply as well. Facing Feng Henkang, who could explode with flaming rage at any moment, Yi Xinghan, however, did not look even the least bit anxious. His eyes narrowed into long slits as he slowly said casually, "Phoenix Sect Master, please calm your anger. Although this young master's methods have indeed been excessive, it's simply because I love little sister Xue'er too much, which led to this moment of impulse. Phoenix Sect Master has been young once, so I believe you will definitely understand." "Understand?" Feng Henkang laughed out loud furiously, and his eyes had already turned crimson red. Two balls of phoenix flames intensely swayed in his pupils. Clearly, he had already entered a state of extreme rage. "Then if we want to kill you, I believe your Sun Moon Divine Hall will definitely understand as well." "Kill me." "Ha ha ha ha." Yi Xinghan laughed out loud without a hint of fear on his expression. Instead, his face was filled with disdain and ridicule. "All right, then Phoenix Sect Master, why don't you try it out?" "Tisk tisk. I wonder just how long Divine Phoenix Sect is able to survive under the wrathful flames of our Sun Moon Divine Hall without the existence of the Divine Phoenix. Is it a year and a month?" Feng Henkang's and Feng Ximing's expressions instantly changed. "Shut up," a Phoenix Elder said sharply. "Clearly, you were the one who first dealt your deadly hands on Princess Snow, yet you actually desecrate our Lord Phoenix God with your words. Our Lord Phoenix God is the only divine spirit in the profound sky continent and possesses an endless lifespan. It has protected our Divine Phoenix clan throughout every generation, and will exist forever. Do you really think our divine phoenix sect is really afraid of your sun-moon divine hall? Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Yi Xinghan once again burst out into an incomparably ear-piercing, crazed laughter. You people from the divine phoenix sect sure are a sorry bunch, being completely fooled by your sect master and all. Your phoenix god is already dead for several years. Yet you people actually don't know about this, and still bring up your ancestor which had already died a long time ago. My front teeth is about to fall from all this laughter, ha ha ha. If you don't believe me, you can try asking your sect master. You're basically speaking utter nonsense, a pack of rubbish. The crowd of Phoenix elders were all trembling from the anger, however. Yi Xinghan's arrogant demeanor and relaxed tone were unable to cast away the doubts in their hearts. And when their eyes turned towards Feng Henkang, they realized that his expression was ashen, yet he still did not refute a single word, causing their hearts to tremble even more. Could it be the Lord Phoenix God has really? The news of your Phoenix God's death was personally told to me by your own great elder Feng Xue'er. Yi Xinghan said sinisterly. The people of our 4 great sacred grounds had received this piece of news since 2 years ago. It's laughable that the people of your own sect are unaware of it, and are still living in a sorrowful false image. Why don't all of you think about this carefully? If your so-called Phoenix God isn't dead, then why did your great elder want to defect to our sun-moon divine hall? When your Phoenix God isn't dead, we will still give a certain degree of respect. In regards to a divine Phoenix sect without its Phoenix God, hey. Yi Xinghan curled his lips. It's time for the word divine to be removed. Forget about resisting against our sun-moon divine hall. You people basically hold no qualifications for us to even look at you. In a situation such as this, seeing that I have my eyes on your Princess Snow, it's considered a blessing to your entire sect. Not only are you people not showing your appreciation, you actually want to kill me. Phoenix Sect Master, why don't you actually try killing me then? Yi Xinghan's speech was like a poisonous blade, which ruthlessly pierced into every single divine Phoenix Sect member's soul, causing deep fear to reveal on their faces. With trembling voices, they looked towards Feng Henkang. Sect Master, is what he said true? Has the Lord Phoenix God already? The Divine Phoenix was the ancestor of Divine Phoenix Sect, and was even more so the backing, faith, and pillar of spiritual support of the entire sect. If this pillar were to collapse, a large half of Divine Phoenix Sect would collapse as well. Not only would their deterrent power steeply fall, the hearts of the entire sect would be in a huge mess as well. However, at this moment, this matter could no longer be concealed. Feng Henkang raised his head. After a deep sigh, he said, "In regards to the matters of the Lord Phoenix Sect, which lowly junior dares to slander about this god's death." A mighty and calm voice which faintly carried a hint of anger suddenly sounded from the distant blue skies. It was clearly sent into every one of their ears, and then, carrying a penetrative force which could not be resisted against, it resounded in their souls, blood, and bones, through every single corner of their bodies. This voice shook all of the bodies of the people present. At the same time, a boundless, heaven-toppling aura descended, as though it had enveloped the entire sky and earth. Under this majestic aura, the bodies of everyone stiffened and their hearts tightened. Even someone as strong as Gu Kang was feeling as though he was as small as a grain of sand at the base of a mountain. Feng Henkang raised his head. After a moment of shock, his body shivered from the excitement. This voice and strength is. At this moment, 2 long and narrow golden streaks of light suddenly appeared in the distant blue skies. Soon after, like a pair of slightly closed eyes, these 2 long golden streaks of light slowly opened, 2 incomparably huge golden eyes, which looked as though they were embedded onto the sky, opened. Phoenix eyes. Lord Phoenix God? Even prince and elder class people within Divine Phoenix Sect would rarely hear its voice or see its true appearance. There were even some who had never seen it in their entire lives. This was precisely the moment in which everyone all thought that their Phoenix God had passed away, when their hearts were stricken with terror. Yet when the Phoenix God suddenly appeared in the most straightforward of manner and thoroughly destroyed the rumors, many Phoenix elders were pleasantly surprised and moved to the point where they kneeled onto the ground, worshipping with their faces looking up at the sky. The Divine Phoenixes might envelop the entire Divine Phoenix City, and from every corner of Divine Phoenix City, its enormous pair of golden eyes could be seen in the blue skies above. In an instant, all Phoenix disciples fell to their knees and looked upwards, their bodies trembling all over in excitement. A large majority of profound practitioners in Divine Phoenix City also involuntarily kneeled. Under the pressure of the Phoenix spirit's might, they all felt as though their blood had almost solidified. As for Feng Hengkang, his shock was far greater, because he was one of the few who knew that the Divine Phoenix had passed away and had personally seen the Divine Phoenix fade away. Seeing those enormous golden pupils in the air caused him to take a long time to recover back from his shock. He simply couldn't believe his eyes. He finally regained his senses after a long while and slowly kneeled. Absolute Monarch Sanctuary's Gu Kang greets Venerable Phoenix God. Gu Kang bowed and executed a junior's courtesy of respect. Spiritual Master Gu Kang had long since passed the age of 1,000, but in front of the Divine Phoenix, he indeed could only be regarded as a junior. Ling Kun and Jai Qianru also respectfully saluted. In front of the Divine Phoenix, forget about them, even if it were Saint Emperor, Sovereign of the Seas, Heavenly Monarch, and Sword Master-level characters, they would also not dare be rash. Because in the profound Sky Continent, the Divine Phoenix was the only one who had stepped into the legendary Divine Profound Realm, the genuine Supreme Highest myth-like existence. Impossible, this is impossible. Yi Xinghan's eyes widened as he looked at the golden pupils in the sky with incredibility. This Divine Phoenix is obviously already dead. These golden-colored eyes could be an illusion, and even the voice could be faked, but the power coming from the Divine Phoenix absolutely could not be faked. Because this aura of strength was even more terrifying than Yi Meixi, his father, the Heavenly Monarch's aura. It was the might of a god that absolutely couldn't be imitated by anyone. The Divine Phoenix's voice came from above the blue sky. Each word all shook everyone's soul. This god had only napped for a few years, yet someone actually dares to be this impudent to my Divine Phoenix sect, and even dares to heavily injure my personal succeeding disciple. How audacious! The personal succeeding disciple mentioned by the Divine Phoenix was naturally Feng Xue'er. The Divine Phoenix's rage pressed down from above, keeping everyone quiet out of fear. The enormous golden pupils suddenly flickered at this time as a scarlet-red phoenix fire ring instantly descended from the sky, encircling Yi Xinghan. The phoenix fire ring immediately combusted violently, firmly locking Yi Xinghan within. These were phoenix flames that came from the Divine Phoenix. Its frightfulness and temperature caused those few from the sacred grounds to turn pale with horror. Gu Kang, Ling Kun, and Jai Qianru all retreated at the same time, covering more than 100 meters of distance. As for the Yi Xinghan, who was surrounded by phoenix flames, though he had not been touched, it was still as though he had fallen into a lava hell as the clothes on his body instantly ignited. Deep terror was revealed on Yi Xinghan's face. He had no doubt that once those phoenix flames approached, he would turn into ashes in a mere breaths. In this world, those who were brave enough to kill him were but a few, however. The Divine Phoenix was definitely one amongst them. It was someone that could even kill his father. And because of his behavior and ravings earlier, it wanting to kill him was normal. In the face of the threat of death, Yi Xinghan finally began to fear. He pressed the ignited phoenix flames on his body down in a fluster and tried to exude calm. Venerable Phoenix God, please calm your anger. This junior definitely did not have the intention to offend Venerable Phoenix God. My father, Yi Meixi, had also always warned this junior to never be disrespectful to Venerable Phoenix God. This junior had only heard rumors within the wind and thought that Venerable Phoenix God had already departed this world, which was why this junior had impulsively acted unwisely. This junior wishes that Venerable Phoenix God would be merciful and spare junior this time. This junior will certainly be deeply grateful and never do this again. In order to protect his life, Yi Xinghan had no choice but to say the words Yi Meixi. Ling Kun's complexion unceasingly fluctuated, but nevertheless still came forth and said sincerely, Venerable Phoenix God, please calm your anger. After all, young Hall Master Yi is still young. Even though his actions today were despicable, the young are always impulsive, and it isn't that unpardonable. Moreover, Princess Snow is still perfectly fine, so there hasn't been any grave consequences. Sun Moon Divine Hall and Divine Phoenix Sect had always minded their own business. But if Sun Moon Divine Hall's young Hall Master were truly to be buried here, I'm afraid. I hope Venerable Phoenix God can reconsider. Whoosh. Just as Ling Kun's words fell, the phoenix flames encircling Yi Xinghan suddenly rose, pouncing onto Yi Xinghan's body. Before anyone had time to turn pale with fright, the phoenix flames had already died out. Yet the force of impact had not weakened as it knocked Yi Xinghan flying. Yi Xinghan rolled on the ground as he spat out 4 huge mouthfuls of blood. His face was as white as paper, and he laid on the floor, paralyzed for a long time. The Divine Phoenix's sharp, cold voice came from overhead. HMPH? Yi Meixi has visited this god 2 times within this millennium, so we can be considered to be in friendly terms. On behalf of Yi Meixi and Sun Moon Divine Hall, this god will spare your life this one time. Get out of Phoenix City immediately, and never enter ever again. If you dare to take even half a step into Phoenix City, this god will personally exterminate you. Why haven't you scrammed yet? Every one of the Divine Phoenix's words were filled with an incredibly heavy imposingness and deterrence. Yi Xinghan crawled up with a hand covering his chest and turned around to leave in an incomparably miserable manner. He didn't even dare to reveal his resentment. The reason why he had personally come to Divine Phoenix Empire was for Feng Xue'er. He was originally filled with complete confidence and thought that everything was within the palms of his hands. But in the end, he had actually ended worse off when trying to gain an advantage. He had not obtained Feng Xue'er. Yue Jai Mei Jai and his important tool Feng Feiyan had all died within the primordial profound arc he had first been made fun of by Jai Qianru, then struck injured by the Divine Phoenix, and he also heavily offended Gu Kang. Then he had been transformed into an incomparably wretched state in front of the entire Divine Phoenix sect. He had lost all his dignity in the end. He had even found out that even the news of the Divine Phoenix being dead was also false. As the stately young hall master of Sun Moon Divine Hall, under the suppression of the Divine Phoenix, he left like a stray dog while carrying heavy injuries. Not one member of Divine Phoenix sect was not overwhelmed with excitement. As for Gu Kang, Jai Qianru, and Ling Kun, their expressions had become extremely complex. They had actually been 90% sure of the news that the Divine Phoenix had died, with only 10% of doubt. It was only today, however, did they find out that it was only a rumor, or perhaps it had all along been a deliberate facade constructed by the Divine Phoenix. At this time, all 3 of their bodies stiffened. It was as though an incomparably heavy mountain was suppressing them. Whether their body or aura, none could move a single step, because the Divine Phoenix's attention had now focused on their bodies. Did you 3 sacred grounds also believe that this god had already died? Spiritual Master Gu Kang sighed, and answered in a voice that could be considered to be rather calm. I am ashamed. My absolute monarch sanctuary had indeed heard such rumors and mostly believed it. Only today did I find out that venerable Phoenix God as well. This Gu is now greatly reassured. I believe that Lord Saint Emperor will also be greatly comforted upon hearing this news. This God is a divine spirit of the Phoenix and is one with the world. As long as the world has not perished, this God will never disappear. Even if this entire profound sky continent is destroyed, this god still won't die. You 3 are guests from afar, so whether or not you wish to leave is up to you, but my Divine Phoenix sect's dignity is not allowed to be struck. Wouldn't dare, wouldn't dare, Ling Kun promptly said while bowing. The suppression he felt from the Divine Phoenix far surpassed Sword Master Xuanyuan Wenchen. Henkang, bring Xue'er to this god's place. Once the Divine Phoenix finished speaking, those 2 golden eyes slowly closed before disappearing from the skies above. Well met, Lord Phoenix God, loudly chorused the many Phoenix disciples, but they still were on their knees and didn't get up for a long time. Minger, deal with the aftermaths for me. Feng Henkang simply threw down a command before swiftly flying toward the Phoenix God Great Hall with the still unconscious Feng Xue'er. Once the Divine Phoenix left, that omnipresent feeling of suppression had subsequently disappeared. Spiritual Master Gu Kang let out a small breath of relief and said toward Feng Xichen, 14th Prince, may I trouble you to bring this Gu to his inferior disciple? Spiritual Master Gu Kang actively taking the initiative to talk to him terrified Feng Xichen, and he promptly replied, Yes, Senior Gu, please come this way. The appearance of the Phoenix spirit shocked the entire Divine Phoenix City. Very quickly, this sensation quickly spread throughout the entire Divine Phoenix Empire. Within Divine Phoenix City, discussions of the appearance of the Phoenix spirit lasted throughout the entire day. Its degree of enthusiasm had even suppressed the 7-nation ranking tournament and the primordial profound arc. At present, the 4 great sacred grounds ought to also have received news that the Phoenix spirit had never passed away. At the same time in which the spirits of Divine Phoenix Nation citizens were raised up high, a certain news had drenched every citizen of Blue Wind Nation inside Divine Phoenix City with cold water and coldly pierced their souls. The Yun Qi who had defeated 10 of Divine Phoenix Sect's prodigious disciples alone, who had acquired an unprecedented first place for Blue Wind Nation in the 7-nation ranking tournament, was eternally dead within the primordial profound arc during his rescue of Princess Snow. When Ling Jai, who had run back from outside Phoenix City in high spirits to return to Blue Wind Nation together with Yun Qi, received this news, he stood there, stupefied on the spot as though he had been struck by lightning. He stood motionless for a very long time, as if he had become a soulless statue. Time quickly moved from early morning to afternoon. The continuously noisy Divine Phoenix City had also finally quietened down. Feng Xue'er hastily rushed in the Emperor's bedchambers of Divine Phoenix Empire and impatiently asked, "Royal Father, has Xue'er awakened yet? And it seems like Lord Phoenix God actually has not died yet. Could it be a deliberate facade of dying made by Lord Phoenix God to see the 4 great sacred grounds' reactions, while also trying to tempt out those disloyal within the sect?" "No." Feng Hengkang's voice was incomparably calm. He turned around with a desolate face. Lord Phoenix God had died 3 years ago. It was not a facade. Everything today was the facade. What? Feng Xue'er instantly held his breath. The Lord Phoenix God that appeared today was only an illusion of a god left behind by Lord Phoenix God with the last of its strength before its death. It was a precaution in case its death was revealed, in order to prevent disaster from coming to Divine Phoenix Sect. The final force left behind by Lord Phoenix God has now completely disappeared. It telling us to Phoenix God Great Hall was to use the last of its spirit voice to tell us this. Feng Hengkang said solemnly. Feng Xue'er's expression was lifeless. Silent for a long time, it wasn't until quite a while did he finally speak while sighing. Lord Phoenix God is farsighted and wise, to have already anticipated everything to this day. At the moment, the entire word, including the 4 great sacred grounds, are all certain that the Divine Phoenix still exists. With Lord Phoenix God's deterrence, the 4 sacred grounds definitely would not dare to rush at our Divine Phoenix Sect again. Paper would never be able to cover fire. Even though we are quite stable now, the death of the Divine Phoenix is fact. This will inevitably leak out someday. Feng Hengkang tightened his brows as his expression became more and more resolute. Minger, you have also seen it today. If not for the Divine Phoenix's existence, see how the 4 sacred grounds hold our Divine Phoenix sect in contempt. Now that we don't have the Divine Phoenix, and since Xue'er is only 16, before Xue'er fully matures, the only ones we can rely on are ourselves. We must grow stronger faster in the shortest time possible. Royal Father is saying, Feng Hengkang narrowed his eyes as he said faintly, we have to obtain Blue Wind Nation's huge hidden purple crystal mine. Spirit Earth Hall's scouted information has said that hidden within it are a great amount of purple vein divine crystals. If that is true, then it will greatly assist our sect. Starting tomorrow, ready the entire army. After 3 months, march into Blue Wind Nation. Within 3 years, be sure to capture all of Blue Wind's territories at full strength. Bringing Xia Yuanba, Gu Kang flew into the air and turned towards Absolute Monarch Sanctuary. Their speed wasn't quick, and on the way back, the 2 of them were oddly silent. There was neither joy nor sadness on Xia Yuanba's face, and his body hadn't moved since the very beginning. There wasn't even the slightest of change in his expression. He simply stared frontwards the entire time, like a wooden puppet which had lost its soul. Gu Kang constantly glanced at Xia Yuanba and occasionally sighed in his heart. After a long while, he finally spoke out. Yuanba, you have already done your best. The matter has passed, so you should stop being depressed and blaming yourself. Xia Yuanba's expression was as stiff as before and did not have any sort of reaction. Ha! Spiritual Master Gu Kang let out a long sigh and said, I know that all you desire right now is to exact revenge for Yun Qi, however. You have forcefully awakened the energy source within your profound veins, causing an unbearable load on your profound veins which have yet to fully mature. For at least 2 years, you will be unable to use even the slightest bit of your profound energy. In this period of time, you have to cast away unnecessary thoughts and have a calm and peaceful rest. After all, Yi Xinghan is the young hall master of Sun Moon Divine Hall. If you wish to exact revenge, even if you throw aside the countless intricate relationships between Absolute Monarch Sanctuary and Sun Moon Divine Hall, it's still an impossible matter. Xia Yuanba still did not react in the slightest. 2 years ago at the Heavenly Sword Villa, when he thought that Yun Qi died to save him, he broke out into a loud wail, and his mind was at the verge of collapse. However, this time he did not shed a tear, nor did he even have an excessive reaction. To the point where even after exactly half a day had passed, he did not utter a single word. It was frightening how quiet he was. At this moment he finally moved. Raising his hand, he slowly pressed it against his own chest as he let out a hoarse and quiet voice. "Master, this disciple wishes to go into closed-door training for 3 years." "Closed-door training for 3 years?" Spiritual Master Gu Kang revealed a shocked expression. However, when he saw the position where his arm was placed on, light swirled in his eyes, and he suddenly said, "Could it be that there's some sort of change in your profound veins?" Xia Yuanba did not reply. Spiritual Master Gu Kang paused for a moment. However, he still nodded. "Since that is what you wish for naturally, your teacher will not disagree to it. Let's talk about all these matters again after returning to the sanctuary." As Xia Yuanba had finally spoken up, Spiritual Master Gu Kang could finally put his mind at ease, and his flying speed had evidently increased. Truthfully speaking, Spiritual Master Gu Kang did not know if he should be worried or joyful. After his re-encounter with Yun Qi, Xia Yuanba had demonstrated a completely different personality, becoming especially warm and energetic. This was exactly opposite to the heart a tyrannical emperor needed, which caused him to worry if Xia Yuanba's progress would stop or even regress because of this. Now, Yun Qi's death in the primordial profound arc had given Xia Yuanba a heavy blow and a hatred that sunk deep into his bones. As he harbored this guilt and hatred, vengeance had become his greatest wish. Currently, from Xia Yuanba, who was no longer able to use his profound energy, Gu Kang could clearly sense that intense hatred which even he was a little frightened of. And this monstrous hatred would ruthlessly stimulate him as he crazily chased after enough power to exact his revenge, and it would cause him to become even silent and colder. All these would greatly stimulate the growth of his tyrannical emperor's heart, and at the same time quicken the awakening of his tyrannical emperor's divine veins. However, to have a genius, whose future was limitless, fall just like this, he could not help but feel that it was a great pity. As though he had instantly lost all of the strength in his body, Kang waned slowly and powerlessly sat down on his dragon throne with a completely pale expression. "Has this matter already been confirmed?" Kang Wan said with an aghast look. Yes, till the disappearance of the primordial profound arc, Prince Consort did not make his way out. After that, Divine Phoenix Sect had made a confirmation to the world that, in order to save Princess Snow, Prince Consort had died within. Currently, all 7 nations should already be aware of this matter. The eunuch beside Kang Wan said with a pained look. He faltered for a while before he finally said, "Your Majesty, please suppress your grief. There's another matter, this servant do not know if he should bring up." "Speak." "Yes, earlier, within an hour ago, Navy Tide, Black Fiend, Grand Usura, Sunflower Dew, and Divine Incense. These 5 nations had each transmitted us with messages, canceling the visits that they had made reservations for yesterday." That eunuch glanced at Kang Wan's face, and once again hurriedly said, "However, Your Majesty, there's no need to be furious. Since Prince Consort died in order to save Princess Snow, the Divine Phoenix Empire will definitely bestow us with deep gratitude. Probably the Divine Phoenix Emperor himself will make a personal visit." Kang Wan let out a long sigh. Closing his eyes, he waved his hand. "You can step down for now. Let me have some peace and quiet for a moment. In regards this matter, do not let Xue'er know about it. Go step down." The moment Kang Wan's words fell, suddenly, outside the hall, a clear sound of someone falling onto the ground resounded. Right after, the cry of a palace maid could be heard. "Ah, Princess Kang Yue, men hurry over. Princess Kang Yue has fainted." Kang Wan's heart shook as he suddenly stood up and charged out hurriedly. Xue'er, before this year, no one would have expected. Even Yun Qi himself wouldn't have expected that a single person's death could shake an entire country. Currently, after the spread of the news of his death in the primordial profound arc, the entire Blue Wind Nation was shaken because of it. And it was a quake so extremely severe, which was enough to decide Blue Wind Nation's future. Heavenly Sword Villa. As the curtains of the night fell, Ling Tianyi floated in the sky above the sword management terrace. With his head raised, he looked towards the night sky, which was filled with stars. More than 10,000 flying swords were dancing in his surroundings, yet not a single one of them could approach 30 meters from him. With light movements, Ling Yuefeng arrived next to Ling Tianyi and greeted him respectfully. "Father, where did Xi'er go?" Ling Tianyi calmly said. His voice was filled with indescribable vicissitude and loneliness. Xianxia is currently in Divine Phoenix Empire. There's still a need for a few more days before his return. Ling Yuefeng said. He stared at Ling Tiany's expression and continued. Father, do you have some important matters to discuss? Ha! Ling Tiany let out a long sigh. The sky under this blue wind nation is about to completely change. Ling Yuefeng's heart skipped a beat. What does father mean by this? In these coming days, make sufficient preparations. When Xianxia returns, have Yufeng bring Yuner and himself to reside at mighty heavenly sword region for several years. Only have them return once they have completely mastered heaven's might absolute sword. In this period of time, our heavenly sword villa shall temporarily close its doors as well. Ling Tiany said with a heavy tone. Close our doors. Why do we have to close our doors? Ling Yuefeng exclaimed. Because we are unable to prevent the heavenly change that will occur to Blue Wind Nation this time, nor should we even try to interfere. What we're able to do is to only spare ourselves and protect our own safety. Ling Tiany said with a sigh. What huge matter is about to happen? I plead father to express it more explicitly. Ling Yuefeng said with a shocked and doubtful expression. Not long later, you will understand. After closing our doors, even if a storm occurs in the outside world, ignore it. Do not meet with any outside guests either, especially the Blue Wind Imperial family and Frozen Cloud Asgard. If they were to come to our doorsteps to plead for help, do not ever answer them. Remember this? Ling Yuefeng's expression revealed a deep surprise. Looking at Ling Tiany's stern face, which was filled with deep helplessness, he could only give a gentle nod. Yes, in another place, in another space. Xianxia, whom everyone thought had died in the primordial profound arc, did not actually die. Instead, the current him was even more awake than any moment before. That moment when the primordial profound arc disappeared above the divine Phoenix City's skies, the incomparably violent spatial turbulence assaulted, causing his body to instantly feel as though it was being stabbed and sliced by countless metal blades. Even he who possessed an extremely strong willpower roared out in pain. Space was crazily being broken, twisted, and sliced, and his body was being broken, twisted, and sliced as well. His body was instantly completely unidentifiable with his flesh and blood. The terrifying tearing force that was enveloping his entire body caused all the bones in his body to feel as though they were being wrangled. The feeling of death approaching had never been so clear. However, due to the instincts of wanting to survive, Xianxia struggled out all of his profound energy and willpower to release the sealing moon-locking sun barrier. CHT, CHT, CHT. The strong barrier built by sealing moon-locking sun allowed Xianxia to calm down. However, the barrier was still being greatly twisted and broken by the spatial turbulence, and it could completely collapse at any moment. At this moment, Jasmine's incomparably serious voice resounded next to Xianxia's ears. You'd best listen to me well. The primordial profound arc is currently in the state of a spatial transfer. It's unknown how long this state will last. Most probably, it may have to take dozens or even hundreds of years. And during this process, the primordial profound arc will be filled with spatial turbulences at every moment. In these lasting spatial turbulences, even a high-ranked monarch will be unable to last for a very long time and be torn into ashes. But you still have the slightest bit of hope to survive, because you possess the dragon god's body. Your body, especially your bones, cannot be completely destroyed that easily. The most important factor is that you possess the great way of the Buddha. Although spatial turbulences are scary, the force of nature contained with the spatial turbulences is several times more than regular environments. If you wish to live, then circulate the great way of the Buddha with all your strength. Absorb as much force of nature within the turbulence as much as you can, in order to restore your body and recover your profound energy. If your restoration speed can barely match up to your rate of being damaged, or even surpasses it, you will be able to live. This is your only hope. Jasmine's voice caused Xianxia, who was initially already quietly waiting for death to arrive, to instantly open his eyes widely. The things in his line of sight had already completely twisted, and in the twisted space, his own flesh and blood were floating about. His willpower, which had initially sank, underwent an incomparably intense awakening due to his instinct to survive. He growled, gathered all of his concentration, and crazily circulated the great way of the Buddha. A golden whirlwind appeared above Xianxia's head. The whirlwind slowly began to turn, and then its turning became even quicker and quicker. In the end, a small figure of a golden-colored pagoda clearly appeared. In the turbulent space, The golden-colored pagoda, however, did not have any trace of being distorted. The golden-colored pagoda slowly spiraled above Xianxia's head, and then it began to absorb the surrounding force of nature at an intense speed. In the first instant, Xianxia's eyes were instantly filled with joy, because what Jasmine had said were completely correct. The force of nature carried within the spatial turbulence was much denser than he thought it would be. Under the absorption of the great way of the Buddha art, it was similar to a flowing river being poured into his body. In an instant, as though it had been completely ignited as well, the breath of life in Xianxia's body became an intense and boundless flame. At a speed visible to the naked eyes, the parts of his body where he had received serious injuries were being restored at an incredible speed. The wounds on Xianxia's body were incomparably severe, and not a single perfect spot could be found on his entire body. However, with the continuous circulation of the great way of the Buddha, although his body was enduring incomparably heavy pain at every second, with every second, he was recovering at extreme speed as well. Gradually, 10 breaths passed, 100 breaths passed, an hour passed, 2 hours passed, 6 hours passed, a day passed. Xianxia was still stained by blood on his entire body. However, ever since the start, the wounds did not continue to intensify. In regards to Xianxia, he was still clearly alive in this primordial profound arc where the force of nature was flourishing to a frightening extent. The astonishing restorative power brought by the great way of the Buddha had actually basically tied with the injuries created by this turbulence. This allowed him to live for exactly a day in this primordial profound arc that was filled with terrifying spatial turbulences. And the number of times his body was torn, torn, and restored on this day was so high that it could hardly be calculated. His profound energy had also been greatly consumed and greatly restored to maintain his life force in this entire process. In this cycle with terrifyingly high frequency, his body and his profound energy were being refined using an inconceivable method as well. HMPH, still not too bad, you're unexpectedly still alive. Although Jasmine's voice was indifferent as usual in her heart, she was extremely relieved. Xianxia's face was entirely smeared with blood. His expression could not even be made out. On the top of his head, a dim golden-colored pagoda slowly rotated continuously, absorbing the energy of the heavens and earth without rest. And Xianxia would not allow it to rest. If not within a few short breaths, he would be torn into pieces by the spatial turbulence. In the recent past, there were many people who, due to various reasons, were unable to leave the primordial profound arc within them. There were overlords and even a monarch. Amongst the overlords, even if they used their full strength, they were unable to resist for more than 300 breaths, and the monarch could only resist for tens of days before being torn to shreds. To resist the spatial turbulence for a short amount of time was not an issue for overlords and monarchs. But even the strongest overlords and monarch would not be able to resist this kind of unceasing disaster-level storm forever. However, Xianxia, whose strength was far inferior to a overlord's, could actually forcibly survive, even though it was just surviving with incomparable pain and misery. Xianxia had practically gnashed his teeth into pieces. It was as if he was existing in a thorny purgatory. The spatial turbulence tore and twisted at every single part of his body. If it were someone else with weaker willpower, even if he could resist to the end, he would rather die to escape such torture. Time continued to flow in the purgatory-like spatial storm, only that Xianxia had long since been unable to feel the flow of time. Under the violent suppression of his willpower by resisting the pain and torture, he was completely unaware that an entire month had already passed. Within the entire month, the congealing of his consciousness, the rotation of the pagoda, and the releasing of profound energy did not stop for even half a breath. If he was told that he had survived under such circumstances for an entire month and still was not dead, even he would not believe that. In the past month, his blood had continuously splattered, then regenerated. His skin and flesh continuously disintegrated, then regenerated. His profound strength was continuously consumed and recovered. The frequency in which his body was tempered within the past month completely surpassed the combined number of times from his 2 lives. An exquisite figure dressed in red stood in front of Xianxia. For the past month, Jasmine had not returned to the sky poison pearl, but instead observed every little change in Xianxia quietly. When Xianxia had survived to the 10th day, she was already sufficiently shocked, believing that he would not be able to resist any further. Yet Xianxia's limits had once again exceeded her expectations. Yun Qi's willpower was incomparably tenacious. To add on, he was bestowed the dragon god's soul. Yun Qi was not aware of his changes, but Jasmine could see it clearly. As time passed, Yun Qi's resistive capabilities would gradually decrease, regardless of the rate at which protective profound energy was being released or the rate at which the pagoda revolved. They were continuously getting weaker. Yet the spatial turbulence did not show any signs of weakening, however. Yun Qi still maintained his state and did not die, maintaining an equilibrium of incurring damage and regenerating. That was because his bodily strength, along with the density of his profound strength, was astonishingly undergoing an explosive rise during this whole process. Within a month, the density of profound strength has been raised by no less than 3 times. The body's continual destruction and regeneration has stimulated the dragon god's marrow, allowing the density of blood within the dragon god's bloodline to become more concentrated, while the dragon god's aura from his body has become more concentrated by almost 2 times. This is more exaggerated than what I expected. Jasmine looked at Yun Qi and murmured to herself softly. She subsequently laughed faintly and muttered, "Looks like my choice was really not wrong." However, even with the existence of the dragon god's soul within that 1 month, Yun Qi's limits were thoroughly pushed. Yun Qi's body started to sway violently. The rotation of the pagoda above his head was getting slower and slower. Ultimately, the golden radiance of the pagoda dimmed, as if it would disappear at any time. Jasmine's eyebrows twitched and said with a stern voice, tone and attitude resembling that of a master, "Yun Qi, listen carefully. This is a test of your willpower. If you don't want to die, then you had better give it your all and press on. If you manage to press on for 1 year, then there is a chance that your body will become accustomed to the spatial turbulence in this place and will not be affected anymore. At that time, your body will be as resilient as a monarch's. Not many people in the profound sky continent will be able to harm you, but if you cannot press on, then you will die." Jasmine's voice entered Yun Qi's ears with impeccable clarity, his tottering willpower barely strengthened by a bit under the stimulation from Jasmine's voice. The pagoda above his head once again flickered weakly, emitting a golden radiance. After a short while, he said with an indistinct voice, "1 year, Jasmine said coldly. "To press on for 1 year under such circumstances, it looks like it's impossible for you. However, among the most powerful people I know, including my older brother, in order to become powerful, they experienced torment which was 1,000 times tougher and more cruel than this, so much so that you are not even able to imagine it. Yet the reason why the strong are strong is exactly because they are able to endure what normal people aren't able to. They are able to accomplish with their willpower what normal people think is impossible. If you choose not to do your utmost to endure just because of impossible, despair, or intolerable pain, then not only will you not be able to become a genuinely strong person, you will even die here. You won't even have a future." Jasmine's words struck his heart, violently stimulating Yun Qi's mental state, awakening his obstinate nature and pride. With an oppressive roar, he instantly opened his eyes, which were closed for an entire month forcefully. His eyes were astonishingly the color of blood. The profound strength, which was almost entirely depleted, rose intensely once again. The pagoda released an intense golden radiance, extensively absorbing the energy of the heavens and earth, allowing his utterly damaged body to quickly enter a state of regeneration. Yun Qi's condition allowed the look in Jasmine's eyes to soften immediately. However, she knew that this was simply a temporary spike due to Yun Qi being stimulated by her words, and would very quickly be on the verge of collapse, and in fact, it would be a more serious collapse. Based on Yun Qi's own foundation and strength, to be able to endure till such a state was already an incredible miracle. To want to endure in such a manner for a year, it would be even harder than ascending the heavens. Yet, what Jasmine was waiting for was an opportunity which ought to appear. At this point, Yun Qi suddenly felt that the profound energy that he was releasing with all his might was suddenly cut off as he totally lost control of the profound energy within his profound veins. Stirring chaotically, even the profound energy in his body was not rushing forth. Instead, it was being pulled back into his profound veins as if something was drawing it back. All the profound energy within his profound veins congealed to form a giant cyclone, rotating with incomparable violence. Yun Qi's state of mind was violently moved. This is, bang, a chaotic cyclone suddenly exploded. At the same time, a star-like resplendent red-blue radiance glittered within Yun Qi's profound veins. Subsequently, waves of incomparably thick, profound aura roiled from deep within his profound veins, rushing rapidly to every tendon of his body like a flood. His profound veins started to rapidly stretch. His meridians started to shrink and expand from the excess profound aura, as if they were dancing in excitement. The profound aura of the Earth profound realm would appear as murky white color, yet at this moment, Xianxia's was actually a field of dense, pure white. Just like a flowing white broth, its density was much stronger than the past by who knew how many times. The protective profound energy on the exterior of his body also expanded and grew stronger by several times. This allowed the damage and pressure experienced by Xianxia's body to drop steeply. The rate at which his body recovered immediately suppressed the rate at which he was getting damaged. The red-blue radiance within his profound veins reflected onto each other, becoming even brighter. Xianxia was initially utterly exhausted. His consciousness, which was on the verge of collapsing, was now incomparably sober, as if he was reborn. He felt his profound veins, profound aura, body, and consciousness transform as his heart brimmed with immense surprise. As he breathed out, his perception to the entire world had distinctly changed. Even the surrounding spatial turbulence was not all that scary. A breakthrough from the Earth profound realm to the Sky profound realm. Within this nightmarish spatial disaster, under such hellishly terrifying tempering, within a short month's time, Xianxia's profound strength broke through from the Earth profound realm to officially enter the Sky profound realm. Xianxia quickly calmed his state of mind from his ecstatic state to fully resist the spatial turbulence. He, who had broke through an entire realm, had completely recovered his profound and mental energy. Being at peak condition, from being able to barely resist with the great way of the Buddha in the Earth profound realm, his current condition could be said to be effortless. The bloodstains on his body gradually decreased, slowly revealing his face and body in the end. Just as the bloodstains and scars were appearing, they quickly vanished. Although in that entire process, Xianxia still endured what was just as good as being hacked into 10,000 pieces at every breath, which similarly required him to unceasingly give in his utmost concentration. It couldn't be compared to before. Not bad, it came a little earlier than I expected, Jasmine muttered. Subsequently, her lips curled into a strange smirk. Looks like it's time to increase the difficulty a little. Jasmine raised her tender white palm, grabbed at the space. A spatial tier of several meters appeared in front of Jasmine's body. After a regular spatial tier appeared, it would usually rapidly disappear. Yet for this spatial tier, not to even mention disappearing, it did not even have any traces of shrinking. Jasmine's body flashed, stepping into the spatial tier. Thereafter, the spatial tier suddenly vanished. And all of this was not noticed by Xianxia, who was fully concentrating on resisting against the spatial turbulence. Jasmine would also not have allowed him to notice. In the next instant, Jasmine's figure appeared in another location. The surroundings were sometimes a sheet of darkness and sometimes a chaotic sheet of colors. This was the crevice in the space. It could also be called a spatial tunnel. Ordinary people would not be able to comprehend such a thing, not to even mention going there. In front of Jasmine was the incomparably huge primordial profound arc. It was shuttling within this mysterious spatial tunnel, unclear as to where it was boring towards. Jasmine's gaze locked onto the primordial profound arc and raised her hand. Within her palm, a red glow flashed, then lightly tapped onto the profound arc. In front of the primordial profound arc, Jasmine's body was as small as a grain of sand in the deep oceans. Yet at that exact instant when Jasmine's palm touched the primordial profound arc, the entire primordial profound arc was instantly enveloped by a red glow. Under an indescribably immense force, the speed at which it was shuttling through space abruptly increased. The spatial turbulence within also instantly intensified by a large degree. This is more like it. Jasmine's little hand slashed once again, and another spatial tier appeared in front of her body. Just as she wanted to enter it, a demonic voice suddenly came from all directions. Kekekek, a human actually dares to enter this king's territory, and it's a little doll. Keek, this king has not sampled a fresh human in several tens of thousands of years already. Jasmine turned around slowly, her complexion still as young and delicate to the extent of excessiveness, and said with completely unmatching indifference, "Universe-devouring beast." The universe-devouring beast existed within spatial crevices, feeding on space, occasionally devouring living creatures who traveled among such spaces. It was an extremely high-leveled primordial profound beast, which was few in numbers.